The scorching sun burns the wasteland. Alyssa lay prone on the cracked ground. Her body was stained red. Her long hair was disheveled. Sweat dripped down her chin. It seeped into the burning soil. Faint white smoke rose. She snapped her eyes open. She propped up her weak body. No, this is absolutely impossible. Alyssa gripped the pocket watch tightly. Her knuckles turned white from the strain. She is the only daughter of the Marquise Lyons household. The family's only girl in 200 years, the deeply pampered youngest daughter. Alyssa, Sirius Lyons. Alyssa sat upright. She is the only daughter of the Marquise Lyons household. A greenhouse flower in the eyes of the world. A treasure closely guarded by the family. She curled up alone in a corner, holding a plush bear toy. Her silhouette appeared thin and frail. That was the Alyssa the world knew. Always shrinking back when speaking. Hiding in a remote annex with a stutter. Spending her days accompanied only by books. A shameful, illegitimate daughter. This is the real Alyssa Sirius. She understood the current situation better than anyone. She managed to survive in this mansion despite being an illegitimate daughter. She alone has survived until now. Registered in the name of the Marchioness's son. She sat by the window. Sunlight pierced through the high window. She held her doll, letting the maid arrange her hair. As a girl, she miraculously remained in the Marquise household. She was merely a tool for the family. Alyssa turned 17. It was not surprising that the Marquise ordered her to marry. Gregory walked into the garden. His leather shoes stepped over the blooming flowers. He stopped in front of Alyssa. He bowed slightly. "It is an honor to meet you." Gregory placed his hand over his chest. His amber eyes were filled with a smile. "I am Gregory from the Earl Baker household." Alyssa folded her hands over her skirt. Her fingertips trembled slightly. She lowered her head to avoid his gaze. I am Alyssa from the Marquise Lyons household." The engagement proceeded amidst the power struggle. Everything seemed to follow a natural course. Gregory was secretly entangled with others. He tightly grabbed the shoulders of a strange woman. A scandal erupted in the shadows. The situation regarding the engagement took a sudden turn. Suddenly, Valdemar burst through the door. Anger set the entire room ablaze. "How dare you touch my wife?" He let out a deafening roar. "I demand a duel." The blade of judgment revealed itself. Tearing through the air, Gregory sat on the ground. His pupils dilated from extreme fear. The sharp blade pierced through his blood. Splattering onto his white shirt, Gregory managed to save his life. The shadow of a wheelchair was cast upon the wall. He was reduced to a complete cripple. Marquise Lyons publicly announced the annulment of the engagement. The Baker family refused to let go. The lawsuit to annul the engagement dragged on for 8 years. The judge struck the gavel heavily. The verdict finally settled. The Lyons family emerged victorious. Alyssa stood where light and shadow intersected. She was already 25. Her best years were wasted in the long trial. She had become outdated goods that people pointed at. A discarded old item. Alyssa pushed open the heavy door. She looked at the back behind the desk. "Father, did you send for me?" Marquise Lyons turned his face. "Your next marriage has already been settled." Alyssa froze in place. Her purple eyes trembled with shock. "You are to marry the Grand Duke of Tisan, Lycard Tisan. He is the monarch who rules the Tisan territory, the lord of the land of gold and death, the guardian of the West, the emperor's half-brother." Lycard Tisan pulled the reins. His red cloak surged under the blood-red setting sun. He was clad in silver armor, holding the blood-stained scepter of power. That is the man known as the Mad Dog, Grand Duke Lycard Tisan. A serial killer of wives? 6 women had disappeared one after another. The first wife, while on her way to the territory, died a mysterious death. The second wife could not endure the harsh environment. She died suddenly after fleeing back to her family. The third wife fled out of fear, but died in a fall while being forcibly repatriated. The fourth wife collapsed on the steps. The fifth wife knocked over her teacup. The sixth wife was not spared either. Marrying Lycard Tisan is equivalent to stepping into a grave. Alyssa stood before Marquise Lyons. Even she, who never left the house, had heard these rumors. Father could not possibly be unaware. She gripped her skirt tightly. Her fingertips turned white from the strain. "Father is telling me to go and die. He wants to kill his own daughter with his own hands. I don't want to go. I don't want to get married. Save me. I'm so scared. I don't want to die." Countless pleas exploded in her mind. Alyssa stood frozen before the desk. Like a piece of fragile porcelain, Marquise Lyons did not even raise his head. He continued to flip through the documents in his hand. "Do you have anything to say?" Alyssa snapped her head up. Her throat felt as if it were being choked by an invisible hand. She couldn't make a single sound. Marquise Lyons slowly raised his eyes. It was the gaze of a superior looking down. The indifferent pressure toward an ant made the air almost solidify. Alyssa's face was deathly pale. Cold sweat slid down her cheeks. Her lips trembled as they opened, but she could only let out broken gasps. Thunder roared outside the window. A bright light instantly illuminated her fear. Startled, Alyssa took half a step back. "No, I have nothing to say." She lowered her head. Marquise Lyons lowered his head again. "Then go back to your room." Alyssa turned and left. The door closed heavily behind her, letting out a decisive thud. Alyssa stood before the window. It was clearly sunny just a moment ago, but now it's raining. The heavy rain washed over the manor. Thunder rolled deep within the clouds. Alyssa sat before the dressing table, letting Emily comb her deep purplered hair. Emily stopped her movements. Her fingertips trembled slightly. "My lady," Alyssa turned her head. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Emily suddenly hugged her from behind. "Please, whatever you do, do not get married." Emily covered her mouth. The eyes behind her glasses were full of panic. "I'm sorry, my lady. I really couldn't help." Only then did Alyssa lower her eyes. Her expression returned to calm. "It's okay. I want to be alone for a while." Emily bowed and withdrew. The door closed gently. Alyssa sat alone. The lights flickered in the empty bedroom, reflecting her lonely silhouette. Alyssa walked toward the table. "The Grand Duke sent the engagement contract and a gift box. They have already been placed in your room. Please be sure to treat them with courtesy." She reached out and lifted the lid. The latch made a crisp clicking sound. The interior was lined with bright red velvet, piled high with dazzling jewelry. Alyssa leaned down. Her purple eyes reflected the luster of the gems. "Truly exquisite," she whispered softly. Her fingertips touched a circular object. She lifted it from the pile of jewelry. "This is a pendant." Alyssa examined it closely. The object had an ancient aura, like some kind of royal relic. She held it in her palm, turning sideways to observe it against the light. Her thumb toggled the mechanism on the side. The cover popped open with a click. Alyssa let out a soft sigh. "This isn't a pendant, but a pocket watch?" The hands spun wildly, making a piercing metallic grinding sound. Alyssa let go in terror. The pocket watch floated in midair, bursting with a blinding red light. The light instantly swallowed the bedroom space. Distorting and collapsing, Alyssa lost her balance, falling into a bottomless abyss. Her body turned red. Her long hair flew wildly in the void. Countless giant gears meshed together around her. Letting out a deafening roar, she tumbled through the intersecting light and shadow. Her consciousness gradually stripped away. Her body slammed heavily onto the ground. Alyssa curled up on the cold floor, surrounded by a deathly silent darkness. She struggled to prop up her body, looking around at the strange and eerie ruins. What is this place? Why am I here? She tremblingly raised her right hand. Her fingertips touched her cold, wet cheek. Tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Sliding across her pale skin, Alyssa widened her eyes in terror. A sense of suffocation instantly hit her. "This is real." Alyssa froze in place. Her purple eyes dilated in shock. A huge, hideous beast emerged behind her. Its fangs were interlaced. Its eyes flickered with a blood-red, ferocious light. The beast suddenly opened its abyssal mouth. A large gust of foul wind blew in her face. Alyssa stiffly turned her head. Her eyes were full of despair. Ah, this must be a dream. Tears slid down her pale cheeks. She let out a broken laugh. Her consciousness collapsed in extreme fear. January 1, year 350 of the Benedict era. Blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing her entire field of vision red, severed limbs and broken arms. Struggling in a pool of blood, Alyssa had fallen into hell. Red light exploded at the mountaintop. Bright light pierced through the crimson sky. Rubble crumbled under the impact. The entire mountain peak shook violently. The wind whistled through the rock crevices. Alyssa slumped on the cracked ground. Sweat slid down her pale cheeks. Good. She bit her lower lip hard. Her fingertips gripped the rock tightly. Her face was stained with dust. Everyone is asleep. The beast lay not far away, letting out heavy breathing sounds. If I want to escape, now is the only chance. Alyssa curled up beside the beast. Her body trembled from the cold. Falling into hell? The day I met the monsters, on that day, I already died. No. She suddenly snapped her eyes open, staring fixedly at the massive creature before her. The beast's scales gleamed with a cold luster. The shadow of death completely enveloped her. I have indeed died once. It sounds crazy, but I seem to have gained an immortal body. Her fingertip was cut by a sharp blade. Blood seeped out from her pale skin. An ordinary wound takes a week to heal. But even if my flesh is torn, I can recover within a day. Alyssa stared at the skull on the ground, realizing she could not even seek death. She slumped in the pile of rocks, trembling at the shadows before her. I'm sorry. Alyssa suddenly tilted her head back. Tears streamed down her face. Please, have mercy and spare me. The skull rolled on the ground, making a dull, thumping sound. Click. Alyssa suddenly raised her head. What on earth did you do to me? She roared with all her might. What did I ever do wrong? The skull tumbled on the ground, bumping against scattered ribs, making a dull, cracking sound. Alyssa began to resist, began to struggle. She pushed aside the stacked remains, crawling through the blood-rid wreckage, finally deciding to flee this place of death. She looked down at her trembling hands. Can I really escape? What if I get caught? What if that monster gets angry? She curled up her body, cold sweat slid down her cheeks. I'm so scared? Alyssa bit her fists tightly, tears slid through her fingers. No, I can do it. I can definitely do it. She curled up in the corner of the rock wall. Her hands tightly hugged her knees. I can do it. Repeatedly whispering her only hope. Alyssa stood up abruptly. Her bare feet stepped on the cold, hard ground. Taking the first step forward, then she began to run wildly. I can do it. She traveled through the dark tunnel. Her breathing became rapid and heavy. Alyssa jumped between the jagged rocks. Her ankle was cut by the rubble. I'm going the right way, right? She didn't dare look back. She could only dash forward desperately. The exit is just ahead. A beam of white light pierced through the darkness. Alyssa's purple eyes suddenly contracted, reflecting that dazzling light. It's the exit. She quickened her pace, charging toward that light symbolizing freedom. Yes, just a little bit faster. Alyssa ran wildly in the darkness. Just hold on a little longer, and I can leave this place. Just go a little bit further, she panted heavily. Her footsteps echoed in the tunnel. Just a little bit further, and I can escape this hell. Alyssa suddenly rushed toward the exit. Let's go home. Let's go back home. A gentle face flashed through her mind. Go home. A heavy impact suddenly sounded. Blood splattered in the air. Alyssa's body fell heavily to the ground. Warm liquid spread across the floor. She lay flat on the cold ground. Her vision was swallowed by darkness. Her consciousness completely snapped. The beast opened its bloody mouth. Sharp teeth tore through her flesh, making a bone-chilling chewing sound. What? Failed again? Alyssa's corpse lay in the pile of rocks. Her purple dress was soaked in blood. The tragedy repeated over and over. The escape was once again declared a failure. She had become a hunting ground for the young beasts. Those monsters hadn't yet learned to kill in one blow. They could only bite clumsily. Repeatedly torturing the still-warm corpse, Alyssa snapped her eyes open. No, please, just kill me directly. Foul liquid dripped from the monsters. Fangs. A stench hit her face. They couldn't end their prey cleanly, only letting the pain extend indefinitely. A shrill scream pierced the long night. Blood splashed like rain onto the pile of skeletons. Half-eaten remains were piled as high as mountains, a witness to countless deaths. I can no longer remember how many times I've died. I have already lost any sense of novelty. Thinking carefully about the source of all this, Alyssa lay on her back in a pool of blood. If I had married the Grand Duke back then, perhaps I wouldn't have ended up like this. What a pity. A gorgeous wedding dress appeared in her fantasy. White gauze covered the dry bones. Wouldn't I be the Grand Duke's most perfect wife? A curve formed at the corner of Alyssa's mouth. Her eyes were full of mockery. If he knew the truth, the Grand Duke might kneel down and beg me to marry him. After all, this is his chance to escape his bad reputation. That wife-killer Duke title? How ironic. The chewing sound continued in her ears. They're eating so slowly today. Alyssa closed her eyes, feeling the sensation of her flesh being torn. I hate pain. Blood flowed through the crevices of the rocks, dyeing the ground beneath her feet red. Wait, since I hate pain. Alyssa snapped her eyes open. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Wouldn't it be fine as long as I killed them first? Why did it take so long? To understand such a simple truth, she gazed up at the dark ceiling, bursting into a fit of wild laughter. If I don't want to die, I just need to kill them all first. After that, everything became simple. Alyssa stood before the pile of skeletons. The bones scattered on the ground were hard and sharp. They were ready-made weapons. She leaned down and picked up a long bone. Her fingertips felt the coldness of the bone. Alyssa swung the bone spike, suddenly stabbing it into the monster's throat. These monsters only have one life, but no matter how many injuries I take, I can heal. This is a battle destined to be won. She leaped into the air, driving the bone spike deep into the beast's back. The massive body crashed to the ground, starting from the weakest young beasts. One by one, Alyssa harvested them expressionlessly. Her movements were steady and mechanical, advancing steadily, never looking back. The monster let out a desperate low growl, trembling in the darkness. Shrill wails echoed through the cave. She plunged the weapon deep into the monster's throat until that sound completely disappeared, until only her breathing remained in the darkness. Alyssa gripped the bone spike tightly with both hands. Her knuckles turned white from the strain. Suddenly plunging it downward, die. Blood splattered across her face. Her purple eyes trembled in the pool of blood. She let out a roar, completely ending the monster's breath. The massive body of the beast split apart, turning into countless fragments of stone. The rubble collapsed with a crash. Dust instantly swept through the cave. Alyssa stood in the ruins, turning her head to spit out the bloody foam in her mouth. Get lost, you damn beast. Alyssa knelt by the rock wall. Her hands dug frantically through the pile of rubble. Why on earth did it have to be buried so deep? This is the culprit behind everything. The curse that made me fall into this abyss? Alyssa suddenly grabbed the pocket watch. Found it? I finally found it. In this dark nest of monsters, it is the only thing that can prove the passage of time. Alyssa tremblingly pressed the watch cover. The metallic pop was crisp and piercing. The dial emitted a faint blue light. The hands moved quietly. Victory, January 19th, year 350. 20 days have passed since the beginning. In just 20 short days, how many times have I actually died? Alyssa looked down at the pocket watch. Her long hair hid her expression. She suddenly raised her foot, stomping hard on the monster's remains on the ground. Again and again, the sound of bones cracking echoed in the cave. You beasts, devouring me over and over again, eating me alive bit by bit. Alyssa frantically trampled on the flesh. No matter how many times I am killed, the one who survives in the end is still me. She stood in the pool of blood, letting out a roar. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? She suddenly raised her foot, trampling hard on the monster's remains. Blood splattered everywhere. Again and again, venting her long-accumulated anger, Alyssa's movements came to an abrupt halt. Her pupils suddenly contracted, staring at a crevice in the rocks. That is a faint, golden light overflowing from the crack. It was exceptionally piercing in the dim cave. She held her breath. Slowly bending down, Alyssa reached out with a trembling finger, picking up a glowing cube from the rubble, fingertips feeling a strange sensation. What is this? Alyssa picks up the glowing cube with her fingertips, holding it up to her eyes, examining it closely. What is this? The glowing cube shatters in her palm, turning into countless light dust that sinks into her eyes. Alyssa holds her breath, feeling that scorching power. Leichardt stands with his back to the door, hands folded behind his back, hearing the knock on the door. Permitting entry in a low voice, the attendant pushes the door open and enters. Sorry to disturb your rest. Your Grace, there is an emergency to report. A carriage just passed through the main gate. It bears the crest of the Marquis of Lyon's household. Leichardt stands with his back to the door, gazing out the window. Did someone else die? The attendant's expression reveals unease. Not exactly. The daughter of the Marquis' household is missing. The corners of Leichardt's mouth curve upward, letting out a light chuckle. What a boring word game. He raises his hand, fingertips gently pressing against the cold window glass. Whether she is truly missing, or running away because she doesn't want to marry. Leichardt's gaze is cold, or perhaps she is destined to die. Alyssa swings her spear. The spear tip cuts through the air, bringing a gust of wild wind, pointing straight at the giant monster in front of her. Victory, April 1st, 3:58. Time freezes at this moment. Alyssa grips the spear tightly with both hands, suddenly thrusting it downward. Die. The spear tip pierces the hard shell. Sparks fly everywhere, accompanied by a dull, loud bang. The monster's massive carcass crashes to the ground. Alyssa survived in purgatory, and lived better than anyone else. She kneels on one knee on the monster's remains, the spear propping her up against the ground, calming her rapid breathing. It feels quite good this time. Alyssa raises the back of her hand, wiping the blood off her cheek. A smile hangs on the corners of her mouth. A light flickers in the depths of her eyes. She is indeed living well. Alyssa leans down, rummaging through the monster's corpse. Her movements are agile. Where are you hiding? A hand with red nail polish suddenly clutches the edge of a rock. Alyssa picks up a red crystal with her fingertips. Blood drips down from her palm. Its body refracts a red glow under the light. The ground suddenly explodes. Rubble splatters everywhere. A dark shadow bursts out from the ground. The beast-eared man leaps up. Sharp claws tear through the air, letting out a strange laugh. Alyssa's pupils shrink. You're quite big, aren't you? A heavy punch slams into the ground. The shockwave spreads out. Dust instantly consumes the vision. Alyssa flips and leaps into midair. The spear draws an arc in the sky, aiming straight for the opponent's head. Who are you, beastier? The man dodges to the side. Alyssa opens her 5 fingers, suddenly grabbing the back of the opponent's head, applying force with her fingertips, firmly pressing down on that black hair. He uses the momentum to soar into the air, body flipping in midair, driving a knee hard into the opponent's spine. How dare you touch someone else's prey? Alyssa lets out an angry shout. Long purple hair dances wildly in the wind. Alyssa's fingers grip the opponent's head tightly, slamming that head violently against the ground. The shockwave shatters the red soil. Even in purgatory, stealing is punished. She looks down at the man at the bottom of the pit. The spear point is pressed against the opponent's throat. Do you understand? The beast-eared man sits slumped on the ground, covering his swollen cheek, eyes full of terror. Blood overflows from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly widens his eyes. Tears hang at the corners of his eyes. Sharp teeth are revealed amidst the trembling. Please spare me. Alyssa freezes in place. Her pupils contract from shock. The hand holding the spear trembles slightly. The monster spoke. She stares at the beast-eared man in front of her. The spear is still pressed firmly against the ground. Her breathing becomes heavy. What on earth is going on? The beast-eared man kneels on the ground. His forehead slams heavily onto the red soil. I failed to recognize a powerhouse like you. I am truly sorry. I will hand over all the mana stones. I won't dare to come near here again. Please, spare my life. Alyssa looks down. Remaining silent, she squats down, leveling her gaze with the man before her. Do you know where this is? The beast-eared man is stunned in place. This is Is it not? Alyssa presses her fingertip against her chin. Falling into deep thought, Sialik. That is a real place name. Ever since falling into this land, the only name I knew was Hell. Alyssa raises her hand to cover her forehead, looking dazed. Those were sentences I read in books as a child. The Hell of Sialik actually exists. The sky is deep red, reddish-black rocks stained by darkness, rising from the cracked earth. With every breath, a scorching sensation fills the whole body. Even at night, the heat does not dissipate for a long time. That is the hell described in the temple scriptures. I know nothing about this place. Alyssa points at the red crystal on the ground. What is that? The beast-eared man kneels on the ground. This is a mana stone. You can become stronger by eating it. Alyssa's purple pupils tremble slightly, staring at those stones scattered on the ground. Is this thing precious? The beast-eared man suddenly looks up. His eyes are fanatical. Of course, this is the largest mana stone I have ever seen. This size can even rival a Lord-class stone. His Adam's apple moves up and down, swallowing his saliva. If I could have it, I could become even stronger. Alyssa's expression is calm. Then I'll give it to you. The beast-eared man is stunned in place, letting out a short exclamation. Ha! The beast-eared man looks up suddenly. A flush appears on his cheeks. His eyes are full of disbelief. Is this for real? Alyssa rests her chin on one hand. The corner of her mouth curves into an arc. Yes, really. I'll give it to you, as long as you answer a few of my curious questions. A black crow lands on a withered branch, letting out a raspy cry. Its pupils flicker with an eerie yellow light. Mana stones are crystals formed by condensed magical power. The beast-eared man explains in a low voice. If you want more powerful mana stones, Lady Alyssa, merely hunting beasts is no longer enough. Mana stones in beasts' bodies are just accidental byproducts. The magical power they can accumulate is ultimately limited. Giant wolves howl in the shadows, eyes burning with orange flames. Greed flows between their sharp teeth. But we demons who possess wisdom are different. The way magic flows through our bodies is completely different. We purposely control and store magical power. A demon spreads its massive black wings. A large red crystal is embedded in its chest. We hunt each other too. Seize power, the stronger the demon hunted, the purer the mana stone obtained. Therefore, the powerhouses of hell all long for each other's heads. Noah in the east, Sialik in the west, Fitz in the south, Kaya in the north. The lords of these four castles are the strongest existences in hell. Alyssa stands before a massive stone gate, gazing through the golden light overflowing from the door's crack. Looking into that unknown depth, the mural is carved with winged angels, and the struggling beings beneath their feet, looking exceptionally eerie in the light and shadow. You have finally come. The Seeker Butler sits on a towering throne. His figure is blurred in the intense light. His voice echoes in the empty hall. Welcome to Sialik Castle. The butler extends a pale palm. His fingertips tremble slightly. I am the butler of the West Hall. As for the master of Sialik Castle, Lord Sialik. Before the butler can finish his sentence, a cold light pierces through the corridor. The spear tears through the air, letting out a sharp, booming sound, accurately shattering the pillar in the center of the hall. Rubble splatters everywhere. Alyssa retracts her throwing arm. I'm not interested in self-introductions. Alyssa finished it off. The size is not bad. Butler? She spreads her palm. A massive red mana stone floats in midair, emitting an alluring red light. After all, I had to find a big one. Alyssa stands in the empty hall. Tapping with her fingertip, the red mana stone draws an arc in the air. Should I go to the east next, or the north? The mana stone shatters in midair, turning into countless pink, glistening fragments, dissipating into the air. Alyssa lifts her head, letting the points of light fall on her pale face. It doesn't matter where I go anyway. I have plenty of time. Purple pupils suddenly contract. Her vision begins to shake violently. Alyssa's eyes are filled with shock. Cold sweat slides down her cheek. Wait. Darkness attacks like a tide, completely swallowing her vision. A scream explodes deep in her consciousness. Alyssa suddenly opens her eyes, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. A magnificent chandelier sways above her head, emitting a soft golden light. It's no longer the deep red of hell. This is my room. Alyssa suddenly throws back the velvet quilt. Stepping onto the floor with bare feet, her center of gravity is unstable. Her body falls heavily onto the thick carpet. It hurts. Am I back? She stumbles as she stands up, plunging her fingers into her deep purplered long hair, pressing her temples, trying to relieve the splitting headache. Alyssa's pupils suddenly contract. Her breathing becomes rapid. She kneels before a massive full-length mirror, propping herself up with her hands, her body trembling from extreme shock. What is going on? What on earth is this? Alyssa touches her own cheek. Her skin is tight and pale. I've become younger. She raises her hand to touch her cheek, fingertips touching the firm skin. It is indeed my face, but it's too young. Is it because of the Lord's Mana Stone? Alyssa sits on the carpet, propping herself up with one hand, holding her ankle with the other. Did I sprain my ankle when I fell just now? She stares at her legs. Her expression is frozen. What is this? Alyssa's eyes are full of horror. She suddenly pulls up the hem of her nightgown, sweeping her gaze over her legs, then looking at her arms. Even her arms, besides bone, there is nothing left. Alyssa lets out a short scream, her body trembling in the light and shadow. In this state, I can't even hold a short stick steadily, let alone a spear. She kneels in the center of the magic circle, long hair scattered on the floor. Alyssa, who returned from hell, has lost all her power. The power gained by collecting mana stones, it has all disappeared. Nothing is left. Alyssa raises her right hand. Her fingertips appear pale and weak under the light. She stares intently at the back of her hand. Her expression is rigid. Urgent knocking on the door sounds. Alyssa turns her head sharply, hair sweeping across her cheek. Her eyes are full of panic. Daisy stands outside the door, asking softly through the heavy wooden door, "Lady Alyssa." "It's Daisy. May I come in?" Alyssa holds her breath. Her pupils suddenly contract. She freezes in place, looking toward the door in a daze. Alyssa suddenly dives back under the covers, gripping the corner of the quilt tightly with both hands, covering most of her face. "Come in." The door. Hinges make a light sound. Daisy pushes the door open and enters, walking to the bedside, bowing slightly. "Good morning, Lady Alyssa." Daisy lowers her gaze, observing the young girl on the bed. "Did you sleep well last night?" Alyssa forces a stiff smile. A layer of fine sweat seeps from her forehead. "Yes, I did." "Daisy, you." Her words stop abruptly. Her gaze is locked onto the maid's face. "Daisy." Daisy tilts her head in confusion. "Yes." Alyssa's voice carries a hint of trembling. "How old are you now?" Daisy pushes her round-framed glasses. Her expression is somewhat puzzled. "Are you asking for my age?" Daisy tidies her apron. "I am 22 years old this year." "What's wrong, my lady?" Alyssa's pupils suddenly lose focus. Her body falls backward. Daisy rushes forward with a scream. Supporting the limp girl, "Is anyone there?" Lady Alyssa has fainted. "I haven't just become younger. I have returned to the past. Back to the age of 17, the starting point where all the tragedies began." Alyssa lies quietly on the bed. Her face is as pale as paper. Her breathing is weak. Sunlight streams through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling into the magnificent bedroom. Daisy keeps watch by the bed. Her expression is anxious. Alyssa lets out a muffled groan, fingers gripping the bedding, eyelids trembling heavily. "My dear Alyssa." The Marchioness of Lions pushes the door open, rushing to the bedside. "Alyssa," she takes the water glass from Daisy's hand, helping the weak girl up. "Drink slowly. Be careful not to choke." Alyssa holds the glass, taking a sip. Her vision gradually focuses. The Marchioness of Lions gently strokes her back. "What exactly happened? I heard you suddenly fainted. You really gave me a fright." Alyssa sets down the glass. Her purple pupils lower. "Thank you, Mother." The Marchioness of Lions' movements freeze. Her amber pupils suddenly contract. Her expression is full of shock. She suddenly stands up, striding out the door. "Madam." The butler tries to stop her in the hallway. "Where are you going? Please stay. Move aside." The Marchioness of Lions' face is cold. "Is there any place in this mansion I cannot go? Or are you hiding something from me?" The butler lowers his head, stammering. That is, the Marchioness of Lions does not look back. Heading toward the south wing, the butler whispers to the servants behind him. "Madam is heading to the south wing. Quick, go ask the Marquise to come over." No matter how the Marquise fooled around outside, he never made a mistake regarding the issue of an heir. But he not only brought back an illegitimate daughter, he even raised her until now behind the madam's back. "I'm afraid someone will die today?" The Marchioness of Lions stops in her tracks. Shadows envelop her body. A young Alyssa is holding a ball, playing with the maid. She senses something strange. Stopping her movements and turning around, the Marchioness of Lions looks down at the girl. Her gaze is cold. "Are you, Alyssa?" Alyssa looks up. Her purple pupils are full of curiosity. Holding the ball tightly in her arms, The maid's face turns pale from fright, opening her mouth and letting out a silent scream. Madam, the nanny, will explain everything. The Marchioness of Lions slowly squats down. Her skirt spreads out on the ground. She puts on a gentle face. Extending her hands, "Hello, I am your mother." Alyssa freezes in place. The nanny grabs her shoulder roughly, grip so strong it feels like it would crush bone. The nanny leans into her ear and growls. "Do you understand? My lady, everything you enjoy now, none of it belongs to you." Alyssa is held tightly in her arms. Tears well up in her eyes. "You must be grateful for everything given to you. Do not ever covet more." The Marchioness of Lions stands in the lightened shadow. A gentle smile hangs on the corners of her mouth. Alyssa suddenly wakes up from the memory. Cold sweat drenches her back. She gasps for breath. Her pupils tremble violently in the darkness. She hurriedly steps forward to grab the nanny. "My lady," the Marchioness of Lions' smile fades. A hint of guilt shows between her brows. "My sudden visit must have frightened you." She stands up. Tidying her skirt, calmness returns to her eyes. "I was too happy, so I came directly without preparation." The Marchioness of Lions walks toward the door, glancing back at the girl on the bed. "I'm leaving now? Alyssa, get some good rest." Alyssa curls up, shrinking into the corner of the bed, pressing her fingertip against her lip. "That I am the daughter of such a beautiful and kind person." Tears slide down her cheeks. Sorry. What should I do?" The Marchioness of Lions opens her arms. Her smile is as brilliant as a flower. "Alyssa? My Alyssa? My very existence is a symbol of immorality. This makes me feel a profound sense of sin. Even though I later understood my mother truly loved me, I couldn't easily change how I addressed her." Alyssa stands in the middle of the empty room, looking down at her toes. "Yes, Marchioness. During those hellish days, I regretted this countless times." Alyssa grips the glass in her hand. Her knuckles turn white from the force. She raises her head, her pupils showing determination. "Please give me another glass of water." "Mother?" The Marchioness of Lions' pupils widen in shock. She freezes in place. She then reveals a gentle smile. A light flickers in her eyes. "You are truly thirsty, right?" The Marchioness shows a look of joy. "Mommy will go get it for you right now. Is there anything else you want besides water? As long as you speak up, Mommy will do anything for you." Daisy stood by the door, her eyes filled with disbelief. Come to think of it, the lady didn't stutter at all just now. She even called the Marchioness Mother. Can a person really change this much in an instant? It's as if she died once and came back to life. Marchioness Lions sat back on the edge of the bed and held Alyssa's hand. "You fainted so suddenly today? Is it because your body is too weak? Should I have someone bring some herbal tea?" Alyssa's fingertips trembled slightly as she turned her hand over to clasp the back of her mother's hand. "Mother? Is my fiancé already set to be Gregory?" Marchioness Lions' pupils contracted sharply, and her body suddenly stiffened. "How do you know about this?" Marchioness Lions tightened her grip on Alyssa's hand. "You are still young. The engagement between Alyssa and Baker has not been officially finalized yet." Alyssa lowered her eyes, her fingertips twitching. "I actually hate Gregory very much. If it's now, perhaps there is still room for reversal. But a noble marriage is a contract between families. Even if Mother wants to help, can it really be done?" Marchioness Lions turned her head, her gaze becoming sharp. "Leave it to me. I also hate Gregory." At the mention of Baker, Alyssa suddenly looked up. "Really? Although their looks and personalities are different, for some reason, he always reminds me of your father when he was young." Marquise' wife opened her arms and pulled Alyssa into a tight embrace. "My daughter, just believe in Mother. Don't worry about anything. I will never let you step into a marriage against your will." High heels stepped on the stone tiles, making crisp, hurried clicking sounds that echoed in the silent corridor. Alyssa suddenly pushed open the heavy wooden door. The loud impact broke the dead silence of the study. The Marquis sat behind the wide desk, his silhouette looking cold and grim in the window light. He did not look up. The pen in his hand rustled across the paper, its tip tracing cold lines. "Release Mother immediately." The Marquis slowly raised his head, his eyes showing displeasure at being disturbed. Barging into the head of the household's office without being announced by the butler? What kind of rude behavior is this? The Marquis had a stern expression. "Go back to your room at once." "Alyssa, serious Lions." Alyssa stood at the door. "Is that what you should say?" After locking the mistress in her room, Marquis Lions. Valdemar lowered his voice. "Walls have ears. Your mother is merely unwell and is resting." Alyssa gripped her skirt. "This is simply ridiculous." She swung her arm suddenly, her palms striking the wooden desktop heavily, letting out a dull, loud bang. "That is not resting at all. It's because she opposed my engagement. You locked the mistress of this house in her room, and now you've started worrying about your reputation." Valdemar frowned deeply. "Enough," I said. "There are ears everywhere here." Alyssa took a step forward. Ears. Those ears again. If the Marquis's daughter smashed her fiancé's head with a hammer. She leaned close to Valdemar's face, a cold light flickering in her eyes. At that time, what would become of the reputation you treasure like a jewel? Valdemar stood up abruptly. Are you threatening me? Valdemar swung a slap at her. Alyssa lowered her head, her hair covering half of her face. Threatening, she suddenly looked up, her purple pupils contracting sharply. Locking onto his gaze, instantly, cold sweat broke out on the back of Valdemar's neck. Were her eyes always like this? Something has been wrong since a moment ago. The girl who was always silent and submissive actually barged into the study and glared back. Those eyes are like those of a battle-hardened warrior. Valdemar's Adam's apple bobbed. What am I thinking? Before, as long as she met my gaze, she would tremble all over in fear. It's impossible for her to change so quickly. It's probably just a late rebellious phase. Aren't all children like that? Alyssa raised her fingertips and lightly touched her reddened cheek. A trace of daze in her eyes, Valdemar pointed to the closed door. Go back to your room immediately. Contradicting the head of the house is a grave sin. Considering your youth, I will not pursue it this time. Reflect behind closed doors. Until you learn your lesson. Alyssa sat opposite the bench, her expression indifferent. So what? Harry patted his chest and stood up. What did you say? What on earth did you just say? Alyssa turned her head. You're too loud. Her brother Harry froze in place, still holding a teacup, staring at his sister in front of him in disbelief. Harry swung his arm suddenly. You've been banned from the main house. And all you said was, so what? Alyssa sat upright on the sofa, her expression composed. Not having to go to that suffocating place actually makes me feel relieved. Harry leaned in closer. Aren't you worried at all? You've completely annoyed the head of the house. Alyssa lowered her eyes. And mother. Harry sat back down and picked up his teacup. She has already left her room, but is banned from entering the male quarters. Alyssa rested her chin on her hand, her fingertips lightly tapping her lips. She wanted to rush over after hearing about you, but was stopped by big brother, Felix, Henry Lyons. As the eldest son of the Lyons family, he is standing in the middle of the corridor, trying his best to soothe their emotional mother. Alyssa let out a soft sigh. You've worked hard, big brother, so have you seen enough? Can you put mother's mind at ease now? Harry said. Hearing you say that makes it sound like I only came from mother. Harry leaned forward suddenly. Alyssa, I came because I was worried about you. She turned her face slightly. Are we that close? Harry bumped into the edge of the table heavily, making the tea set rattle. He lowered his head, a helpless, bitter smile on his face. Maybe you don't know, but I really care about my only sister. Alyssa stared at his profile. That's surprisingly touching. I never thought you'd feel that way. He withdrew his gaze, looking like the shifting shadows of light outside the window. However, this feeling isn't bad. As an illegitimate daughter, I always thought he would hate me. Hearing him say he cares about me is actually more embarrassing than I imagined. Harry raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth, a blush rising to his cheeks. As he shifted his gaze awkwardly to the side, the corners of Alyssa's mouth curled up slightly, the coldness in her eyes dissipating. I never thought he actually liked me. Alyssa picked up her teacup, the corners of her mouth arching up. It's really great to be back in the past. Harry stared at her smiling face, feeling a chill down his spine. What kind of expression is that? Alyssa put down her cup, her fingertips stroking the rim. How far has my engagement progressed? Harry's expression became serious. The two families have reached an agreement. Now we are just waiting for imperial approval and the official announcement. Alyssa lowered her eyes. Imperial approval. Harry observed her expression. Do you really hate this marriage that much? Alyssa lightly touched her chin. Do you remember the day of my social debut? Harry said without thinking. Of course I remember. You fell flat on your face in the middle of the dance floor, becoming the laughingstock of the whole city, and then locked yourself in your room for several days. Alyssa closed her eyes. That was the moment she most wanted to erase. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she fell to the ground in a sorry state, surrounded by mocking whispers. It's okay. Just stand up slowly. As she lay on the cold floor, a contemptuous sneer reached her ears. Alyssa suddenly opened her eyes. Showing a chilling intensity, Gregory looked down at the fallen girl, covering his nose and mouth. To hide his smile, are you all right? The first person to mock me was Gregory. That single social debut thus became a laugh. Harry leaned forward, his hands clasped. If I kill him now, would you feel better? Alyssa lightly stroked the envelope, an indifferent smile on her lips. That's impossible. But thank you for the sentiment. Harry turned his head, his eyes full of gloom. Sorry, I never noticed before. He clenched his fist, his knuckles turning slightly white. Killing him is indeed not an option, but a duel should be fine, right? At the very least, I should break one of his legs. Alyssa handed over a purple envelope, her fingertips sliding across the exquisite seal. Take this. Harry froze in place, staring down at the envelope in his hand. What is this? Alyssa's eyes were deep. That is, please deliver this letter to Grand Duke Lycard Tison. Harry jerked back, his eyes wide. What? He stared down at the envelope, then looked at Alyssa. Alyssa, what on earth are you thinking? Alyssa's lips curled up slightly. The sooner the better. It must be delivered in secret. She folded her hands. Her chin tilted with a beaming smile. You'll help me, right? Sunlight spilled onto the magnificent Grand Ducal residence. Lycard Tison sat at his desk, holding a purple letter between his fingertips, casually opening it. The handwriting on the paper was neat. The Gregory family is discussing marriage with the Imperial family. This is a secret among secrets. I received a kind reminder, saying that my sickly fiancé needs to be taken care of. Lycard had his back to everyone. Has the news leaked? Adjutant Roderick. Rosa frowned, her expression grim. I only learned of your Grace's plan today. It is impossible for rumors to spread from the Grand Duchy. Butler Henrik Lance stood with his head bowed, his face calm. Lycard rested his fingertips against his chin, lost in thought. No news has leaked from the residence. Henrik, stay in the capital. Roderick, prepare to depart. Roderick looked up suddenly. Do you intend to personally meet this Sirius? Lycard's fingertips traced the paper. At the end of autumn, the 70 pillars near the great cathedral, he has indeed sent an invitation. He turned his head. Keep the escort minimal. Roderick looked shocked. Your Grace, this is too dangerous. Lycard's tone was flat, yet it carried an unquestionable authority. Withdraw. Lycard and Henrik froze in place, cold sweat seeping from their backs. Lycard leaned back in his chair alone and let out a soft sigh. What an overly elegant letter. He lowered his eyes, a trace of interest flickering in them. Congratulations on your first engagement. He lowered his eyes, his gaze locked on the signature. Sirius, just who are you? The carriage bumped through the woods, its wheels rolling over gravel, making a dull, thumping sound. Alyssa looked out the window. Daisy, how much further to the Lydalor Cathedral? Daisy's gaze lingered outside the window. We're almost there. Alyssa withdrew her gaze. It's taking longer than I thought. She let out a soft sigh, her body swaying with the carriage. Fortunately, Mother lent us the carriage. If I were in mine, I'm afraid I would have fainted from motion sickness long ago. Alyssa stroked the soft cushions. As expected of the Adele family, you can't feel even a bit of bumping. A violent crashing sound suddenly erupted. The carriage tilted sharply. Alyssa's pupils contracted. What's going on? The horses let out a shrill neigh. The carriage shook violently, the wheels scraping wildly against the ground, making a piercing, metallic, screeching sound. Alyssa was thrown to one side, her forehead hitting the carriage wall hard. What on earth is this? Daisy curled up in a corner, her hands pressed tightly against her temples. My head hurts. Is it just the road being bumpy? The vibration just now was definitely unusual. Alyssa propped herself up, her long hair falling in disarray. Why is my 17-year-old self this physically weak? She pressed her hand to her chest, panting rapidly, her vision gradually blurring. Alyssa's pupils contracted. Is it an ambush? Who would dare attack an Adele family carriage? Daisy stood up, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest. You'll go out and check. Heavy footsteps approached. Alyssa looked up suddenly. What? Don't open the door? Daisy pushed the door open slightly. Her pupils trembled. A dark shadow flashed by. Daisy's body jerked back and fell heavily onto the carriage floor. Alyssa lunged over to catch her. Daisy, wake up. She reached her fingertips toward the side of Daisy's neck. She's still breathing. She just fainted. Alyssa looked around. What on earth? Alyssa brushed aside the stray hair on Daisy's neck with trembling fingers. A poison needle came into view. It actually came through that crack and accurately hit the neck. She leaned in to smell the scent of cinnamon and cypress. Only one poison has this smell. Musto. Alyssa's pupils shook. This poison shouldn't appear at this point in time. A figure blocked the main carriage door. Lycard stood there with his back to the light. It's called Moose. She has merely fallen into a deep sleep. There is no danger to her life. Please do not worry. Roderick turned his head, his tone cold. Forgive me. Alyssa held the unconscious Daisy tightly, her purple eyes staring intently at the man before her. Roderick leaned down to pick up the unconscious Daisy. Imperial information must not be leaked. We will take her to a safe place. Lycard, it's just Alyssa. I hope you can understand such a crude method. Please step out of the carriage. Lady Alyssa. Lycard's tone deepened slightly. Or should I call you Sirius? Alyssa held her breath, watching the man in front of her. Light blonde, short hair, fair skin, and crystal clear light blue eyes. Rumor had it he didn't inherit the imperial features, and his appearance was even somewhat terrifying. But he is actually so handsome. Lycard turned sideways, pointing outside the carriage. Until you are summoned. Please wait here. Likard lowered his eyelids. Unbelievable. The one who wrote that crazy letter was actually her. Likard looked away. Others will think I am attacking a weak woman. I heard Lady Lion suffers from a heart condition. Alyssa's lips curled up slightly, and she let out a soft chuckle. Is that so? Likard watched her. With that weak body, rumors said she couldn't even reach the Tisan territory alive. Only immediate family members and personal maids knew the truth. The 7 giant stones of Dolores once served as a sundial. The daylight marks the moments of the living, while the night and dawn belong to the dead. Likard walked ahead. As long as the sun is out, non-human creatures cannot enter the ruins. A red light burst forth within the stone formation. The distorted shadow let out a shrill scream and was instantly consumed by flames. Alyssa turned her head to look at the man behind her. Has your grace been inside before? Likard took a step forward, his leather boots treading over the grass. This is my first time. What about you? Alyssa had a smile on her lips. The same for me. Likard stopped as the tips of his boots reached the edge of the ruins. Aren't you going in? Alyssa stepped aside, clearing the path. You first. Likard turned back to examine her. What is she planning? Is there a trap inside? He withdrew his gaze. Even if it's a trap, I can just crush it directly. Alyssa stood there, unease in her eyes. What if I can't get in? Likard stepped into the stone formation, his red cloak brushing against the giant stones. He stood safely in the shadows of the light. Alyssa stared at his back. You really are human. Likard stopped in his tracks. What? Alyssa stood at the top of the slope. Aren't you afraid? If you couldn't take a single step in here, it would prove that you are not human. Likard raised his hand to block the strong light, confusion showing through his fingers. Does she really believe those rumors about me being a demon? He lowered his arm and rested his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Why should I be afraid? It's just a pile of rocks. Alyssa walked down the slope. Your grace is indeed brave. She looked into the depths of the stone formation. If these ruins are real, if hell really exists, then the sundial that divides humans and non-humans is perhaps also real. If I once fell into hell and crossed through time to return here, am I still considered human? Alyssa lifted her foot, the sole of her shoe hovering above the tips of the grass. Or she stepped across that boundary, her skirt brushing over the flowers. Her body was not consumed by fire, nor did it turn to ash. Likard turned around and watched the girl walking into the stone formation. Alyssa stopped in the light and looked down at her hands. It seems I am still human. She lifted her head and gave Likard a bright smile. I am still human. Likard looked down at her. She is truly strange. Alyssa walked closer and stopped in front of the man. Thank you for waiting. Thanks to you, I have obtained the answer I wanted. She suddenly reached out, her fingertips lightly touching Likard's chest. The distance between them suddenly closed, and their breaths intermingled. Likard's body stiffened. As he stared at Alyssa, who was inches away, Alyssa stepped back and elegantly lifted her skirt. Now, I should officially introduce myself. Your Grace, I am the person who sent you that letter. Alyssa looked up, a bright smile on her lips. Alyssa serious. Likard lowered his gaze. I know you are the daughter of Marquise Lyons, right? Alyssa stood on the grass. Since you already know, then things have become much simpler. She suddenly knelt down, her white skirt spreading across the grass. Grand Duke Likard Tisan. Likard's eyes widened. His fingers on his sword hilt stiffened. Alyssa folded her hands over her chest and tilted her face up. Please marry me. Likard looked down at the young girl before him. This woman, she isn't just strange. She is completely insane. Likard's brow furrowed, his eyes full of gloom. He clenched his fist tightly, and his knuckles cracked. Alyssa kept her hands folded over her chest. This is indeed sudden, but I promise, you won't lose a thing. Likard's back turned cold. Do you think I came all this way just to hear this kind of nonsense? He took a long stride and walked away. His red cloak swept through the wind. What a waste of time. Alyssa remained kneeling on the grass. Alyssa stood up abruptly and lifted her skirt to chase after him. Please, wait. You haven't finished hearing my proposal. Likard didn't stop. There's no need to listen further. Alyssa followed closely behind him. Aren't you curious at all about how I knew of the imperial family's engagement plans? Likard stepped across the grass, his leather boots making a dull thud. I am not interested. Alyssa stopped in her tracks. This isn't right. He should be curious. Your Grace. Likard suddenly halted and slowly turned around. He looked down at the young girl, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, showing a dangerous scrutiny. Likard suddenly pressed his hand to his forehead. There's still time until the cycle. Could it be because I'm too far from the territory? I must go back immediately. His body swayed, and he stumbled into a tree trunk. Alyssa stepped forward quickly. Your Grace. What's wrong? Likard gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He covered his eyes tightly, trying to suppress the exploding pain in his head. Alyssa reached out, her fingertips trembling as they approached his shoulder. Your Grace, can you hear me? Likard looked up sharply, his eyes bloodshot. Don't touch me, he waved Alyssa away. With surprising force, get away. Alyssa fell hard onto the grass. She propped herself up and looked ahead in astonishment. Likard's pupils trembled in the shadows. He clutched his forehead, pain leaking through his fingers. I'm fine, Alyssa thought as she sat on the ground, watching the man in front of her. He didn't look fine at all. He slowly stood up. She reached out and gripped the Grand Duke's wrist. Her strength surprising? Alyssa's breath caught for a moment. I will send you back to the carriage. Alyssa gripped the man's arm with both hands. Your Grace. Likard froze in place. The roaring in his ears suddenly dissipated. The rustling of leaves in the wind became clearly audible. The noise had stopped. He slowly turned his head. Is it because of this woman? Likard looked down at his palm, his fingertips curling slightly, his expression full of confusion. Alyssa held her breath. Is it because I gripped his hand without permission? Is he angry? She carefully loosened her fingers, trying to withdraw her hands. Likard suddenly flipped his hand and caught the back of her hand. His grip was firm. Pressing those slender hands tightly into his palm, Alyssa lost her balance and let out a cry. Her purple pupils contracted. Likard suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Don't move. Alyssa's cheek was pressed against the cold military uniform. The man's scent lingering around her. Her mind went blank. What is he doing? The two sat side by side on a bench. Likard's face was calm, but his right hand tightly held Alyssa's palm. Their fingers intertwined. Alyssa turned her head to look at her delicate hands. Must we really talk like this? Likard stared straight ahead, his pupils showing an unquestionable coldness. Yes. This is the condition for continuing our conversation. Likard leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. So, what exactly is your proposal? A light flashed in Alyssa's eyes. Finally, please, marry me. As long as we are married, I will predict the future for you. 4 times a year? Likard let out a sneer. How ridiculous. Why should I believe such a prophecy? Alyssa tilted her head slightly, a certain smile on her lips. Because everything I wrote in the letter has come true. That's why you came here in person. Likard remained silent. If you were in your right mind, you would never ask me to marry you. Who exactly do you want me to get rid of? Alyssa turned her back, her long hair falling over her shoulders. Gregory. Baker Likard repeated the name in a low voice. Baker. Severing ties with the Baker family would be a huge loss. But he looked at the woman before him. She held the clues to breaking the Tisson family curse. Damn it. Truly damn it. I am the one bound by this deal. He closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. Fine. A smile bloomed on Alyssa's face. However, Likard's tone shifted. But I cannot marry you immediately. Alyssa's smile froze. Why? Likard stood up. Let's get engaged first. There's no need to rush into marriage. Is there? It's enough as long as the Baker family issue is resolved. He looked down at Alyssa. I will treat you with the etiquette due to a future duchess. Alyssa lowered her eyes, her fingertips lightly touching her lips. In that case, Alyssa pressed her index finger to her lower lip and turned her face. I trust you will handle everything properly. Any other requests? He narrowed his eyes slightly. By the way, let me remind you, I am quite a greedy person. Likard sat on the bench, his expression cold. I'll keep that in mind. Alyssa looked down at their joined hands, a brilliant smile appearing on her lips. Since our talk is over, could you please let go of my hand? Likard's gaze shifted downward, staring at the hand he was gripping tightly. His fingertips were white from the pressure. He was silent for a moment. Fine. Likard's palm slowly pulled away, his fingertips brushing the air and leaving a hollow chill. Alyssa folded her hands over her chest, her eyes curving. Well then, I look forward to working with you, Your Grace. Likard looked down. Likewise, I look forward to your support. Botong waved the news extra in his hand. As he ran through the noisy streets, breaking news. Breaking news. White newspapers flew through the air, passing over rooftops and scattering into every corner of the city. He held the paper high and shouted loudly, Have you heard? Grand Duke Tisson is engaged. Passersby stopped one after another, taking the papers and whispering among themselves. I heard she's the daughter of a northern noble family. I've never heard her name before. Rumor has it the Grand Duke is completely smitten. He even sent engagement gifts. Ludner Castle in Bern, the Lilleis Villa, the legendary Golden House, and even the Echeverria territory. That's a strategic location connecting the capital and the south. Alyssa Lyons. Just who is she, to own all of these at once? Alyssa was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, tucked into tall boots. Her hair was damp with sweat. No matter how I train, it's ultimately futile without mana stones. Harry came running from a distance, clutching a newspaper tightly in his hand. Alyssa, What on earth is going on? The headline clearly read, Lady Alyssa, the future Duchess. Alyssa turned. Has the news already reached the north? She looked down at the newspaper. They certainly handled things thoroughly, even though I'm the protagonist. Why is the report full of things about the Grand Duke? Harry stood aside, spreading his hands. After all, you don't have much of a reputation in high society yet. Alyssa looked up sharply and interrupted him. No, that's not the point right now. Didn't you say you were going to the great cathedral to pray? What exactly did you do behind my back? Harry put a hand to his forehead, his expression showing helplessness. To deal with the house arrest. I had to lie and say you were going out. Alyssa buried her head back in the newspaper, locking her gaze on a section in the corner. It is said that a new guild discovered a rock mountain while excavating a mine. They are currently recruiting investors. She pointed at that line of text, her eyes sparkling. Harry leaned in to look, and his expression became serious. Alyssa closed the newspaper and handed it back to Harry. With a crisp and neat movement, Harry snatched the paper back. Stop looking. Alyssa, let go. You're the one who specifically brought it for me to see. Harry stared at his sister, his brow furrowed. How did my sister become like this? Alyssa looked into the distance. The sound of horse hooves approached, and a groom walked over leading a white horse. My lady, the horse you requested is ready. Alyssa walked down the steps. Is it ready already? Harry stood frozen, his gaze wavering between the white horse and his sister. A horse? You've never ridden a horse before? Alyssa walked quickly toward the white horse, flipping herself onto the saddle. With agile movements, her long hair flew up, and she sat steadily on the horse's back. She looked down at Harry, a smile playing on her lips. I learned in that hell. Harry stood frozen. That's impossible. The white horse reared up its front hooves and stomped heavily on the ground, kicking up fine dust. Alyssa pulled the reins and looked back at Harry. Her expression.com. Harry's expression was complex. You should be leaving now, right? A butler came running from the end of the corridor. His footsteps hurried. Young master. He stopped, panting. Please go to the main building immediately. Harry frowned. What happened? The butler leaned close to his ear. His face grave, he lowered his voice. The butler leaned closer to Harry's ear. It's hard to explain clearly here. Please return to the main building first. Harry's expression became serious, and he turned to look at Alyssa on the horse. I have to go. You'll be back. Don't cause any trouble. Alyssa sat on the horse's back and waved with a smile. Harry turned and ran toward the main building, his footsteps echoing in the empty courtyard. Alyssa's smile vanished, and her gaze turned cold. She lightly stroked the horse's mane, her eyes locked onto the distant castle spires. The white horse let out a whinny, suddenly turned its head, and reared up. Taking off like a gust of wind, she let out a long breath, looking ahead with determination. At first, I tried jumping down 12 steps. If the maids hadn't caught me in time, I would probably be dragging a broken ankle and be trapped in my room right now. Hooves thudded heavily across the grass, splattering mud. The body's instincts are still there. But regardless, testing the limits of this body is obviously necessary. Alyssa suddenly leaped up, her fingers gripping a thick tree trunk tightly. Her body swung through the air in an arc. So far, so good. She landed lightly on the branch, crouching to stabilize her center of gravity, her eyes sharp. Alyssa jumped down, her feet landing steadily on the ground. Then, she ran through the woods at full speed, her hair flying wildly behind her. Alyssa's toes tapped against a tree trunk, her leather boots stepping on the rough bark. With a dull thud, using the momentum, she leaped toward a high wall, her fingertips gripping the edge of the stone bricks. Her body hung in midair. After returning from hell, the thing I missed most was her knuckles suddenly lost strength, making a sharp crack. No. Alyssa fell from the height, crashing heavily into the bushes. Branches and leaves flew everywhere. She lay on her back on the grass, staring blankly at the sky. As I thought, it's no use. Without the power of mana stones, hard work alone cannot grant me those abilities. Mana stones, a power that cannot be obtained through effort. Right now, I can't feel it at all. A pair of black leather shoes stopped in front of her eyes. Alyssa lay on the grass, her gaze moving up the sharp crease of the trousers. Likard looked down at her from above, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Do the daughters of lions usually train like this? Alyssa pushed herself up abruptly, stray leaves still caught in her hair. Guy Grand Duke, how did you get here? He reached out a hand, palm upward. I am here for the investiture ceremony. Alyssa stared at the hand. She slowly lifted her fingertips. Thank you. Thank you. Alyssa's pupils suddenly contracted. A golden light was reflected in her purple eyes. It was a brooch pinned to Likard's chest. Within the circular golden frame, a mana stone was emitting a brilliant light. Likard looked down at her. What were you doing just now? Alyssa gave a start. I was just exercising. Likard repeated her words. Just exercising. This unique training method would be quite suitable to introduce to our cavalry. Alyssa waved her hands awkwardly. But for a lady, this is just a normal sport. Please, don't mention it again. Leichhardt took a step forward. Take the leaves out of your hair first. Alyssa reached up to fumble through her hair. Here, Leichhardt watched her. As she scrambled, or here, or maybe here. Alyssa scratched her head randomly, her expression flustered. Leichhardt stood aside, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Leichhardt reached out his hand. Excuse me, his fingertips slipped into her hair near her temples and gently picked off a stray leaf. Leichhardt withdrew his hand and looked at the green leaf on his fingertips. There, Lady Alyssa. Leichhardt sensed something unusual and looked down at the person before him. Alyssa's body suddenly leaned forward, her forehead pressing against his chest. Leichhardt froze in place. Lady Alyssa. She tried to step back. To stabilize herself, her leather shoes made marks on the grass. Alyssa Leichhardt let out an exclamation and reached out to grab her shoulders. Alyssa collapsed into his arms. Alyssa leaned close to the side of his neck. At first I thought it was an illusion. She suddenly clenched her fingers, gripping Leichhardt's wrist tightly. Now, uncertain, Leichhardt's body was stiff, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his temple. My lady, please let go of my hand. Leichhardt's brow furrowed, his expression full of bewilderment. If I push her away now, she will surely get hurt. The corners of Alyssa's mouth curled up slightly. Her gaze was locked on the button of his cuff. Your Grace. This cuff, give it to me. She looked up, her eyes full of intoxication and longing. I'm sure this is a mana stone. Leichhardt lay flat on the grass, her face reflected in his pupils. He whispered to himself. As I thought. Alyssa suddenly snapped back to her senses. Her fingertips pulled back as if struck by lightning, and her body froze stiffly in place. Regrettably, Leichhardt sat up. That is a treasure passed down through generations of the Tisson family. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to give it to you? Alyssa stood stunned. Is that so? Do I have to steal it? She took a deep breath, suppressing the longing in her eyes. Leichhardt said. Now, then, could you please get off me first? Alyssa was sitting astride Leichhardt, her hands pressing down hard on his shoulders. Alyssa suddenly sprang up and stepped back repeatedly. I am very sorry. Leichhardt slowly sat up, smoothing the wrinkles in his white suit. It's all right. He turned his head and looked into the distance. His fingers brushed against his cuffs. Although I can't give this to you right now, I am certain the Tisson family has other similar magic stones. I will go find one and give it to you as a gift. Next time. Light instantly sparkled in Alyssa's eyes. Really, Leichhardt reached out his hand and held Alyssa's fingertips. If I can find one, but I can't guarantee it. Alyssa looked jubilant. It's okay, as long as I know it exists. I am very happy. To think the Tisson family actually has magic stones too? Alyssa followed closely behind walking quickly through the courtyard. Let's go, Your Grace. Then the corners of Alyssa's mouth curved upward. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. How should I repay you? For this grand gift you're about to give me? Leichhardt stopped walking. He turned his head toward the distance. It won't snow this winter. Alyssa quickly caught up, stopping a few steps behind him. Instead, from late March to early April, there will be a rare blizzard. Leichhardt turned around. Is that true? If a blizzard suddenly breaks out in March or April, countless people in the territory will lose their lives. I must prepare in advance. Alyssa raised her index finger. A smile hung on her lips. This is a gift for you. It won't be deducted from our transaction bill. Leichhardt lowered his eyelids. Watching the confident girl before him, Alyssa met his gaze. With such a confident expression, it must be true. Leichhardt was silent for a moment. I haven't even given you the magic stone yet, but I already owe you a favor. Thanks to you, the territory's losses can be minimized. Thank you. Alyssa put her hands behind her back. I hope it helps you, Your Grace. Leather boots stepped on the stone stairs, making a dull thud. Leichhardt walked in front. A group of people waited at the mansion's entrance. Daisy stood among the guards, looking constrained. You've returned. Daisy, Alyssa stopped walking. Her gaze swept across the gathered servants. Why is everyone here? An attendant handed over a tray. Leichhardt reached out and took it. His fingertips brushed across the velvet cushion. Lady Alyssa, I have something to give you. He suddenly leaned close to Alyssa's ear. Alyssa froze on the spot. Her breath caught. Your Grace. The butler approached quickly, bowing slightly. Your Grace. Viscount Felix is waiting for you in the drawing room of the main house. Leichhardt didn't turn around. His gaze remained locked on Alyssa's face. Did you come directly from the annex? I came to see Lady Alyssa. He turned his face. A hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Everyone dismissed. The attendants bowed their heads and left. As you command, Your Grace. Daisy stood in the crowd. Whispers broke out around her. She pushed up her glasses, looking uneasy. Alyssa whispered, I'm done riding. Please take the horse back to the stable. Daisy nodded slightly. Thank you, Likard walked behind Alyssa. Looking down at her, is everything finished? Alyssa turned around abruptly. Your Grace. Likard's fingertips gripped the edge of the wooden box. Finally, it's my turn. The lids slowly opened. A red light overflowed from within, illuminating Alyssa's face. This is Duchess Margaret's ruby jewelry. A golden base held up a massive red crystal, shining brightly on the velvet cushion. Alyssa's purple eyes trembled. Her cheeks flushed. Is this really for me? Duchess Margaret's ruby legacy. Traditionally, it matches the title of the Countess of Echeverria. When you attend formal occasions as the Countess, you must wear them. Alyssa looked solemn. I will do so. Likard crossed his arms. A hint of helplessness hung on his lips. Do you have to make such a solemn face? Alyssa looked directly into his eyes. Yes. Likard looked away. Surprisingly, she has a cute side. His expression became stern. How much do you know about the imperial family? Alyssa pressed her fingertips against the wooden box. Is this a surprise test? She pondered for a moment. The late emperor had 5 sons and 1 daughter, including the current emperor. The second prince, Duke Wells, died in an AC. Sident 7 years ago. The third prince is Marquise Lennox. The fourth prince is Earl Esteban. Alyssa recounted them effortlessly. The fifth prince is Duke Tison, Princess Louise. Now the Duchess of Isil is his younger sister. Likard nodded slightly. It seems you have a solid grasp of the basics. Alyssa shrugged. After all, I enjoy reading books. Likard paused for a moment. As for the deeper rules, the imperial family will assign a tutor for you. Also, regarding your unique and creative training method, Alyssa spread her arms on the horse's back, even doing a one-handed handstand. Her movements were exaggerated. Likard looked away. You'd better hide that. Don't let anyone see. Alyssa's lips curled up slightly. Ill consider it. Likard walked toward the mansion gate. Then, at the investiture ceremony, see you then. Alyssa turned her head, a smile on her lips. Once the dress color is decided, please be sure to inform the Duke's mansion. If you could do that, I would be very grateful. Likard suddenly leaned down. His arm circled her waist, instantly closing the distance. Also, Alyssa froze in place. Her breath stopped. Likard's face was within inches. Alyssa's pupils trembled, looking somewhat dazed. Is it true? Likard looked her straight in the eye. I saw it with my own eyes, so I am very certain. He straightened up. Leather boots stepped on the ground, making a sharp sound. I hope this comes in handy. Likard, holding a riding crop, strode away into the distance. Alyssa stood where she was, watching the direction he left like the wind. He came so suddenly. Without any warning, Alyssa turned around. Her boots clicked on the ground. Perhaps Hayes a bit better than I imagined. Lady Alyssa? The maids pushed open the doors, swarming into the hall, surrounding her. When did the two of you become so close? My lady, are you all right? What on earth did the Grand Duke say to you? Everyone was talking at once. Their faces were full of anxiety and curiosity. Alyssa's brow furrowed from the noise. These guys, they didn't even dare to breathe in front of the Duke just now. But now they're shouting and screaming here? Her eyes were cold. Everyone out! Except Daisy. Alyssa let out a roar. Her voice echoed through the hall. The maids shrunk their necks in fear, backing away one by one. My lady looks exhausted. I'll take my leave first. It's time to prepare dinner. I'll take my leave too. Me too. The servants scattered like startled birds, instantly vanishing at the end of the corridor. Daisy stood alone, in the empty hall. Since the training is over, would you like me to prepare some tea for you? Alyssa held the wooden box tightly to her chest and closed her eyes. No, not right now. I have more important things to do. Daisy stopped moving. Watching her quietly, Alyssa opened her eyes, prepared to depart immediately. We are going to the Echeverria territory. White doves flew past the magnificent manor. Sunlight bathed the courtyard. Moreover, Likard's image appeared in Alyssa's mind. The moment he leaned in close, his whisper in her ear was clearly audible. Valdemar won't be back for a while. He opposed breaking my engagement with Gregory, which angered His Majesty. Valdemar sat alone in the dim room, staring down at the floor. For the foreseeable future, he will be trapped in the capital, unable to leave. If there's something I want to do, now is the perfect opportunity. Alyssa's lips curled up. First, let's leave this mansion. The chains roared as the gears turned. The heavy stone gate slowly rose. Open the city gate. Hooves struck rapidly against the stone ground. A white carriage sped inside. Passing through the high archway, Harry ran down the steps quickly. Leather shoes stepped on the red carpet, making a dull sound. What's going on? You mean father is already back? Marchioness Lyons was in the center of the hall. Looking up at the stairs, Harry, come down carefully. Felix's gaze fell on his mother. Mother, didn't you hear about this beforehand? Marchioness Lyons looked confused. No, I didn't receive any news. She turned her head toward Felix. You know he always insists on notifying us, so that everyone in the family can greet him. If I had known sooner, I would have prepared in advance. Harry froze on the spot, his pupils constricted in surprise. Wait, Alyssa's figure surfaced in his mind, her long purple hair fluttering in the wind. Her smile was bright. Alyssa. Where is she? The door was slammed open. The heavy impact echoed in the corridor. Valdemar strode into the mansion. The master has returned. Valdemar let out a roar. His facial muscles contorted in anger. Alyssa, get out here right now. Alyssa the servants stood with bowed heads, their voices trembling. She's not here. Valdemar grit his teeth. His jawline was tense. She didn't even come out to greet me. How dare she? The butler hurried forward, looking flustered. My lord, what wind has blown you to the south wing? Valdemar's gaze was icy. Where is Alyssa's room? The butler pointed toward the end of the corridor. If you mean, the lady's room is right over there. Before he could finish, Valdemar had already rushed past like a gale. Out of my way, Valdemar kicked open the door. The wood slammed against the wall, making a loud bang. Alyssa, Sirius, Lyons. The room was empty. Sunlight slanted across the tidy bed. Only dust motes danced in the shaft of light. Total silence. Valdemar stood at the door. His shadow was cast long. Upon the empty floor, Felix walked in quickly. Looking uneasy, he lowered his voice. Father, there are too many eyes watching here. Valdemar turned around. His eyes were completely cold. Do you think this makes sense? The heir to the Marquisate has vanished, and yet no one knows where she is. Felix, it was just his father's eyes. His tone was calm. She went to etch. Valdemar froze in place. His pupils trembled slightly. What did you just say? Marchioness Lyons walked over slowly. Her yellow skirts swayed gently. Stopping beside them, Marchioness Lyons stood at the end of the red carpet. With her hands folded in front of her, Alyssa has already left for etch. Valdemar sat on the sofa. His back was stiff. Tell me exactly what happened. Marchioness Lyons sat opposite him, looking composed. She left a letter. Since she has already obtained the territory and title, she wanted to visit as the Lord. Simply preposterous. Valdemar suddenly spread his palms. You should have stopped her from saying such nonsense. Marchioness Lyons turned her head, a smile on her lips. Then what was I supposed to do? I wasn't even allowed into the south wing. How could I stop a child I never even see? Valdemar was stunned. His pupils trembled slightly. What? Marin? You? He raised his hand and pressed his forehead. His fingertips pressed firmly against his skin. Marchioness Lyons tilted her head slightly. You don't really intend to cause a scene over something like this, do you? Since I'm telling the truth, what are you so irritated about? Valdemar's body was stiff. Leaning against the sofa, his fingers tightened on the back of his hand. That child said, she didn't want to do something. This is the first time. It hasn't happened once in 17 years. Marchioness Lyons looked forward. Alyssa sent a letter. Daisy bowed and presented the envelope, her hands holding the paper by the wax seal. Yes, my lady. She even called me mother. Please stall for a little while, so I can leave safely before father returns. Mother, I beg of you. She also made a request of me. Marchioness Lyons looked her husband in the eye. So you should stop here too. Don't try to raise a child as a tool anymore. Valdemar stood up. Fine. Well, end it here. He paused for a moment, his brow full of authority. Being born into a noble family means bearing the duty to serve the family. Send someone to Echeverria to bring Alyssa back. Valdemar walked toward the door. His boots stepped on the wooden floor, making a dull thud. In exchange, once she returns, you can come and go as you please, from the south wing. The heavy wooden door closed. With a crisp sound of the latch, Marchioness Lyons stood alone in the hall, exhaling a long breath, her palm resting lightly against her chest. This should have bought enough time. She looked out the window. Alyssa should have arrived by now. White-gloved hands pushed open the heavy gilded door. The hinges made a dry grating sound. Light poured from the gap. Welcome, my lady. 2 rows of maids bowed deeply. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. An older woman stood in the center. Looking solemn, Alyssa's lips parted slightly. Ah, the older woman bowed slightly. After your long journey, you must be exhausted. I am Petunia Rokas. From now on, I will be in charge of your imperial etiquette training. Alyssa looked around. With her hands folded in front of her, I didn't expect such a warm welcome. After all, our departure was a bit rushed. She revealed a smile, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Thank you for your kind reception, Countess Rokas. It is my honor. His Grace personally informed us of your arrival. Countess Rokas stepped aside, making a gesture of invitation. Your room is ready. You may rest first to recover your strength. From now on, Annie will be taking care of you. A maid with short pink hair jumped out. Her cheeks were slightly red. Her hands were clasped at her chest. My lady, let me show you to your room. There was a brightness here that the Marquisite's mansion never had. Alyssa turned her head, a smile on her lips. Ill, leave it in your hands then. Annie, we heard you were coming. Everyone was very excited. Annie pushed open the double doors at the end of the corridor. We did our best to decorate the castle. I hope you feel right at home. This is your bedroom. My lady, I hope it is to your liking. Alyssa walked into the room, looking around at the magnificent furnishings. It's perfect. Alyssa turned around, with a bright smile. That's wonderful. Annie bowed deeply. Then I won't disturb your rest. If you need anything, please ring the bell at any time. The door closed gently. The room fell silent. This is Bernardo Wells' final masterpiece. Alyssa stroked the exquisite furniture. As expected, its reputation is well deserved. Right, Daisy? Daisy stood behind her. Her brow was furrowed. My lady, weren't we going to etch? Daisy stood by the door, looking uneasy. But here, this is the imperial capital. Alyssa looked out the window. The streets were bustling with people. The clock tower stood tall in the sunlight. White doves flew past the busy spired buildings. The investiture ceremony will be held soon. There's no time to go to Echeverria at all. Alyssa's lips curled up, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Daisy, she turned around, her skirts flaring out like a bed of flowers. Shall we go shopping first? Daisy stopped in her tracks, looking a bit hesitant. Ah, Alyssa narrowed her eyes, a smile spreading in her eyes. Since we've already come to the capital, we have to find some fun. The shelves were neatly arranged. White porcelain bottles filled the entire wall. This is her perfume workshop. Alyssa looked around, pressing her fingertip against her lower lip. The rumors were true after all. The perfume bottles here are very luxurious. I never thought I'd come to a place like this. Usually, she would be hiding in the study, reading. Alyssa pointed to a spot. Looking back at the clerk, I'd like to try a sample of this scent. The clerk took down the glass bottle. I'll prepare it for you. A dropper sucked up the transparent liquid, dropping it onto the scent strip. Alyssa took the strip, bringing it to her nose to sniff. Her eyes were slightly closed. Are you satisfied with this fragrance? The sound of footsteps approached from afar. Alyssa opened her eyes. Her pupils contracted. She arrived, a red-haired woman walking slowly, pressing her palm against her chest. I am Katrina, the perfumer of Vale. Katrina, a genius from the West Continent? She is about to sweep through the entire empire, setting off a craze across the continent. She is the creator of the Vale perfume series. From now on, the trends of high society will be led by this woman. Katrina gazed at her, unable to suppress her curiosity. After all, this is the first time I have tested this scent. If I have acted too forwardly, please forgive me. Katrina's rise to fame is already a certainty. I must establish a connection before then. Alyssa held the scent strip between her fingertips. The fragrance is very delicate. The scent changes with body temperature, as if it were created specifically for me. This feeling is very special. Katrina cupped her face with both hands. Light sparkled in her eyes. I am so glad you could accurately capture my intention. Alyssa turned slightly, with a smile on her lips. To meet such a talented perfumer is my honor. Katrina bowed slightly. It is my honor, my lady. Alyssa stared at the purple perfume bottle. I will buy this one today. Also, I would like to invite you to my mansion next time. To personally appreciate your work. Katrina stood frozen on the spot. Her pupils trembled slightly. In the end, she is just a foreigner from the West Continent. Though talented, she is still a commoner. If I were to release this perfume under my noble name, wouldn't that be better? As long as I speak, a humble artisan like her would surely agree. Alyssa looked at her. May I extend an invitation to you? Katrina lowered her eyes. Her fingertips lightly brushed her chest. It would be my honor. Her skirt brushed across the stone floor. Alyssa stepped out of the workshop. Daisy followed closely behind. My lady, I didn't know you were so knowledgeable about perfume. Alyssa stopped walking. She turned her head toward the maid. She raised her head and laughed. Actually, I don't understand it at all. It's only because I know she will succeed in the future that I intentionally acted as if I knew a lot. Alyssa lowered her gaze. Her expression vanished into the shadows. The information I've heard and seen before is enough to make me sound like an expert. In a place like the imperial capital, if you appear to know nothing, you will be looked down upon by those people. Alyssa held the scent strip between her fingers. Her knuckles tightened slightly. To be honest, I can't tell good from bad at all. It seems I really have no talent in this area. Alyssa looked at Daisy. Was my performance convincing enough just now? Daisy adjusted her glasses. You look like someone who has always lived here. Alyssa closed her eyes and smiled. Then I can rest easy. Let's hurry. There are still many places to visit. The yellow dress spun inside the shop. Alyssa's fingertips pointed across the shelves. I like this. Bought it? She stood before the mirror. Her fingertip pressed against her chin. Examining the reflection in the mirror. Yes, I'll buy it. pointing both hands to either end of the counter. From here to here? Everything. Alyssa unfolded her folding fan, covering half of her face. Her eyes were full of smiles. I want all of them. Gift boxes were stacked together, tied with exquisite silk ribbons. The shop assistants lined up neatly, bowing deeply. Thank you very much for your patronage. Daisy stood to the side. Her expression was blank, her pupils dilated in shock. Alyssa turned her head. Daisy, are you tired? Daisy suddenly straightened her back. I'm not tired at all. My lady. Alyssa stepped further into the street. Just hold on a little longer. This is truly the last stop. Sunlight fell upon the wooden building. Alyssa stopped in front of a shop. She looked back at Daisy. This is the place we are looking for. The light inside was dim. A man wearing black gloves was holding a short blade to repair leather shoes. The blade scraped across the leather, making a harsh rubbing sound. The man set down his work. He stood up and looked toward the door. How can I help you? Alyssa walked into the shop. Daisy followed closely behind. I'm here to order embroidery. The man turned his head, shouting loudly toward the upper floor. Judith, a guest is here. The embroidery workshop is on the second floor. He pointed in the direction of the stairs. Footsteps sounded hurriedly on the wooden staircase. Judith quickly ran downstairs, giving a response. Coming, uncle? She held on to the stair railing, leaning half her body out. Her eyes showed a hint of surprise. Please come upstairs. The embroidery workshop is above. Alyssa entered the room on the second floor. Daisy followed closely behind. Judith rubbed her hands together somewhat anxiously. I'll go prepare some tea. Please wait a moment. Fabrics and silk threads were piled up in the room. Judith looked around. Her expression was a bit embarrassed. Sorry, it's too messy here. I've been so busy lately. I haven't been able to tidy up properly. Alyssa unfolded her fan, covering the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were full of gentleness. It's all right. This is a charming and lovely place. Judith brought over the teacups, gently placing them on the table. Thank you for your compliment. I am Judith Pullman. Just call me Rue. Dith. She folded her hands in front of her chest. Her expression was a bit shy. I haven't learned much etiquette yet. I don't know if this greeting is correct. Alyssa stared at the young girl before her. I am Alyssa. I've heard that your embroidery skills are outstanding. You should also accept private commissions, right? Judith's cheeks flushed red. Her pupils dilated slightly in surprise. I don't think my skills are good enough to be talked about. Alyssa turned her head to look at the maid behind her. Daisy, can you help me bring that out? Daisy lifted the heavy black wooden box with both hands, bowing slightly. As you wish, my lady. Alyssa's fingertip pressed down on the scroll on the table, untying the crimson rose ribbon. I brought a design sketch. Can you take a look at it for me? Judith took the drawing. Her fingertips lightly brushed the surface of the paper. Do you wish for the embroidery to follow this pattern exactly? She unfolded the drawing. Her gaze fell upon the complex crest and handwriting. Her expression gradually became solemn. Alyssa tilted her head slightly. Daisy, you go wait outside for a moment. Daisy bowed her head, turning toward the door. As you wish, my lady. Fingertips suddenly gripped the drawing tightly. The paper crumpled and deformed in her palm. Currently, I am the only one who knows. So, don't worry. To hide the fact that this place was the real destination, I had to take Daisy in many circles. Poor Daisy knows nothing. She must be exhausted by now. Judith stood with her back to Alyssa. Her hands were folded behind her back. Isn't the first floor a shoemaker's shop? Her fingertip brushed the scissors at her waist. The metal reflected a cold light. Since Daisy's feet hurt from walking, should I give her a pair of shoes? Judith spun around abruptly. Her right hand tightly gripped the scissors. The tips of the blades pointed directly at Alyssa's throat. Who exactly are you? Alyssa remained seated where she was, letting the scissors flash before her eyes. Her expression showed not a hint of disturbance. You mean the person most talked about in the capital right now? She raised her hand. Her fingertip nimbly pushed aside the sharp blade. The heir to the continent's largest intelligence network. Alyssa flicked her folding fan, striking Judith's wrist heavily. The sole heir of the Croya family? Judith Pullman. The scissors slipped from her hand and hit the floor, letting out a crisp metallic clatter. Judith clutched her swollen wrist. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. How can this woman's strength be as great as an ox? Alyssa held her folding fan with both hands. With a smile on her lips, I want to be friends with you. The Croya family is led by 6 heads, including the leader. This matter is well known. Judith clutched her swollen wrist. Her pupils contracted in fear. Her breathing became rapid. Alyssa stared at the girl in front of her. Her eyes were cold. In that basket, a ritual dagger should be hidden, right? 8 years ago, 6 farms and shops near the capital were burned to the ground at the same time. Alyssa gazed at Judith. That was a major event that made the newspapers, wasn't it? Judith's pupils trembled. Her eyes were filled with horror. Who would have thought? that the 6 families attacked that day were the very 6 heads who led the Croya family? The young Judith ran through the flames, screaming in refusal. No, she struggled desperately, hammering against the man's chest. Let me go. My mother and father are still inside. A strange man held Judith tightly, dragging her away from the fire. It's already too late. You must at least survive. He let out a roar. Only by staying alive can you do what you want to do? Judith watched her home being consumed by flames, letting out despairing cries. I don't want to. Let me go. Please, let me go. Snakes of fire swallowed the house. Everything turned to ash. No one survived. Judith looked up and roared as tears streamed down, only in one room. The youngest daughter's body was never found. Shut up. Judith suddenly grabbed a dagger. Her fingertips turned white from the force. Get back immediately. Her hand holding the knife shook violently. The tip of the blade pointed forward. The Croya family. The Croya family no longer exists. Alyssa turned her head. The tip of the blade pressed against the side of her neck. If you continue to run away like this, it really will disappear completely. Judith's pupils shrank. A broken sound escaped her throat. What on earth do you know? Alyssa looked directly at the trembling blade. Her expression was calm. I know. Judith's hand holding the knife froze in midair. Her breathing almost stopped. What did you just say? Alyssa raised her hand and closed the fan. I know who betrayed Croya. Judith, I will help you get revenge. Judith lowered her hand holding the knife, stepping back half a pace. My lady, why do you want to help me? Alyssa unfolded her fan, covering half of her face. I said it just now. I want to be friends with you. Since we are friends, we should help each other. Alyssa leaned in close to Judith, whispering in her ear. On the surface, Croya is composed of 6 heads, but there is another group of 6. Only the leader knows of their existence. The Croya hexagon families, those 6 hidden leaders, are the ones who betrayed Croya. Judith's pupils contracted. Cold sweat slid down her cheek. Is that true? Alyssa looked directly into her eyes. If you want to know the truth, you must find out for yourself. After all, you are about to become the head of the family. It's best to settle everything here as soon as possible. Alyssa lightly waved her fan, with a smile on her lips. Otherwise, before you can do anything, you will truly die. Judith looked around. Her expression was panicked. Has this place already been exposed? Alyssa narrowed her eyes, looking out the window at the deepening twilight. It's actually gotten so late. Judith followed up with a question. When exactly was it exposed? Alyssa put away her fan. That is also something you need to find out. I really hope that the commissioned embroidery can be finished before spring. I sincerely want that work. Even after becoming the leader of Croya, you must continue your embroidery work. Of course, provided you are still alive. Alyssa held the railing and turned around. Her skirt swayed gently. If you need anything, just contact Ludern Castle. Wait, Judith urgently reached out her hand. I still have questions to ask. Alyssa's figure had already disappeared around the corner of the stairs, leaving only the empty corridor. Judith froze on the spot. Her pupils dilated in shock. Is she crazy? What on earth is going on? Alyssa walked quickly toward the wooden stairs, calling out to the waiting maid. Daisy, let's go back. Judith leaned against the doorframe, watching the backs of the 2 as they left. Her mind was a complete blank. 2 little girls poked their heads out from behind the door. Their expressions were timid. Judith has the guest left. Can we come out now? Judith retracted her gaze, nodding slightly. You can come out. Judith took the 2 girls' hands. It took longer than expected, didn't it? Sorry. It's all right. The 2 of us were playing just now. Judith looked at one of the girls. Flora, go call Uncle. Okay. We need to help Agnes prepare for the journey. Agnes stopped walking. Journey. Flora ran away happily. Understood. Agnes lowered her eyes. Her expression was lonely. I will get ready immediately. Judith crouched down. Agnes, do you not want to go? Agnes twisted her fingers. No, it's not like that. If I don't go, sister will be in danger. I'm sorry. It's all because of me that everyone is having such a hard time. Judith hugged Agnes tightly. I promise this is the last time. Agnes's eyes widened. Really? Then you will never leave without saying goodbye again. Judith closed her eyes. With a smile on her face, of course I want. When all this is over, I promise this kind of thing will never happen again. Uncle Bran walked up behind the 2. It seems you have finally made up your mind. Judith released her hug, turning her head to look at the newcomer. Uncle Bran. Bran's expression was solemn. Judith stared at him. Uncle, I originally hoped you would inherit the position of leader. Flora ran quickly toward Bran, throwing herself into his arms. Papa Bran took the 2 girls' hands. Judith, you know what I want to say? I am just a shoemaker. A look of confusion appeared in Judith's eyes. Do you think I can do it? Bran stepped forward and took her hands. Everything depends on your decision. No matter what choice you make, remember, we will always be behind you supporting you. The two girls rushed over to hug Judith's waist. With innocent smiles on their faces, Judith's eyes reddened slightly. A smile finally appeared on her lips. "Thank you." She took a deep breath. Her gaze became firm. "Let's move quickly. I have an embroidery piece that must be finished before spring." Ludern Castle was bathed in warm sunlight. Yellow flowering branches swayed in the wind. Annie carried a tray through the long corridor. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty hall. Stopping in front of the closed door, knocking softly. "My lady, it's Annie." Alyssa was spinning to the rhythm. Her light blue dress drew arcs in the air. She stopped her dance steps and looked toward the door. "Sorry to interrupt your lesson. May I come in for a moment?" The dance teacher let go of her hand. Turning to look out the window, "It seems time is up. Today's dance lesson will end here." Alyssa's expression was a bit surprised. "Really? Come in." Annie, although ending early, is nice. But why? Annie pushed the door open and entered. Holding the tray steadily in front of her chest, "Lady Alyssa, the thing you've been waiting for has arrived. It is an invitation from the imperial family, inviting you to attend the conferment ceremony." Annie bowed slightly, adding, "and a letter was sent along with it." Alyssa stared at the envelope on the tray. Her pupils contracted slightly. "Another letter?" The imperial palace stood in the sunlight. The spires of the buildings reflected the light. An attendant bowed and presented a letter. "Your Majesty, this was sent by Grand Duke Tisan." Black boots stepped across the marble floor. The footsteps were steady and powerful. Likard stood before the desk, staring at the back of the person in front of him. "Have you seen the request I sent?" The emperor sat in a high-backed chair. Without turning around, "Yes, I saw it." He put pen to paper. The tip of the pen moved across the paper, making a rustling sound. "You requested reinforcements for the West Sialic troops." The emperor set down his quill. Turning around, "This is too sudden." Grand Duke, his brow furrowed slightly. His gaze was filled with scrutiny. "Are our soldiers not enough?" Likard looked directly at the emperor. "The Tisan territory has always been short-handed. The tribe is currently facing a food shortage. They will soon begin attacking the villages." Likard sat upright in the armchair. "The Tisan territory already has enough troops. Other nobles will strongly oppose the reinforcements." The emperor leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. "Even if you are my younger brother, what won't work, still won't work." Sunlight shone obliquely into the study. The air was dull and oppressive. The situation has indeed been exceptionally tense recently. The emperor suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils trembled slightly. "Is that true?" Likard stared at his elder brother. "This is Roderick's report." The emperor rested his chin on one hand. His fingertip pressed against his lips. "If it is Roderick, then I believe this report." The emperor exhaled a long sigh. "I will approve your request." The official document with the imperial seal sat quietly on the desk. It radiated an unquestionable authority. Likard lowered his head slightly in thanks. "Your Majesty, you should indeed be grateful. Do you know how much trouble those nobles would give me? For that damn investiture ceremony? Just arranging the seating gave me a headache for days." The emperor's brow was furrowed. There was deep fatigue in his eyes. "Because of this matter, I even had a fight with Ellie. We have been sleeping in separate rooms for 5 whole days." Likard looked toward the closed doors. "Her Majesty the Empress. Is Her Highness Eleonora really in such a bad mood?" The emperor sat back in his chair. "It seems Eleonora is also exhausted." Inside the magnificent tea room, several noble ladies sat around a long table. Their skirts overlapped, and steam rose from the teacups. After all, in the imperial capital, no one knows that Countess Etch. There must be many people trying to fish for information through Eleonora. This is all your fault. The emperor covered his face with one hand. He pressed his temples firmly with his fingertips. "During these days of sleeping in separate rooms, I have put in a lot of effort." He forced himself to calm down. He lowered his hand. His eyes showed signs of weariness. "How is Countess Echevarria doing lately?" Likard sat opposite him, correcting his brother's form of address. "She is not the countess yet." The emperor let out a soft huff. "The title is granted by me. What difference does it make?" Likard looked out the window. "She doesn't seem to be adapting well in Ludin." The emperor was silent for a moment, gazing into the void. "You know that's not what I'm asking. Once that lady turns 18, you should officially marry her." A dark glint flashed through Likard's eyes. His expression was cold and stern. "Your Majesty, you were the one who said to wait 2 years before marrying." He stood up. He straightened his collar. "Lady Alyssa is still young. I understand the Marquis's concerns about the wedding being too early." The emperor leaned back against his chair. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. "I didn't say you had to marry immediately." He raised his hand. His fingertips touched his chin. Lost in thought. "Let me think. You said Al. Isa is 17 this year, so marrying in 2 years at 19 should be just right." The emperor tapped the armrest. His expression was certain. This time is enough for you to develop feelings. The Emperor held up 2 fingers, gesturing toward the distance. This also gives the Marquis time to prepare, allowing him to calm his emotions and send away his beloved youngest daughter. The Emperor pulled back his hand. Isn't this a good plan? The Emperor turned his head. A mocking curve touched his lips. Marquis, why do you look so unhappy? Are you perhaps dissatisfied with becoming an in-law to the imperial family? Valdemar's pupils shrank. Cold sweat slid down his temples. His eyes were filled with terror. Of course not. It is my honor to have this opportunity. Half of the Emperor's face was cast in shadow. The curve of his lips was eerie. There was no smile in his eyes. Right? Then, leave it to you from now on. Marquis Lyons. The Emperor stood up abruptly. That was just sweet talk to win over Marquis Lyons. He leaned both hands on the armchair. His body leaned forward. That matter has already been decided. Shouldn't the imperial family show integrity? The Emperor slammed his hand onto the desk. It made a dull thud. I didn't expect you to suddenly give up Once the title is granted, even I cannot cancel this engagement. Leicard's expression was calm. That's not true. The Emperor raised his voice. Are you now going to ignore your brother's words? For the sake of a woman? Leicard stared ahead. She is the kind of person for whom I would hand over Echeverria without hesitation. Instead of wasting time here, you should deal with the rumors in the capital. Leicard stood up, straightening his cuffs. There are even rumors now that I kidnapped Lady Alyssa with an axe. He looked at the Emperor expressionlessly. His eyes were cold. Isn't that because your reputation has always been bad? I clearly told you. To promote it as a legendary romance? Leicard remained silent. His eyes were icy, exuding a chilling pressure. Cold sweat broke out on the Emperor's forehead. He looked away, not daring to look directly into those amber eyes. Leicard bowed slightly. I will take my leave now. Brother. He turned toward the door. Leicard the Emperor suddenly reached out, trying to call back the departing figure. Leicard stopped. His hand rested on the doorknob. Be careful. The Emperor lowered his voice. Rumor has it that after winter begins, Lua will rise. Leicard turned his head. He'll keep that in mind. The door closed, making a dull sound. The Emperor sat alone in the magnificent hall. His hands gripped the armrests tightly. His knuckles turned white from the force. The Emperor leaned back, letting out a heavy sigh. What should I do with you, my dear younger brother? Leicard walked through the magnificent corridor. His leather boots clicked on the stone floor, making a rhythmic tapping sound. An attendant who looked like a butler stepped forward. He bowed. Your Highness, did you have a pleasant talk? Leicard didn't stop. He looked straight ahead. We got a commitment to strengthen the Tisan garrison. This way, she won't see a scene of chaos after winter. The attendant followed closely behind, with a smile. Are you referring to the Countess? Leicard's brow furrowed slightly. Countess, she's only 17. The attendant lowered his voice, reminding his master of the engagement. But she was the one who personally wrote to propose to you. She is by no means an ordinary 17-year-old girl. Leicard stopped. He gazed at the summer scenery outside the window. Once summer is over, and next year comes, she will be 18. Didn't His Majesty also say to get married once she turns 18? Leicard stopped. He turned his head and glanced at the attendant behind him. Are you a spy sent by the Emperor? Henrik bowed slightly. Your caution is always right. But His Majesty has wanted you to marry? For a long time now. He followed closely behind Leicard through the sun-drenched courtyard, toward the waiting carriage. He is only 2 years younger than Lady Josephina got engaged recently too. You're the only one who hasn't made a move. Leicard stepped onto the carriage step. His movements were swift. Watch your words. Henrik. He sat inside the carriage. He looked out the window. I will not marry Lady Alyssa. Alyssa stood by the carriage. Her fingertips trembled slightly. Your Grace. She looked at Leicard inside the carriage. Her breath hitched. Her skirt swayed gently in the breeze. Leicard froze suddenly. His pupils constricted. A short exclamation escaped his throat. Ah, Lady Alyssa. Alyssa stood among the flowers. A bright smile appeared on her face. I saw the crest of the Tisan family, and wondered if it might be you. She curtsied slightly, smiling brightly. It has been a while, Grand Duke. Alyssa stood by the carriage, gazing at the figure inside the window. She was rooted to the spot by the voice she had heard. Leicard's Adam's apple bobbed, swallowing his nervousness. Did she hear? I have no intention of marrying Lady Alyssa. Those words froze in the air, echoing repeatedly. Alyssa tilted her head. Your Grace, why are you so quiet? Leicard breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she hadn't heard. It's nothing. He stepped down from the carriage, adjusting his black formal attire. I didn't expect to see you here. My lady, why have you come to the Imperial Palace? Alyssa blinked. You didn't know? Alyssa stood by the carriage. His Majesty the Emperor summoned me. He sent a letter, saying he wanted to see me once before granting the title. Leicard's pupils trembled with shock. Brother told that lady to sign the marriage agreement as soon as possible. Leicard looked at the girl before him. Since urging him to marry was useless, did he intend to threaten her? She lowered her eyes slightly, hiding her thoughts. The cufflink you wanted back before? I said I would find a similar one as a gift. Leicard raised his head, his gaze falling on Isa's face on that gemstone. It's at my mansion in the capital. I will explain to His Majesty for you. He extended an invitation. Would you like to come with me now? Alyssa held her breath. Can I get a magic crystal? I want to go. I really want to go. The Grand Tizon mansion stood in the sunlight. The white stone walls radiated majesty. Leicard opened an exquisite wooden box. His fingertips flicked open the metal latch. The Tizon territory rarely gets a chance to cut gemstones. I heard the craftsmen in the territory were very excited. Alyssa watched the light in the box. Her purple eyes trembled slightly. She held her breath, unable to look away. She hadn't expected to see a magic crystal in the capital. She couldn't believe it was this big. Are the small gems around the outer ring all crystals too? Leicard looked down at her. His voice was steady. Do you like it? Alyssa suddenly snapped out of it. She nodded vigorously. I like it. She held the wooden box. A smile she couldn't suppress spread across her face. It seems the rumors are true. There are diamonds everywhere in the streams of the Tizon territory. Even the gravel on the ground are gemstones. Alyssa gazed at the clear crystal. Tiny fragments of light reflected in her eyes. It really is too beautiful. Alyssa gazed at the crystal in her palm. She really wanted to swallow it right now. To seize the power hidden inside. Leicard turned aside. Where the lower reaches of the river connect to the swamp, there is indeed some gold dust, but not as much as the rumors say. You need to identify the terrain and have specialized tools to collect it. Alyssa turned her head abruptly. So, the rumors are true. Within the Golden Mountains where the rivers flow, diamond mines are buried. For a place called the Land of Death, it sounds like paradise. Alyssa gave a brilliant smile. She crossed her hands over her chest. I really want to find a chance to visit the Tizon territory. A knock sounded at the door. The butler entered the room pushing a dining cart. Tea and snacks were ready. Leicard picked up a teacup. He wiped the rim of the cup. After the investiture ceremony is over, I will return to the Tizon territory immediately. He looked at the tea swirling in the cup. If there's a banquet after the ceremony, we won't have time to talk. Leicard put down the teacup. Let's say our goodbyes in advance. Alyssa's hand holding the cup handle froze. What? I know the Grand Duke rarely leaves his territory, but to leave your fiancé in the capital, are you returning alone immediately? If you return to Tizon, when will you come back to the capital? Leicard's expression was cold. Probably late next spring. If there's anything to report, I will send a messenger. Alyssa leaned forward. Her eyes were full of astonishment. Just like that, that's it. She took a deep breath. Her cheeks flushed. What if I go to Tizon with you? Leicard interrupted her. Luden is nice. But Echeverria in the south is more suitable for the winter. It's a very livable place. He avoided Alyssa's gaze, staring at the tea in his cup. Once you get used to Luden, you should visit Echeverria too. Alyssa grit her teeth. A vein pulsed slightly at her temple. Why don't you just say it? You don't want me to go to Tizon at all? Alyssa stood up abruptly. If you're going to be like this, since we're already engaged, there will be many opportunities to go to Tizon in the future. Don't be too hasty. Leicard lowered his eyes. His expression was indifferent. I will remember that. Alyssa sat upright on the elegant couch. Her hands were folded on her knees. A polite smile was on her lips. The next time we meet will be at the ceremony. She boarded the carriage. Looking at the man standing there through the window, I will wear a deep purplisher dress. Leicard listened quietly. His gaze fell on her fingers resting on the window frame. I will leave my hair down. In a single braid, no longer in an up-down. I'll be on the lookout for it. Leicard nodded slightly. I'm also looking forward to seeing the Grand Duke in formal wear. The car. Ryaj slowly drove away. Alyssa leaned out the window to wave. Leicard stood alone before the magnificent palace gates. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, the carriage sped under the sun. Wheels rolled over the stone road. Kicking up fine dust, Henrik asked, What do you plan to wear for this banquet? Just find something inconspicuous. I'm afraid you can't have it your way this time, Leicard answered. Then choose the uniform of the Golden Knights. A wise choice, Henrik smiled. The maids are going to be excited for a while. On the day of the ceremony, flowers were in full bloom in the palace gardens. Carriages were lined up neatly on both sides of the red carpet. The fountain sparkled under the scorching sun. Leicard asked in a low voice, Are you nervous? Alyssa stood before the main hall doors. Her long red dress trailed on the stone steps. A little. Do you still remember the procedure for the ceremony? Alyssa took a deep breath. Her fingertips gripped her skirt tightly. I enter first. And then Leicard looked straight ahead. Just walk directly to the center of the hall. He turned his head. No need to be nervous. You are the protagonist today. The heavy doors slowly opened. Light poured out from the gap. His Grace, the Grand Duke of Tisan, and Lady Alyssa of the Marquisate of Lions. Entering, Likard extended his hand, clad in a black glove. Alyssa placed her fingertips in his palm. The two entered the hall side by side. Is that Lady Alyssa? She looks gentler than the rumors. I can't believe it. Such an angelic woman is actually engaged to that demon with an axe? Alyssa maintained an elegant smile. The ruby necklace around her neck was dazzling. Is that the late Duchess Margaret's heirloom? It seems the Grand Duke has truly fallen. He even kidnapped her after falling in love at first sight. She turned her head slightly, letting the faint whispers rise and fall behind her. Not only did he send all sorts of gifts, Hayes even giving her a title. The noble ladies covered their faces with folding fans, lowering their voices as they talked, but one has to admit, her beauty is indeed worthy of this honor. The Emperor sat in a high position, looking down at the woman below the steps. Your Highness, it is my honor to meet you both. He stopped before the throne. She elegantly lifted her skirt. Bowing, Your Majesty, the Emperor said, I am very pleased to meet the person who has caused such a stir in the capital. Come closer. Alyssa stepped forward. Her red silhouette appeared solitary in the empty hall. As you wish, Your Majesty. The Emperor raised his hand slightly. From now on, I hope you will serve the Empire. As the Countess of H. Alyssa knelt on one knee. It is my honor. The Emperor showed a satisfied smile. Today is truly a delightful day. A new Countess of Echevarria has been born. The Emperor spread his arms. My youngest brother has finally found a partner and gotten engaged. Welcome to the imperial family, Countess Echevarria and Likard. The Emperor looked at the man below the steps. Yes, Your Majesty. Likard bowed slightly. Alyssa followed suit. Thunderous applause erupted in the magnificent hall. Congratulations on finding your lifelong partner. This is my engagement gift to you both. The Emperor signaled to an attendant. Two guards carried a heavy wooden chest onto the red carpet. They placed it firmly before the two. I hope you will like my gift. The Emperor had a smile on his face. The lid of the chest slowly opened, making a dull rumble. That is, Alyssa held her breath. Inside the chest lay a pure white lace item. It shimmered under the lights. A bridal veil, only used in the most important ceremonies of the imperial family. Likard's expression was grave. Staring at the pile of exquisite white lace, he wants to use a mere engagement to solidify her status as a member of the imperial family. The Emperor looked at the two before him. With a gentle smile on his lips, I pray that the two of you can become a true family as soon as possible. His intention was so obvious, it was almost suffocating. Oh my, this is the first time I've seen the imperial family so active. The noble ladies gathered at the edge of the terrace, folding fans swaying gently in their hands, a veil and a title. It seems the imperial family has already accepted her, treating her as one of their own. I knew His Majesty doted on his younger brother, but I didn't expect it to go this far. Likard stood in the center of the hall. His expression was cold and stern. The engagement is just a formality. Alyssa is already the Grand Duchess in name. A silver-haired woman curled her lips slightly, staring at the figure in front. Grand Duke, I heard that after the ceremony, you will be departing for the Tisan territory. The Empress sat on the high throne. Her blue dress spread across the steps. Beside her, the Emperor turned his head, looking at Likard below. It seems the Empress has something to say to the Grand Duke. Likard nodded slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. The border cannot be left unguarded for long. I plan to return immediately. The Empress lowered her eyes. Her light blue hair slid over her shoulders. To be separated right after the engagement? That is truly heartbreaking. So, why not invite the Countess to Tisan as well? He reached out his hand, pointing at the two people in the center of the hall. Alyssa stood to the side with her hands folded. Likard's expression was cold and stern. What do you mean by this? There was a chill in the depths of Likard's eyes. The Emperor clapped in admiration. That is a wonderful idea. Tisan may be far away, but as long as you are together, you won't be lonely. The Emperor clapped in admiration. What a brilliant idea. Being separated immediately after the engagement would be far too sad. The noble ladies chimed in one after another, gently waving the folding fans in their hands. Indeed, that would be such a pity. A flicker of unease flashed through Alyssa's eyes. She originally thought they were just livening up the atmosphere. Now it seemed that was not the case. This wasn't a discussion at all. It was a conclusion that had already been set. Your consideration is truly dazzling. The Emperor continued to push the matter. The Grand Duke must be overjoyed. After all, no one wants to be apart from the one they love. Likard stood in silence. He turned his face. His expression was hidden in the play of light and shadow. He took a step toward Alyssa. His black boots stepped onto the red carpet. Stopping in front of her red skirt, He reached out a hand wearing a white glove. My fiancé, are you willing to accompany me to Tisan? Alyssa's pupils trembled slightly. Staring at the palm extended before her, this was an invitation that could not be refused. It was also a trap she had to step into. She lifted her red skirt, slowly bending her knees, bowing her head in salute. I would be more than happy to accept, Your Grace. The Emperor led the applause. The Empress beside him also wore a smile. Applause erupted in the hall like a tidal wave. The nobles all looked over. Witnessing this sudden decision, Alyssa Lyons's social debut drew to a close at this moment. She had officially become the Grand Duke's fiancée and would soon embark on a journey to Tisan. The applause echoed within the grand building. Lingering for a long time, everyone's gaze was focused on the center of the red carpet. On that seemingly perfect couple, the scene shifted to the distance. The sound of galloping hooves rang out urgently in the forest. A dull thud broke the silence. Dust flew into the air, signaling that new variables were approaching. The sound of hooves shattered the silence of the woods. 3 knights galloped at full speed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lady Alyssa. The knight's shout was swallowed by the wind. Roderick pulled the reins, turning his head to look at the colleagues behind him. Hey, you bastard. Keep your movements light. Don't startle our distinguished guest. She is the precious daughter of a noble northern family of 200 years. She must be treated with the utmost care. She probably hasn't even held anything heavier than a spoon, even if she needs to rest every 3 steps. You are absolutely not allowed to complain. Alyssa stood under a tree, holding a white horse. Her white dress swept across the grass. Welcome to Tisan. Your ladyship. The knights lined up in an orderly fashion to salute. We are the AAW knights responsible for escorting you. We have already prepared a horse and carriage for you, so please follow us. Alyssa stroked the horse's back. Can I ride around and take a look? How could someone who rides faster than a knight possibly be a delicate lady? Alyssa flipped herself onto the horse. Her white dress billowed in the wind. Her hair flew in the sunlight. Her eyes were full of excitement. Suddenly, she pulled the reins. Lady Alyssa, that way is the forest. The knight screamed at the top of his lungs from behind. She had already turned into a white disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. How could I have known the Countess had such a personality? The knight was drenched in sweat, desperately whipping his horse. But he could only watch as the figure in the distance grew smaller. His heart was pounding wildly. The sound of hooves was as urgent as a drumbeat, splashing gravel and soil. He suddenly pulled the horse's head around, roaring at his colleague, Go report to the Grand Duke. Immediately, Alyssa has broken into the forest. The shouts echoed through the woods. The white figure vanished into the dark greenery. The sound of hooves gradually faded. We must catch up immediately. Lady Alyssa. The knight's face was full of anxiety. He swung his whip forcefully. The knight beside him followed closely. The horses sprinted madly through the forest path. He leaned down close to the horse's neck. His eyes were fixed straight ahead. Sweat slid down his cheeks. Nothing must happen to her. He prayed repeatedly in his heart. Hooves trampled on grass and leaves, making a dull and urgent sound. Fallen leaves flew wildly in the air. Light and shadow receded rapidly between the tree trunks. A pitch-black cave entrance appeared ahead. Alyssa pulled the reins. The white horse stopped before the deep entrance. She entered that unknown dead silence all alone. Lady Alyssa? Shouts tore through the silence of the forest. She stood under the shadow of a tree holding the white horse. Her figure was a splash of red. Her long hair fell over her white dress. This forest is a restricted area. The knight suddenly pulled the reins. The horse neighed and raised its front hooves. With an anxious expression, he looked down at Alyssa. Lady Alyssa, please leave here immediately. He dismounted from his horse. Approaching quickly, fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. There was unease in his eyes. The crisp sound of breaking branches came from deep in the bushes. Alyssa turned her face, staring into the dark, dense forest. A black shadow was reflected in the white horse's eyes. The silhouette of a beast flashed in its pupils. Danger was approaching silently. Sharp claws crushed dead leaves, making a bone-chilling, grinding sound. The giant black beast lowered its body, revealing a hideous silhouette in the shadows. The white horse neighed in terror. Its front hooves suddenly kicked into the air. Alyssa was thrown backward. Her pupils contracted with fear. It's them. Prepare for battle. The knight unsheathed his sword. The sound of metal scraping was sharp and piercing. He held his sword across to block Alyssa. Please hide behind me. The other knight gripped his spear tightly. Taking a defensive stance back to back, his eyes were fixed on the depths of the forest. Low growls of Kaken monsters leaked from the shadows. 3 giant wolves slowly stepped into the light. Their bodies were covered in rock-like hard skin. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from their fangs. Their eerie green eyes locked onto their prey, ready to launch a deadly pounce at any moment. Damn it, the knight gritted his teeth. Cold sweat slid down his tense cheeks. he suddenly kicked off and leaped. His figure turned into a fast shadow. Prioritize protecting Lady Alyssa. Before his grace arrives, we must hold this place at all costs. He let out a roar. His long sword drew a silver arc in the air. A Kaken monster opened its bloody maw. A stench-filled wind blew toward him. The knight stepped aside and swung his sword. The blade precisely sliced through the beast's flesh. Blood splashed in midair. Ah! He let out an angry roar. His eyes turned sharp and bloodshot. The muscles in his arms bulged, desperately resisting the sharp teeth pouncing at him. The spear slammed heavily against the monster's back, making a dull thud upon impact. The Kaken remained motionless. Sparks flew off its hard fur. It couldn't pierce through Roderick's. Pupils constricted as the sword tip pressed against the monster's neck, but it felt like hitting iron and stone. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger went numb from the shock. The blade slid across the hard skin, leaving only a faint white mark. His face was pale. Large beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. I can't hurt it at all. The three giant beasts surrounded them in a fan shape, lowering their bodies and slowly approaching. A murky vibration came from their throats. Their anxious eyes locked onto their prey. Roderick held the spear across. His knuckles turned white from the force. His breathing became rapid and erratic. He desperately protected the retreat path behind him. A monster suddenly launched a surprise attack. A stench-filled wind blew toward him. He swung the spear to parry. The heavy force made his arms tremble violently. The defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Sharp claws swept across. Roderick let out a muffled groan. His body was sent flying heavily. Blood drew an arc in the air. The spear slipped from his hand, spinning and falling onto the grass. Lady Alyssa, run. Roderick fell to the ground, struggling to get up. His face was distorted with pain. Quickly, back away, Alyssa looked down at her feet. The spear lay quietly in the grass. Its tip flickered with a cold light. This is truly a well-maintained spear. Alyssa picked up the spear with one hand. I'll borrow this, a monster. Kaken leaped from behind. Its blood-red eyes were locked onto the back of her neck. Its foul-smelling maw was already open. Alyssa turned her head slightly. Her eyelids closed gently. Her expression was calm as usual, as if the killing intent behind her didn't exist. Please get back, Roderick roared loudly. His face was distorted with terror. He watched helplessly as Alyssa leaped up. Her figure drew an arc in the air. Alyssa gripped it with both hands. The spear dived down from a high point. The spearhead pierced the giant beast with the sound of breaking wind. Directly into the crown of its head, Alyssa stepped heavily onto the monster's skull. The white high-heeled sole struck the hard shell. The sound of bones shattering echoed dully. The Kaken's shell was as hard as rock. Unless one possessed incredible strength, it was impossible to cut through. If one attacked without thinking, it would only destroy the weapon. Alyssa adjusted her posture in midair. The spear spun between her fingertips. One must aim for the eyes or the mouth, or drive the blade into the gaps in the carapace. She dived down from high above, clenching the spear handle with both hands, aiming straight for the giant beast's open bloody maw. The Kaken let out a shrill wail. The spear tip pierced through the upper jaw, sinking directly into the depths of the throat. Blood gushed along the spear shaft. The giant beast's massive body trembled violently. Alyssa twisted the spear with the momentum. Metal and hard shell rubbed together violently. Sparks flew in the darkness. Her eyes were cold. She completely ended the monster's struggle. Alyssa knelt on one knee. Her fingertips touched the soil. As long as I collect all the black stones here, everything can be resolved. She stood up. The spear pointed diagonally toward the ground. Before the battle ends, make sure to collect all the black stones. Alyssa turned her head to look at the knight behind her. The knight gritted his teeth. Holding the sword across with both hands against the monster's maw, foul saliva dripped onto the blade. Are you saying, until everything ends? His arms trembled violently. Kakens were appearing in packs. 4 giant beasts lowered their bodies, slowly closing in from all sides. Low growls erupted from their throats. They are social creatures. The knights unsheathed their swords. The blades reflected the coldness in his eyes. His movements were efficient and swift. He had already locked onto the prey ahead. Alyssa was still waiting. Alyssa gripped the spear handle. A smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Let's finish off these troubles quickly. A pack of Kaken monsters charged. Heavy hooves trampled the grass, kicking up dust into the air. They closed in from all directions, blocking all retreat paths. The knight leaned forward and sprinted. His figure turned into a red after he charged hidden toward the giant beast. The long sword drew an arc in the air, precisely slicing through the monster's defense. The sharp blade pierced the hard carapace. Sparks flew everywhere. The knight gripped the sword hilt with both hands, taking advantage of the momentum to swing down forcefully, pinning the monster heavily to the ground. As expected of the knights of the Duchy of Tison, Alyssa stood by a pile of stones holding her spear with one hand. Her purple eyes observed the battlefield. Their movements were swift. The clearing speed was faster than expected. A Kakon attacked from the flank. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Alyssa. A low threat issued from its throat. It suddenly leaped up. Its claws lunged straight for her face. Her expression was calm. At this rate, it will be resolved soon. The black carapace shattered with a bang. Debris flew in all directions. Alyssa's purple pupils suddenly contracted. Her face turned pale. Staring at the tensed monster before her, how could it break? The spear slipped from her hand, flipping and falling in the air. Drawing a slanted arc, Lycard gripped a heavy axe with one hand. His red cape danced wildly in the wind. He suddenly swung his arm. The heavy axe swept out with a golden light. The sound of breaking wind was sharp and piercing. The axe blade precisely sliced through the air. Lycard's figure was as steady as a rock. He threw the weapon with all his might. Alyssa held her head with both hands. Curling her body, her long hair covered her face. The axe flew past the top of her head. The sound of a heavy impact exploded in her ears. Metal and hard objects collided violently. The heavy axe sliced through the air. The blade sank deep into the ground behind Alyssa. The bone handle trembled violently. Black gravel fell like raindrops. Splashing onto her purple dress, Alyssa froze in place. Her pupils contracted with shock. She slowly raised her head. Looking at the tall figure in front of her, Your Grace Lycard was gasping for breath. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. His expression was tense. Alyssa, he suddenly reached out, gripping her tightly. The force on her shoulders caused the fabric to wrinkle. Are you okay? Lycard leaned in close. His gaze swept over Alyssa repeatedly, confirming if she was injured. His breathing was still rapid. His chest heaved up and down. Alyssa was held by the shoulders. Her body leaned back slightly. Bumping into his hard armor, he was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curled up. Fine. Alyssa showed a brilliant smile. Her eyes regained their usual vibrancy. She pointed her finger at the Are there more of these things here? Alyssa pointed at the pile of stones on the ground. This kind of thing. They looked like the incarnation of some kind of magical beast. Scattered among the soil, Lycard breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you aren't seriously injured. He lowered his eyelids, hiding his lingering fear. About the matter of this forest, I will explain it to you later. He turned his hand, guarding Alyssa's side. Roderick. Olivier. Lycard called their names in a cold voice. The two knights immediately straightened their backs, placing their right hands over their chests in a salute. At your command, Your Grace. Their expressions were solemn. Can the knights of the Tisan territory not even protect a single person? A chill emanated from Lycard's body. His eyes were hidden in shadow. Roderick broke into a cold sweat. Am dead? He wailed in his heart. I will not hold anyone accountable for the responsibility of letting the future Grand Duchess enter the forest, but in exchange, everything seen today must be kept absolutely secret. The knights' faces were filled with shock. The future Grand Duchess. They looked at each other. Then they bowed their heads to accept the order. Yes, your subordinates will keep it in mind. Clean up the scene and return to the city. Lycard put his arm around Alyssa's shoulder, leading her to turn and leave. Alyssa let out a soft exclamation. Please, don't forget to take those stones with you. Sunlight spilled over the magnificent castle spires of the Tisan territory. Alyssa sat in front of the dressing mirror, allowing the maid to tend to her. Purplish-haired long hair. The mirror reflected her slightly gloomy face. When she said she was returning to the castle, of course, she didn't mean returning to the main Tisan residence, right? Alyssa stared at herself in the mirror, remembering Lycard's tone at the time. The Countess should go back to Lilith Villa. He actually said it so casually. Daisy stood behind her. Her fingertips ran through Alyssa's hair. Since you received that villa as a gift, you should live there. You should be on my side. Alyssa suddenly turned her head. It has been a whole month since I came to Tisan. I haven't even seen the Grand Duke once. She stood up, walking to the window, looking at the long line of carriages outside the estate. From morning to night, all I have done is receive those visitors lining up outside the estate. This kind of life is simply endless. Visitors crowded outside the window, just to catch a glimpse of the Grand Duke's fiancée's true face, that ignorant young lady from the north. Visitors from the family of Baron Gretz, please come in. The butler pushed open the heavy wooden door, stepping aside to signal, it's finally our turn. Hurry up! The attendant guided everyone through the corridor. Leather shoes stepped on the red carpet, making a dull echo. I will lead you to the reception room. A green-haired man blended in at the end of the crowd. His steps were light and silent. He observed the layout of the guards around him. As long as the infiltration is successful, the rest will be easy. A first-class assassin of the Gleason family, he pulled into the shadow of the corridor corner. His gaze locked onto the door in the distance. His movements were as agile as a cat. disappearing behind a magnificent pillar. So this is that ignorant young lady from the north. No wonder the internal security is so terrible. The assassin crouched in the shadow of the pillar. His fingertips held a silver badge. That was meant to turn the owner of the territory into a sacrifice for the pagan believers. He let out a cold laugh. What are those? Stepping toward the depths of the corridor, he suddenly stopped. Sensing a slight flow of air behind him, he turned around quickly. His pupils dilated with extreme fear. A white light exploded before his eyes. His vision was instantly swallowed by the strong light. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. The sound of bones shattering echoed in the corridor. The assassin's body went limp, falling heavily onto the wooden floor. The badge in his hand slipped out. His fingertips twitched weakly. Ha! Alyssa stood in the shadow of the porch. Her pupils were filled with coldness. She looked down at the body on the ground. There are really too many visitors today. Lilith Villa stood under the moonlight. The white stone walls shimmered with a cold light. The entire building was shrouded in dead silence. The window axle made a subtle grinding sound. A window was slowly pushed open. A faint blue light from indoors leaked through the gap. A dark shadow flipped inside. It landed lightly on the thick carpet. The door to the bedroom was pushed open. The target was just ahead. Alyssa lay on the large bed. She was clad in red. Her long hair was scattered across the pillow. Her eyes were tightly closed. Her breathing was steady and deep. The assassin stood at the head of the bed. A black cloth masked his face. Only a pair of cold eyes were visible. Target confirmed. He slowly drew a dagger. The tip of the blade was aimed at the sleeping Alyssa. The dagger cut through the air. The assassin gripped the hilt tightly. He stabbed toward the bed with all his might. The blade flashed like a cold lake. Alyssa suddenly opened her eyes. She tilted her head to avoid the fatal blow. She let her hair scatter in the wake of the sword's energy. The assassin's eyes were filled with shock. His pupils trembled violently with fear. The attack missed instantly. A bright light exploded in midair. The hand holding the assassin's sword was firmly pinned down. Bones let out an unbearable cracking sound. The dagger flew out of his hand. It flipped several times in the air. Alyssa caught the dagger with a backhand grip. Do you know up until now how many intruders have sneaked in like this? Alyssa sat with her bare feet dangling off the edge of the bed. Her toes lightly touched the floor. I don't care which of you comes, but at least let me get a good night's sleep. She stood firm with one hand on her hip. Her right hand held the captured dagger in a reverse grip. She rested it against her own shoulder. Fatigue showed between her brows. She opened one eye. She stared at the intruder before her. The assassin froze in place. His pupils constricted in extreme shock. What? He stared at the weapon that had been snatched away. His fingertips trembled slightly. A cold glint flashed in the assassin's eyes. I knew something was wrong. No wonder none of the previous comrades could return. He retreated to the edge of the windowsill. His back was against the cold moonlight. His gaze was locked onto the girl in front of him. I never expected that the future Grand Duchess would actually be such a monster. The assassin reached out to grab the window frame. An eerie purple light seeped from between his fingers. He exerted sudden force. He tried to flip over and escape from this bedroom. The assassin crouched on the edge of the terrace. But this time, we came prepared. He let out a cold sneer. Do you know? Just to deal with one girl? How many top assassins were mobilized? A cold light flashed in his eyes. You definitely won't survive this time. Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning pierced through his chest. The assassin let out a shrill scream. His body convulsed violently in the electric light. His consciousness collapsed instantly. He fell heavily onto the cold floor. Alyssa stood where she was. She looked down at the body slumped at her feet. She looked up toward the front. It seems I didn't arrive too late. A voice came from deep within the shadows. Judith pulled back her hood. Her short silver hair shimmered under the moonlight. It has been a long time. Lady Alyssa? A faint smile hung on her lips. Behind her stood several neutralized assassins. I have completed the embroidery you requested. I specifically rushed here to deliver it. Alyssa's eyes were full of surprise. Judith, she reached out and touched the soft fabric. Her fingertips brushed over the fine stitches. Just as I requested. It's perfect. Alyssa sat back on the sofa. She looked at the captives kneeling on the floor. I knew. Leaving this to you was the right choice. Thank you for your hard work, Judith. Judith bowed slightly. I am glad you are satisfied. Then, I shall take my leave now. Judith turned her head toward the corner. Do you need me to dispose of that person for you? The assassin sat slumped on the ground. A twisted smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Do you think it's over just by getting rid of me? You have no idea how many members our guild has. Judith remained expressionless. Make him shut up. The knight nodded slightly. As you wish, master. He raised his hand and struck the back of the assassin's neck. The assassin let out a muffled groan. He went completely limp. Alyssa fell into deep thought. She let out a soft hum. She looked down at the unconscious man. Who hired you? The assassin barely managed to open his eyes. His gaze was dark and sinister. Do you think ill? Just say it out loud. We never reveal information about our clients. No matter what you do, you won't get the answer you want. So just give up. It was Baron Gretz. Judith interrupted him calmly. She looked at the assassin being pinned to the floor by her colleague. Rumor has it the Baron has always desired to place his daughter in the position of Grand Duchess. Judith's eyes showed no emotion. At first, he tried to brand you as an evil heretic. To dissolve the engagement, since Lady Alyssa didn't play by the rules, they could only resort to such extreme measures. She looked at the dagger and the crucifix on the floor. Her gaze was indifferent. Did they really think this would work? Judith shook her head slightly. If it were me, I would never have accepted such a commission. It seems the guild leader lacks judgment. Alyssa revealed a bright smile. You're wonderful, Judith. You have now become the true leader of Croya, haven't you? The assassin jerked his head up. Cold sweat dripped down his chin. Croya. The leader who revived the Croya Guild is actually this young girl. Judith turned her face away. Her expression was humble. This is all thanks to Lady Alyssa's support. The assassin stared intently at the girl before him. If the leader of Croya visits in person, she is definitely no ordinary noble lady. Alyssa sat on the sofa. Her posture was elegant. Judith did it all herself. Excellent. Alyssa stood up, leaning against the back of the chair. Well then, now. She stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet. She walked toward the group of uninvited guests. As for these troubles, Alyssa folded her hands over her chest. Her gaze swept across the messy floor. Whoever caused this mess should be the one to clean it up. The logs in the fireplace of the Tisan main castle crackled. The firelight illuminated the magnificent hall. Leichardt sat tall in a high-backed chair. His back exuded an air of majesty. Did you kill him? Alyssa picked up an exquisite teacup. He stopped his movements. He stared at the reflection in the cup. The corners of Alyssa's mouth curled up. Her eyes were full of smiles. Not yet. Leichardt sat in the armchair and nodded slightly. Well done. I will arrange a cleaner for you. From now on, that team will be responsible for handling the guests on your side. He kept his back turned to Alyssa. His tone was flat. If you're in a hurry, you can just kill him. It's fine. Leichardt stared out the window. But don't bother burying him. It's more of a hassle to dig him up for cleaning afterward. Alyssa remained silent. She stared at the man's back. Do you have nothing else to say? Like an apology? Or asking, are you okay? He lowered his eyelids. His expression showed a hint of gloom. It seems the privileges given to the future Grand Duchess exceeded their expectations. So this kind of thing will happen again in the future. Leichardt stood up. He walked toward the fireplace. Perhaps it's time to strengthen the security of Lilith Palace? He stopped before the fire. His back appeared lonely and cold. Alyssa stared at the man in front of her. To him, all of this was just ordinary. Leichardt sat on a bench. He turned his face to the side. Do you have any other questions? His whole life had been spent under surveillance and targeting. Even if his fiancé's life was threatened, it was just another expected accident. Alyssa lowered her eyelids. She masked the emotions in her eyes. Forget it. You can handle that part as you wish. The teacup sat still on the table. Steam rose slowly. It swirled in the air. Alyssa turned around. But Alyssa leaned down. Her fingertips pressed against the marble tabletop. For the sake of your Grace's reputation, I have been maintaining my silence and restraint. But now, it seems someone thinks I am weak and easily bullied. She suddenly applied force with her fingertips. The hard stone surface instantly cracked. Fine cracks spread in all directions. From now on, Alyssa straightened her body. A smile hung on her lips, but there was no warmth in her eyes. I will do things my own way. Is that a problem? Thick smoke billowed from the palace spires. Tongues of fire licked the stone walls. Urgent alarms tore through the sky. Evacuate, evacuate quickly. Alyssa lay on her back on the large bed. She was stretching. There really isn't a day of peace here. Annie and Daisy suddenly pushed the door open. Their expressions were panicked. Miss, you must leave here immediately. Alyssa sat up. Her hair fell over her shoulders. What is it? Annie rushed to the bedside. The Emerald Tower is on fire. Quick, come with me. Alyssa was surrounded by maids as they headed toward the exit. A fire? She covered her nose and mouth with a handkerchief. Her gaze gradually turned cold. I did expect them to attack directly. I just didn't expect them to dare set a fire in the palace. The east wing has been sealed off. Take her out quickly. A guard pulled open a carriage door. Lady Alyssa, please come this way. Alyssa stopped in her tracks. Isn't the fire over by the tower? The guard's expression was grave. The fire might spread. It's safer to evacuate first. We are going to the Tisan estate. Alyssa turned her head. She watched the thick smoke in the distance. Let's go. The carriage jolted through the woods. Dead silence fell inside the carriage. Alyssa sat side by side with Annie. Daisy gripped her hands tightly. The carriage suddenly shook violently. Daisy slammed against the carriage door. She let out a cry of surprise. Stop. The guard tightened the reins. The warhorse neighed. Identify yourselves. Move one more step, and we will attack. Two people in black crouched in the grass. They blocked the way. The knight asked, Who are you? A woman in black crouched in the grass. We are friends of Lady Alyssa. As soon as you mention the name Judith, she will understand. Alyssa pushed open the carriage door. Holding her skirt, she jumped down from the carriage. She walked quickly toward the front. Annie leaned half her body out. Her expression was anxious. Miss, where are you going? Alyssa stopped in front of the people in black. Please step aside. She turned her head toward the guard. You should step back to... The guard looked conflicted. But, Lady Alyssa? It's all right. Judith lowered her eyes. Today's attack on the detached palace was orchestrated by Count Combat. I noticed something strange, so I rushed over. Unfortunately, I was still a step too late. Alyssa repeated the name, Count Combat. Judith looked up. Bill, Count Combat, intends to get rid of you. He wants to have his daughter Lily Combat take your place and become the new Grand Duchess. The Tyson territory is remote. It is indeed an excellent place to forge an accident. Alyssa turned her face. Her gaze was cold. Alyssa looked straight ahead. Thank you. I have a new task for you. Gretz, Geronimo, Stromo, Moro, Cope, Combat. Investigate the movements of these 6 families. No matter the cost. I don't care. Judith pulled her hood, a request from a friend of Croya. Is naturally extraordinary. Alyssa handed over a cloth bag. These are gray pearl sea diamonds. There are 15 inside. They are worth at least 30,000 gold coins. She turned around. Her hair caught the wind. A smile played on her lips. Keep the rest for yourselves too, buy snacks. The study was brightly lit. Alyssa pushed open the heavy wooden door. Her footsteps echoed in the silent hallway. Henrik stood in the center of the study. The fire was extinguished within 20 minutes. The outer wall of the tower was slightly damaged. The overall impact is minor. There were no casualties either. Likard sat at the desk. The quill in his hand kept moving. Very well announced to the public that it was an accident caused by negligence. Track down the arsonist to the end. Deal with them thoroughly. We must never let this happen again. Henrik bowed slightly. Understood. Additionally, Lady Alyssa has just arrived at the main house. Perhaps she can accompany you for dinner. Likard remained silent. His amber pupils showed no movement. The dining table was spread with a feast. Henrik stood to the side. Please, you must listen to our advice. Your Grace. Valdemar stood beside Likard. His expression was anxious. Father is right. You must let Alyssa stay at the estate. He pressed his hand on the back of Likard's chair. This is the only way to ensure her safety. Please reconsider. Likard closed his eyes. His brows were tightly knit. He didn't say a word. Alyssa sat at the dining table. She looked at them. She whispered in Likard's ear. Do they really have to report on work during dinner time? It sounds more like nagging. Likard put down his wine glass. He turned his head to the side. Lady Alyssa. Alyssa put down her utensils. Her expression was respectful. Yes, Your Grace. Until the restoration of Lilith Villa is complete, stay in the main house. How about it? During the repair period, there will be many people around. Security work will become very difficult. Alyssa revealed a smile. Of course, I don't mind. It just so happens I plan to go hunting every day. Likard looked away. You and your attendants will live in the annex. From the day after tomorrow, you are forbidden from entering the main house. Alyssa's smile froze. Wait, what did you just say? I finally got to see him. Likard's face was cold. Unless it is absolutely necessary, please do not leave the annex. A hint of gloom flashed in Alyssa's eyes. He refused to see me for an entire month. And now he wants to put me under house arrest? She forced a smile. Her voice trembled. Then am I not even allowed to go for a walk? Likard lowered his eyelids. Even if you wanted to go, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to. Likard pushed back his chair. He stood up. I still have official business to handle. Please excuse me. He stopped in his tracks. He turned his head to look at Alyssa by the dining table. I am glad you weren't hurt. Going through all this must be very exhausting. Please rest well. Alyssa tilted her head up. Her expression was startled. Your Grace. Likard turned around. Alyssa, remember to lock your door when you sleep. Alyssa sat blankly in her seat. Fine. Tears welled up in her eyes. I specifically rushed to the main house, and as a result, I can't even go hunting. Likard walked out of the dining room. His footsteps didn't hesitate in the slightest. Lock your door. Alyssa cut the food on her plate. He really is a strange person. The maid stood behind her. He really is an unpredictable man. To be honest, Hay's too difficult to get along with. Alyssa tilted her head. Doubt showed in her eyes. Night enveloped the study. The wall lamps emitted a faint light. The books on the shelves were neatly arranged. Likard was holding a quill. His fingertips suddenly trembled. The nib drew messy ink marks across the paper. He clutched his chest. He coughed violently. Blood splattered onto the white letter paper, staining the handwriting red. Likard leaned his body forward, trying to stabilize his center of gravity. The quill slipped from between his fingers. He fell from the chair, slamming heavily onto the floor. It made a muffled thud. Henrik suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression was horrified. Your Grace. Likard lay on the ground. His breathing was ragged. Blood hung at the corner of his mouth. His pupils trembled from the pain. Henrik pounded on the door. Your Grace, what happened to you? Likard gritted his teeth. Step back. Don't come in. Henrik covered his mouth. His expression was panicked. If you need anything, please call for me at any time. Likard leaned against the cabinet. Sweat soaked his hair. I am fine. He sat slumped on the floor. His vision gradually blurred. The sound of his breathing echoed in the empty room. Likard's fingers suddenly dug into the tabletop. Blood flowed from between his fingers. Broken moans were squeezed from deep in his throat. Blood splattered onto the embroidered cuffs. His body trembled violently. His amber pupils glazed over from pain. Dark red kept overflowing from the corner of his mouth. His breathing became heavy and erratic. Likard's knees hit the ground. He propped up his body with both hands. Blood pooled into a puddle on the wooden floor. He lowered his head, gasping for air. I must return to the bedroom while Im's still conscious. He stood up with difficulty, leaning against the wall. His eyes were filled with suppressed exhaustion. Blood dripped from his chin. Likard staggered toward the end of the hallway. His back looked thin in the empty corridor. Damn it, he cursed in a low voice. A long and endless history of pain, like a punishment passed down through generations, has continued to this day. It had descended upon the 26th generation Grand Duke of the Tison family. Ancestors of previous generations had summoned countless famous doctors to find a cure to alleviate the pain, but it was always to no avail. Some prayed devoutly. Some twisted prayers into curses. The knuckles of hands gripping crucifixes turned white. Those who could not bear the torture smashed everything in sight, even resorting to glass shards were flying everywhere. Likard collapsed in a pool of blood. His hands were clutching the ground tightly. The agonizing pain took away his strength to move. Sweat and blood were mixed together. When the second red moon rose, a wave of pain struck along with it. Any poison or elixir lost its effectiveness. No matter how many potions he poured down, it was all in vain. Likard looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. This was why he had to endure this never-ending torture. Likard began to resent the late emperor, the man who passed the cursed blood to him. If he had killed him while he was still alive, would the pain have eased even a little? The childless emperor had pushed him into the position of Grand Duke. This was not a gift at all, but a curse of eternal suffering? Likard hung his head. Dried blood remained at the corners of his mouth. A silent sigh escaped from his throat. Maybe I should just kill them all. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. His amber pupils were burning in the dark. Kill all those who make me suffer. To endure for another 10 days, until the red moon sets again? Likard leaned against the wall, staggering toward the end of the hallway. That's right, it would be enough to just kill them all. Branches and leaves swayed outside the window. Moonlight pierced through the clouds. It spilled onto the quiet top of the tower. Alyssa straightened her long purple dress. Anne put a sun hat on her from behind. The two entered the Duke's mansion. The butler stood in the middle of the hall. He bowed in greeting. Welcome, my lady. Alyssa stopped in her tracks. Has the Grand Duke not woken up yet? The butler looked troubled. He bowed his head to avoid her gaze. I'm afraid you have to head back for today. The Grand Duke is feeling unwell. Likard Tison actually gets sick. Alyssa frowned slightly. Has a doctor seen him? Sweat broke out on the butler's forehead. A doctor has already seen him. His condition is not very good. He is currently resting. Alyssa pressed further. Is it very serious? The butler's expression was tense. He doesn't get sick often, so this time the situation is quite bad. The butler's expression was solemn. When the Grand Duke is ill, he never lets anyone get close to him. He becomes exceptionally sensitive. Likard lay on the large bed. His face was deathly pale. His breathing was weak. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Alyssa looked out the window. The sky was gloomy. It is truly a pity you came all this way on a day like this. She shook her head gently. There's no need to feel sorry. When did he go to sleep? The butler answered in a low voice. Just a short while ago. Alyssa looked at Anne behind her. Everyone's clothes got soaked on the way here. Can we rest for a bit before we leave? The butler looked troubled. On such a cold day, it is indeed improper to walk around in wet clothes. But the Grand Duke's will is hard to predict. The corners of Alyssa's mouth curled up slightly. She showed a gentle smile. I'll just go and give a simple greeting. While my companions are resting, why not just ask him in person? Likard Tison, the man known as the Demon, he had been pierced by sharp swords. He had been shot through by arrows. yet not a single scar was ever left on his body. And now, he actually says, "Hayes, sick." He doesn't seem to have been attacked, nor is there any sign of poisoning. Alyssa stared at the butler's face. His reaction was truly abnormal. "I'll go in by myself. I'll just take a look and come right out." The butler looked panicked. He reached out as if to stop her, but then he pulled back. "I wouldn't dare to stop you. My lady, let me lead the way." The heavy door was pushed open. There was dead silence inside the bedroom. Leichardt lay alone on the large bed. There were no servants attending to him. Alyssa looked around. There were no guards in the hallway. She couldn't even see a single knight. Is he really sensitive to this extent when Hayes sick? She walked slowly to the bedside. Leichardt's eyes were tightly closed. His face was as pale as paper. Sweat soaked the strands of hair on his forehead. He was breathing rapidly. A trace of saliva overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His body was trembling slightly in his coma, as if he were enduring immense pain. Alyssa leaned over to observe. So even a person like him can have such a vulnerable moment? She reached out her hand. Her fingertips touched the back of his hand. A burning body temperature came through the skin. He has a fever. His body is alarmingly hot. Alyssa grabbed that trembling hand. She recalled the scene of their first meeting. He looked just like this back then too, as if he were enduring some kind of agonizing pain. Leichardt's furrowed brows relaxed a bit. His breathing gradually became steady. By holding his hand, he actually really calmed down. Alyssa folded her hands together. She tightly held Leichart's burning palm. Could human body temperature alleviate his pain? If that's the case, why did he drive everyone away? Leichardt walked alone in the dark corridor. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty mansion. He leaned against the wall, staggering as he pushed open the door. Alyssa lay on the large bed. Her eyes were closed tightly. She had fallen into a deep sleep. Leichhardt leaned down. He gazed at her sleeping face. His breathing gradually became rapid. Alyssa's eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze met that face so close at hand. "Your Grace." Leichhardt leaned down. His hair covered his eyes. Sweat dripped down his jaw. Sorry. Alyssa. His hands were braced against the edge of the bed. His body was trembling violently. Shadows loomed over the sleeping girl. "This must be very confusing for you." Leichardt suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of pleading and endurance. "But please." He struggled to utter broken syllables. "Give me your hand." Alyssa sat up abruptly. "Your Grace." Leichardt leaned closer. His hands tightly locked with her fingertips. "Don't let go of my hand." Alyssa held her breath. She watched the man close at hand. His face was deathly pale. Sweat slid down his cheeks. Leichardt lowered his eyelids. Sorry," he said as his strength left his body. He suddenly fell forward. Pressing heavily against the edge of the bed, Alyssa froze in place. She let Leichardt fall into her arms and settle down. Leichardt's arms wrapped around her. His forehead rested against her shoulder. His breathing was heavy. He actually just fell asleep. Sunlight pierced through the white gauze curtains. It spilled onto the messy bed. Leichardt slowly opened his eyes. His amber pupils regained their clarity. He sat up. He watched the sleeping Alyssa beside him. He was still holding her hand tightly. A faint warmth came from her fingertips. Leichardt had a complex expression. "I don't remember ever sleeping in a bed. This sense of peace is far too foreign." Flames danced in the fireplace. Leichardt watched the firelight. "Was I moved here in my sleep?" He lowered his eyelids. His amber pupils stared at his own palm. When holding Alyssa's hand, the pain indeed disappeared. Leichardt reached out his fingertips. He gently touched the back of Alyssa's hand. Just by doing this, the curse stopped spreading. Alyssa was still deep in sleep. Her breathing was steady. "She is my salvation." Leichardt woke up with a start. His body was stiffly braced on the edge of the bed. He watched beside him. She slowly opened her eyes. The sunlight was a bit dazzling. She subconsciously raised her hand to block it. A muffled sound escaped from her throat. Alyssa let out a yawn. She stretched her arms. Thinking of that man from yesterday, it felt a bit different. She suddenly looked down at her hands. Her pupils constricted. "He let go of my hand. Where did he go?" Alyssa looked around. "It should be fine to let go for a while, right?" Leichardt sat by the bed. He propped his chin on one hand. A slight smile hung on his lips. "You're awake." Alyssa sat up in bed. "You're already up. How does the pain feel today?" Alyssa grabbed his hand back. Their fingertips touched. "I should be the one asking you that." Leichardt lowered his eyelids. He watched their overlapping hands. "Was the bed uncomfortable to sleep in?" Alyssa showed a smile. "It was fine. Is the atmosphere a bit different?" Alyssa sat among the bedding. Could it be that she regained clarity just because we held hands? Leichardt lowered his gaze. "I must look very strange right now." Alyssa shook her head gently. "Not at all. Your Grace." She gazed at the man's side profile. "More than strange. I'm mostly curious. Can you tell me exactly what happened?" Leichardt fell into silence. After a long while, he finally spoke. Fine, but you must promise me one thing. You must never let anyone know that you have noticed any of this. He lowered his voice. His expression was solemn, although the specific reason is not yet clear. The pain that I endure is like an invisible shackle. Lycard stared into the void. If I leave Tisan, I cannot survive. Alyssa suddenly leaned her body forward, her pupils constricted. What? But last time at the Dolores ruins? Lycard closed his eyes, hiding the exhaustion in his eyes. Do you remember how I looked when we first met? If I leave Tisan, I will become like that. He curled his lips and saw. The pain that day was relatively minor. Alyssa held her breath. She watched the man's side profile. And now Lycard turned his head. His gaze fell on her face. When the second crescent moon rises, it feels as if my body is being torn apart. His tone was steady, describing the extreme torture, a burning sensation, a stinging pain. Immense power is crushing my bones. Twisting, gripping pain. All the pain explodes in an instant. Lycard lowered his eyelids. No doctor can help me. Alyssa lowered her eyes. Her expression was worried. Your Grace. Lycard turned his head. He watched her face. You don't need to make that expression, because I met a remarkable person. Alyssa froze in place. Who is that person? Lycard looked straight at her. The smile in his eyes deepened. Alyssa pressed her fingertips to her cheek. Her expression was hesitant. Could it be that you're referring to me? Lycard called out softly. Alyssa. He reached out and held her fingertips. His grip was firm. Just as you proposed a deal to me, I want to make a suggestion to you too. Alyssa tilted her head slightly. Her pupils were full of confusion. A suggestion? Lycard held both of her hands. As long as I am in Tisan and feeling pain, please hold my hand. Miss Alyssa, as long as it doesn't involve the imperial family, you can ask for any reward from me. Lycard lowered his eyelids. His eyes showed a trace of annoyance. I don't mind other things, but dealing with the imperial family is too troublesome. Alyssa gave an awkward smile. As long as it doesn't involve the imperial family, anything is fine. She watched the man before her. I only need to hold your hand. Lycard nodded slightly. Yes. Alyssa put her finger to her chin. She was deep in thought. Can I make a request every time we hold hands? Or is this a one-time chance? Lycard watched her. That depends on the specific request. Alyssa raised her face. Is just holding hands tightly enough? Lycard's expression softened. That is already more than enough. Since we are holding hands right now, you can directly ask for what you want. Alyssa's eyes flickered. I want the aquamarine jewelry set from Lilith's workshop. Lycard let out a chuckle. He propped his chin on one hand, looking composed. Just that. If you want it, I can give you a set every time we hold hands. That aquamarine jewelry set is actually already yours. If you want to own it permanently, I can sign the transfer documents right now. Alyssa leaned back abruptly. He actually equated that kind of treasure to holding hands. Lycard's expression darkened slightly. His tone became serious. But I have one additional condition. Alyssa lowered her head. As expected, it wasn't going to be that simple. What is the condition? Lycard leaned close to her ear. Never let anyone find out that as long as I hold your hand, my pain will disappear, especially the Emperor, or anyone who possesses royal blood. Alyssa was full of confusion. Why the imperial family? Aren't they your relatives? Lycard let go of her hand. Because once they find out, you will be crowned the Grand Duchess of Tisan tomorrow. But I hope this relationship can last a bit longer. Alyssa froze in place. Her breath hitched. What do you mean by that? The two sat side by side on the edge of the bed. Lycard fell into silence. He slowly raised his head. He looked straight ahead. Alyssa, do not marry me. Alyssa snapped her head around. What on earth is he talking about? Yesterday he looked like he was about to cry. He wouldn't let go of my hand, clutching it tightly. And now he says he doesn't want to marry me? What a joke. Alyssa stared at Lycard's side profile. What kind of game is he playing? Even if I'm just a living painkiller. If he really loved me, shouldn't he at least tell a lie and say that he wants to marry me? This kind of attitude, it's really infuriating. Alyssa sat before the mirror. She let the maid comb her long hair. Her chest was heaving with anger. It's really infuriating. Should I take one of his castles every time we hold hands? In short, I've been dumped. And in the cruelest way possible, waking up in the morning, holding the hand of the person who broke into the room, only to be met with a rejection. Alyssa gazed at herself in the mirror. This isn't the first time. Back then, on the lawn, she knelt on the ground, reaching out her hand to Lycard. He had also been so indifferent. Only when he needs something. Does he act so desperately? Alyssa grit her teeth. A shadow covered most of her face. How can there be such an ungrateful man in this world? She suddenly stamped her foot. The ground cracked. Tiny fissures appeared, making a dull sound. While straightening her hair, Anne showed a smile. It seems His Grace does have feelings for you. My lady, His Grace always stays alone when he is sick. But today, He spent the whole day with you. Alyssa's eyes were vacant. She stared into space. No, it's not like that. Anne continued to fix her hair. If you go to visit him again today, everyone will be convinced of one thing, that without Alyssa by his side, His Grace wouldn't be able to make it through the pain. Alyssa's face was grim. A chill radiated from her entire body. It's not like that. She stood up abruptly. Her movement brought a sudden gust of wind. Anne shrank her shoulders in fear. She bowed her head in apology. Sorry, my lady. I just thought you two were getting along very well. Outside, torrential rain was pouring. Rain washed over the plants in the courtyard. Alyssa walked in the rain, holding an umbrella. Daisy followed closely behind. She lowered her voice. Although Anne said that, but to be honest, Daisy pushed up her glasses. Her gaze was sincere. Seeing you being so cherished by His Grace, I'm actually very happy. Recalling the past, you used to always be the one to go and see the Grand Duke. The servants of Tisan Castle were all whispering in private, saying that you like him far more than he likes you. Alyssa stopped in her tracks. She turned her face. Is that so? Anne lowered her hat. Don't pay any attention to those people. They don't know anything. Alyssa stared ahead. So, that's how it is. I originally wanted to forget about the matters at the hospital and all the entanglements. She stood before the magnificent stone gates. Holding her umbrella, her figure stood isolated in the rain. But now, I want those rumors to spread even further. The corners of Alyssa's mouth hooked up. Her eyes were ice. You'll make everyone think Hay's the one who is head over heels for me. A picture flashed in her mind. Leichardt kneeling on one knee, clinging to her hand and not letting go, with a face full of obsession. Only then, will I feel a bit better? Rain dripped from the eaves, making a crisp sound. Alyssa stepped toward that closed door. Alyssa pushed open the door. She leaned halfway in. Your Grace. Leichardt was collapsed by the bed. His body was curled up. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead. His breathing was heavy and ragged. Leichardt let out a muffled groan. He slowly opened his eyes. Alyssa. Alyssa rushed to the bedside. She knelt on the floor, holding his shoulders. Sorry, I came late. Alyssa's purple pupils trembled. What happened? You clearly said you could hold on for a while. Leichardt's pupils regained a trace of clarity. It really is better to see you. Much better. Alyssa lowered her eyes. Her expression was complex. I shouldn't lose my temper with a patient. She held Leichardt's hand and asked softly, when I touch you, how exactly does the pain disappear? Leichhardt closed his eyes, a weak smile playing on his lips. Wherever you place your hand, the pain recedes from that spot. Alyssa leaned down, her fingertips lightly touching his forehead. Will this make the headache go away too? Leichardt lay on the pillow and let out a soft chuckle. Just holding your hand is enough. Alyssa withdrew her palm. Then, should I remove my hand from your forehead? Leichardt suddenly reached out, tightly clutching the back of her hand. Please, just leave it there. A drop of sweat slid down the corner of his eye. His amber eyes were full of longing, as if he were grasping at his last lifeline. Alyssa froze in place, gazing at him in this state. Seeing him so desperate, the anger that had been surging just now actually subsided. And there's one more thing. Alyssa's expression turned solemn. Once the pain is gone, how long does this relief last? Leichardt lay on the bed. As long as I'm holding your hand, it's fine. But once you let go, the pain slowly returns. Eventually becoming as agonizing as before, he raised his arm. To cover his eyes, his amber pupils trembled through the gaps between his fingers. His face was pale. Alyssa stood stunned. You never said the pain would return after I let go. Even just a moment of peace is worth being grateful for. He looked down at their overlapping hands. The more she thought about it, the more sorrowful it felt. To have such a strong body, yet suffer such torment every red moon night. Leichardt turned his head and gazed at her face. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Alyssa sat by the bed, both hands tightly clasping his palm. Because I pity you. Leichardt was silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh. If that's the case, could you stay for the sake of this pitiful man? Alyssa's purple pupils slightly contracted. As she gazed at his face, which was filled with vulnerability, Alyssa looked down at him. Am I not staying here right now? Leichardt lay on the bed, his gaze weak. The annex is too far from here. He struggled to raise his hand. Holding a golden key between his fingertips, the metal clinked with a faint sound. Take this. Alyssa took the key and held it in her palm. Observing what it was, Leichardt closed his eyes. The key to the Grand Duchess's bedchamber. Give it to Henrik. He will take you there. Alyssa stood at the end of the corridor. Facing the closed, heavy wooden door, Henrik bowed slightly. The bedchamber is at the end of the other side of the castle, though it is a bit of a distance. It is closer than the annex. Alyssa inserted the key into the lock and turned it firmly. The door slowly opened, and the long stagnant air rushed toward her. She hesitated at the threshold. Grand Duke Tisan had 6 previous wives, but in anyone's memory, he had never given this bedchamber to any of them. Portraits of the previous duchesses hung on the wall. They all had different expressions, yet none had ever stepped behind this door. Now, this key was in Alyssa's hand. The Grand Duchess's bedchamber in Tisan Castle had become increasingly famous because of this. Rumors said the Grand Duke had someone else in his heart, which was why he refused to let the official Grand Duchess move in. Leichardt stood by the window, his expression dark and inscrutable. Alyssa's purple pupils trembled as she gazed at the open door before her. That room, sealed for so long, has now actually opened to me in this way. She walked into the bedchamber. Golden light spilled across the hall, and the magnificent crystal chandelier sparkled. Everything seemed so surreal. Alyssa looked down at her chest, her fingers tightly clutching the golden key. In that case, Leichardt looked back from amidst the light and shadow, a meaningful smile on his lips. Then leave it to you. Alyssa returned from the Grand Duchess's bedchamber, panting along the way, huffing and puffing. Why is this castle so ridiculously large? Leichardt sat by the bed. Between the Grand Duchess's bedchamber and the Grand Duke's bedroom, there is actually a secret passage. From now on, you should take that route. Alyssa's face instantly flushed red. With tears at the corners of her eyes, she let out an angry roar. Why are you only telling me this now? Leichardt twirled a strand of hair around his finger. It's already the 4th day. You said the Red Moon curse lasts about 10 days? Alyssa lowered her eyelids and responded softly. Yes. Leichardt continued to toy with her long hair. He called her name in a low voice. Alyssa, why did you ask me to help braid your hair? Leichardt sat on the edge of the bed, his hands clumsily weaving through the strands of hair. He turned his head, because it's more convenient this way. Alyssa felt the tugging at the back of her head. Leichardt thought, this might be convenient for you, but for me, it's a complete disaster. Leichardt stopped his movements. You can let go of my hand and rest for a while. Alyssa stared into his eyes. No. Do you want to hear why I'm braiding my hair? To maintain my dignity, I must wash up frequently. Unlike you, images surfaced in Alyssa's mind. The bathroom was too far away. If I leave my post, you'll be rolling on the floor in pain. So I haven't been able to wash up at all. Leichardt lowered his gaze, his face pale. I apologize. Alyssa watched him. I didn't say that to hear you apologize. Attendants brought in delicate snacks and carried magnificent dresses. Just say the word, and we will be at your service at any time. Alyssa watched the busy servants. They made everything much easier. It was as if spring had arrived at Tisan Castle. She withdrew her gaze. If this can make the Grand Duke more dependent on me, then Alyssa gently stroked the braid. A yellow bow was tied at the end of the hair. All done, she smoothed out her skirt. Your Grace, may I ask you something? Leichardt nodded slightly. Go ahead, Alyssa watched. His eyes, the Red Moon curse lasts for 10 days. Before you met me, how did you endure this pain alone? Leichardt fell silent, distorted dark shadows appearing in his mind. Those were countless nights of struggling alone, fingertips digging desperately into his skull, sweat soaking his clothes. Alyssa continued her questioning. You were sick so frequently and for so long. I'm curious. How did you earn the title of ever-victorious general? Leichardt turned his face, his gaze falling on their overlapping hands. A trace of complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Leichardt gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Do you really want to know? Alyssa's purple pupils contracted. As she watched the hand tightly gripping the hilt, his knuckles turned white from the force. Leichardt suddenly applied pressure, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. It was an instinct honed from slaying countless assassins. Before thinking, the body would already move to block the attack. Alyssa reached out to steady the back of his hand. There's no need to worry. My hand moved before I could think. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Leichardt's forehead. I have no intention of hurting you, but you must never run away. Alyssa's heart skipped a beat. It's moments like this when one should most definitely run away. Blood splattered. The dull sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Leichardt abruptly pulled out the sword. The blade had run through his palm, blood dripping down the length of the sword. Alyssa let out a startled cry. Watching the pierced palm, the wound emitted a faint glow, the bloodstains quickly drying. In an instant, the flesh and skin healed as if it were brand new. Alyssa stood there stunned. The wound actually disappeared on its own. Leichardt let go of the sword hilt. I was just using greater pain. To offset the original torment, Alyssa tilted her head back, her eyes completely hollow. It's not just the wounds. Even without sleep or rest, I don't feel any pain at all. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Things like this, I also have experienced firsthand. Alyssa, clad in a black cloak, stood upon the desolate red earth. I have also experienced it firsthand. Within that hell, he opened his mouth slightly. Had he been to hell as well? Alyssa gazed at Leichardt. He stood on the other side of a crack, where light and shadow intertwined. Holding a glowing crystal in his hand, his expression cold and stern. Alyssa pulled her thoughts back. "Your Grace," she called softly. He gazed at her in silence. Alyssa turned her face. To meet that searching gaze, Alyssa lowered her eyelids. "No, stop saying such nonsense. I still need time to organize my thoughts." He dipped the towel into the basin, his fingertips stirring the cool surface of the water, creating small splashes. Leichhardt turned his face. "Everyone calls me a demon. You don't need to worry, because I have never been to hell, and this illness isn't contagious to anyone else." Alyssa suddenly reached out and pressed the wet towel against the side of his face, her movements tinged with a bit of force. Alyssa's body froze in place. "Why say such things?" Leichhardt's gaze was burning. "Because of the way you're looking at me?" Alyssa asked in a low voice. "What kind of look am I giving you?" Leichhardt gazed at her profile. "Just like last time, as if you pity me." Her face, reflected in the basin, was blurred and unclear. "You're right." Alyssa fell into memory. "In that hell, I couldn't feel hunger. At that moment, I realized that I was indeed already dead, yet I couldn't let go of the obsession in my heart. I could only force myself to gnaw on dry bark and soil." Alyssa bit down hard on the tough wood, her throat making a muffled swallowing sound, as she barely managed to gulp them down. Yet her body couldn't digest them at all. Alyssa knelt in the grass, vomiting violently, her stomach cramped and convulsed, and what she brought up was only bitter bile. She collapsed in the dirt, tears clinging to the corners of her eyes. "Watching you struggle in pain reminds me of that memory." Alyssa gazed into the void. "You remind me of someone. That's why I pity you." 2 bowls of thick soup were placed on the dining table. Leichhardt stared at the food in front of him. "What is this?" Alyssa pulled out a chair and sat down. "This meal is plenty for your Grace, even if you aren't hungry. Please join me for dinner." Leichhardt's brow furrowed slightly. "Why should I do that?" Alyssa leaned closer to his ear, a smile playing on her lips. "Because you promised me that as long as I hold your hand, you would agree to any of my requests." Her purple pupils flickered. "Perhaps I should have asked you to marry me back then." Leichhardt sat upright at the dining table. "I'll eat." He picked up the spoon, but his fingertips were trembling violently. Alyssa watched him. Soup kept dripping from the spoon. "Your Grace, are you in pain? You're still holding my hand." Leichhardt was pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I am right-handed." Alyssa had a sudden realization and let out a light laugh. "Then could you come sit beside me?" He moved his chair. Leichhardt sat to her right. The two of them sat side by side, their right and left hands tightly joined under the table. Alyssa scooped up a spoonful of soup and brought it to her lips. From that day on, we began to take our meals at the same table, eating together, having tea together. We sat side by side just like that. Alyssa toyed with the scattered puzzle pieces. As time spent together passed, Leichhardt began to tell her about the Tisan Duchy. He spoke about the surrounding political situation and the families distributed across the continent. Alyssa picked up a puzzle piece and placed it in the gap in the map's shape. "If one doesn't pass through Tisan, it's impossible to enter the Empire's territory." And Leichhardt leaned over, his fingertip pointing at a fragment on the carpet. "I found it. It's here." He pushed the puzzle piece toward Alyssa. "If you put this piece here, it should complete it." Alyssa turned her head to look at him. "Your Grace has solved this before, right? That's why you're so skilled at it." The corner of Leichhardt's mouth curled up slightly. "Indeed. But it's also because these faces are all very familiar." Portraits of nobles appeared on the puzzle, even including members of the imperial family, and the characteristics of their direct relatives. Alyssa stared at the portraits. "Have you seen all of them in person?" Leichhardt lowered his eyelids. "No, I've only seen them in portrait paintings." Leichhardt gazed at the puzzle. Members of the imperial family value portraits very highly. Before finding a satisfactory painter, they will even change their choice of candidates dozens of times. Alyssa held a puzzle piece, her fingertip brushing against its edge. "Someday, you will also choose a painter to paint your portrait." She looked down at the fragment in her hand. It depicted the profile of an imperial family member. She shifted her gaze to Leichhardt beside her. "He doesn't look like those people at all." Alyssa fell into deep thought. Perhaps it's because Hay's too handsome, that it masks the difference in bloodline. Heavy footsteps approached from a distance, thudding against the corridor floor. "Your Grace, urgent news from the imperial capital." A letter bearing a wax seal was unfolded. "The Emperor has never contacted Tisan during the Red Moon cycle. This sudden summons of the Grand Duke means the situation inside the Imperial Palace has deteriorated extremely." Alyssa spread her palm open. A certain uneasiness spread through her heart. She suddenly clutched the front of her clothes at her chest, her fingertips sinking into the fabric. Something very bad must have happened in the Imperial Palace. Traveling from the Tisan Duchy to the Imperial capital takes at least 5 days, even with fast horses. The timing of this letter's arrival coincided exactly with the Grand Duke's scheduled trip to the capital. In anyone's eyes, this was extremely unusual. A maid's brow furrowed, her voice trembling, to summon him so urgently, even though they know the Grand Duke's physical condition is already very poor. The elderly butler interrupted her. Enough. The Grand Duke has already decided to depart tomorrow. Alyssa stood at the end of the long corridor. Watching the closed door, I can probably guess. The reason why the Emperor summoned Grand Duke Tisan, he must be stalling for time. Until the Grand Duke arrives at the imperial capital, urgent intelligence shows that a pregnant woman will be brought into the inner palace to await childbirth. She is carrying the Emperor's child. If she were just an ordinary woman, this might be a trivial matter. But that woman is Miss Maud, the daughter of Marquise Menose. Alyssa looked out at the night sky through the window. Marquise Menose? That is Grand Duke Lycard, Tisan's greatest political enemy. Alyssa watched the figure in black before her. Marquise Menose leads the late Emperor's faction. If the Emperor takes his daughter as a consort, Tisan will face great danger. A scale tilted in the void, one end holding a crown, and the other filled with gold coins. The courtly balance, split into two factions, was about to be broken. The Emperor has not had an heir for a long time. The scale suddenly tipped toward the Menose faction, and the crown fell heavily. Lycard turned his face, his expression cold and stern. No matter how loyal Grand Duke Tisan is to the throne, as long as he opposes Miss Maud entering the palace, he will no longer be able to receive the Emperor's protection. Alyssa stood by the window, tightly clutching the letter. Moonlight fell on her profile. It seems it's time to make a new prophecy. In front of the manor, the carriages were ready. Attendants followed closely behind Lycard. My lord, please do not overexert yourself. Please get into the carriage as soon as possible. Lycard walked toward his wharf. Fine, I've already promised His Majesty I would arrive as soon as possible. We must hurry. An attendant reached out to try and stop him. But your body? My lord. Lycard, wearing white gloves, suddenly jerked the saddle reins tight. His fingertips turned white from the strain. Alyssa appeared at the top of the steps. Followed by servants carrying trunks, Lycard stopped his movements and turned his head to look at her. Alyssa, a bit of cold sweat seeped from her brow. Why have you come here? A heavy trunk landed with a thud. Alyssa stood beside the luggage. I'm going to... Lycard's pupils trembled slightly. As he gazed at her with a stiff expression, Alyssa lifted her skirt and walked down the steps. Could everyone please withdraw for a moment? Alyssa walked over and looked up into his eyes. As for you, Grand Duke, you have to ride in the carriage with me. She placed her hand over the back of his... Through the fabric, her fingertips felt him. Masha, regarding your condition, you said as long as there is contact, the pain disappears. Lycard froze in place, a bead of sweat sliding from his temple, his eyes betraying his wavering state. Alyssa recalled her observations over the last 8 days. She had knelt by his side, her hands overlapping as she held his palm. Even through clothing, that soothing power still existed. But leather will block everything. She looked down at his hand, which was wearing a leather glove. So I've been thinking about how to help you. Alyssa suddenly applied force, tightly clutching his wrist through the glove. I'm fine now? Lycard lowered his eyelids, his voice deep. Fine. This doesn't look like you're fine at all. His pupils suddenly contracted. The sharp scratching sound echoed in his ears again. That sound was still reverberating in his mind, never stopping. Once they left the Tisan Duchy, the auditory hallucinations would only intensify. Countless twisted branches spread across a sea of stone, and dark red shadows crazily gnawed at his sanity. Lycard squeezed his eyes shut, cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. His breathing became rapid and heavy. CCT's body stiffened. His pupils dilated in shock. The original noise quieted instantly. The world fell into a dead silence. Ayla S.A. lunged forward and crashed into his arms, her arms wrapped around his waist. She pressed her cheek tightly against his chest. Ayla S.A. was muffled in his embrace. How do you feel now? CCT looked down at the person in his arms. What? Ayla S.A. looked up. Is the noise in your head better? CCT was silent for a moment. Yes. So you were worrying about this just now? Ayla S.A. let go. Yes. I thought the larger the contact area, the better the effect should be. He looked down at their boots. In an emergency, this way is most effective. Ayla S.A. took CCT's arms. With a smile on her lips, we can also do it this way. The corners of CCT's mouth sank slightly. His expression showed helplessness. No need to go that far. He sat alone inside the carriage. Looking out the window, his gaze regained its usual coldness. Ayla S.A. leaned out of the carriage window. Waving her arms vigorously, let S go. The carriage wheel hubs rolled over the grass, making a dull vibration sound, startling flocks of sheep by the roadside. The shepherd stopped to watch. The convoy sped along the forest path. The carriage fell into a dead silence. Lei CCT and Alase sat opposite each other, separated by a small tea table, each holding a teacup. Their eyes did not meet. Lei CCT stared down at the swaying tea in his cup. This feeling, it was as if Allah SA was staring at the swaying black tea in her cup. He is about to speak. Maybe it's just my imagination. Your Grace. Lei CCT raised his eyelids. Here it comes. Please speak. If Miss MT gives birth in the Imperial Palace, that child will become His Majesty's eldest son. One Tihi Lei CCT's fingers suddenly tightened. His fingertips sank deep into his thigh muscles. Veins popped on the back of his hand. Yes, since that is the case, you also understand. Why I Dan T want that child to be born in the palace? If MT gives birth as a concubine, that child will have inheritance rights. Because in this country, the throne belongs to His Majesty's eldest son. Ale SA put down her teacup. Or rather, you are worried that if the child is born outside the palace, someone will question if it's His Majesty's bloodline. Tea slid down the wall of the cup. Regardless, that royal stain. A knock sounded at the door. Allah SA stopped talking, turning her head to the carriage door. The royal red dot can verify any royal bloodline. Lei CCT turned his face. His eyes were deep. This mark, as its name suggests, is a unique mark that only appears on members of the royal family. He lowered his eyes, falling into silence. If that is the royal red dot, I have it on me too. Not only the former emperor's biological brothers, but all siblings have it. Do you understand what I am trying to say now? Yes, Allah SA took a white handkerchief, gently wiping her fingertips. In fact, the royal red dot is man-made, a special reagent. Was injected into the bodies of royal family members, so that this mark could be inherited by future generations. It was a device designed to protect the royal bloodline, but it indeed has flaws. Allah SA rubbed the back of her hand hard. Until the skin turned red, Lei CCT looked down to avoid her gaze. Shadows shrouded her brows and eyes. Allah SA stared into Lei CCT's eyes. Is your Grace doubting His Majesty's brothers? If a concubine commits adultery with His Majesty's brother, with just that red dot, we simply cannot distinguish the truth of the bloodline. With the Grand Duke's rigid personality, you will certainly make enemies everywhere. I understand your desire to act cautiously, but that is His Majesty's first child. Ruining His Majesty's mood, 1T. Do you any good? Lei CCT remained silent. His golden pupils flickered in the dark. So now, please offer your most sincere congratulations. No need to fear the future in advance. There is a time for everything. Allah SA lifted the hem of her skirt. The fabric rubbed against the floor, making a rustling sound. With the arrival of the new season, I will offer a new prophecy. His Majesty will? Before Allah SA could finish, the carriage jolted violently. Her body lost balance. Leaning backward, the wheels rolled over a protruding stone. The carriage in the forest shook violently. Sunlight flickered through the gaps in the curtains. Allah SA let out a cry of surprise. Falling toward the opposite side, His Majesty will... Lei CCT quickly reached out and grabbed her shoulder. Catching her steadily in his arms, Will Allah SA crashed into his chest. Their breaths intertwined, facing those eyes so close at hand. His Majesty will welcome his first princess. Lei CCT leaned down and looked at Alasa, his arms tightly wrapped around her shoulders. Their gazes met. Falling into dead silence, Ayla SA lifted her face. A smile curved on her lips. Lei CCT's pupils contracted suddenly. A blush rose to his cheeks. He suddenly let go of his hands. Backing away, Ayla SA sat up straight. Sorry, I am truly sorry. Lei CCT turned his head to look out the window. His Adam S. apple bobbed up and down. The carriage continued forward in the jolting. Ayla SA raised her hand to fan herself. Sweat slid down her temples. It's so hot. After several days of long travel, the air in the carriage was stuffy. Only the monotonous sound of the wheels rolling over the ground. The sky over the imperial capital was gloomy. Dead silence permeated the interior of the imperial palace, as if some change was about to happen. Ayla SA stepped on the marble floor. Her skirt brushed across the corridor. The time for Miss MT to enter the palace was delayed. Everyone was feeling nervous about the arrival of Grand Duke TSM. Lei SA turned her head to look at the man beside her. With a scrutinizing look in her eyes, Lei CCT walked in front. A curve hung on the corner of his mouth. This man, rumored to be a monster, was actually smiling alone. This made the surrounding atmosphere even more uneasy. The attendant bowed. His gaze fell on Lei CCT. Your Grace, we will escort you to the audience hall. Ayla SA stopped her pace. Watching Lei CCT's profile, Your Grace, please Dan T, forget what I just said. Lei CCT turned his head slightly. His peripheral vision swept past. La Sa did not respond. Walking straight toward the depths of the corridor, Marquis Ma Enti waved his arm fiercely, looking directly at the powerful official before him. You must make a decision. For the health of the mother and the stability of the fetus, the time to enter the palace must be moved forward, even if it's only by 1 day. His eyes showed an indisputable anxiety. Earl St. Rand pushed his glasses. Chancellor, this is unprecedented. Shouldn't we act with caution? Earl Com BT pressed on the table. I never said we shouldn't continue, but the law must come first. Moreover, Grand Duke TSN hasn't arrived yet. Pressuring His Majesty now? I sent it too early. Regarding the issue of that child's bloodline, the sound of discussion echoed in the corridor. The Emperor rested his chin on one hand, his fingertips buried in his hair. Enough. The Emperor let out a roar. The council chamber fell into a dead silence instantly. A knock broke the stalemate. An attendant lowered his head and entered the hall. Your Majesty, Grand Duke TSN requests an audience? The Emperor leaned back in his chair. Let him in. Van Gema S. Adam S. Apple bobbed. The Grand Duke will definitely oppose Miss MT entering the palace. He is a man who strictly follows procedures. Heavy footsteps approached from afar. Lei CCT crossed the corridor. His silhouette was lengthened by the light. His steps were steady and powerful. The Emperor suddenly widened his eyes. His pupils trembled. What? Lei CCT stopped in the center of the council chamber. The Emperor looked up at him. Grand Duke TS, what are your thoughts? The Emperor closed his eyes. What kind of expression is that? The corners of Lei CCT's mouth rose. His brows showed pleasure. Your Majesty, congratulations on having a child with the new princess. I hope the new princess can enter the palace to rest as soon as possible and prepare for childbirth. Marquis Ma Ent suddenly pressed his chest. His breathing became rapid. Your Grace. Lei CCT raised his hand, signaling him to come forward. Lei CCT raised his right hand, palm facing outward, but I understand what that lady meant. But even if a princess is born, it doesn't mean we can ignore the law of succession. The issue of inheritance rights will eventually surface. Ayla S.A. pressed her fingertip to her lower lip. Indeed, according to the law of succession, this will become an issue. Then please tell His Majesty that Your Grace having an heir symbolizes the peace of the empire. I personally feel very happy as well. The Emperor was expressionless. Staring ahead, his gaze was hollow and cold. Lei CCT's eyelids lowered slightly. His pupils flickered with an amber glow. But I cannot deny one fact. Your eldest son was conceived outside the palace. EARL.com. BT pushed his glasses, nodding slightly. If it continues like this, there will be many doubts regarding this child's birth. Lei CCT looked straight ahead. Please publicly confirm through the royal mark that this child is of Your Majesty's bloodline. Marquis Ma Enti suddenly looked up, with a look of shock. Your Highness should support His Majesty today. To end this dispute, it wasn't just the nobles who were pressuring him. The Emperor turned his head, looking at Grand Duke Lei CCT beside him. ISNT, this a major matter involving royal succession? Earl ETTVNA's brows were furrowed. Sweat broke out on his forehead. I am worried that recognizing the heir too quickly will trigger even more intense debate. Members of the royal family sensitive to inheritance rights are the ones most likely to refuse His Majesty's wishes, because if there is no heir, they will have the chance to lay hands on the throne. Lei CCT's eyes were full of coldness. Brother, if a son is born, then we will discuss it later. If it's a daughter, anyway, she has no inheritance rights. Ayla S.A. had a mocking smile on her lips. You should say that. Although the law of succession doesn't distinguish gender, there has never been a precedent of a woman ascending the throne. Right. The throne is always passed to the eldest son by tacit agreement. To the first prince born to the queen, Lei S.A. stared ahead. Her gaze was clear-headed. This is the current situation. Lei CCT's brow furrowed slightly. His expression showed unease. Even so, what if the queen never gives birth to a prince? Ayla S.A. suddenly leaned in close, interrupting his words. Such a thing will definitely not happen. Lei CCT froze in place. A drop of sweat broke out on his temple. Ayla S.A. covered her mouth with both hands. Her pupils trembled with shock. Lei CCT lowered his eyelids. Then there will be many nephews and nieces in the future. Lei CCT looked straight ahead. His expression regained its coldness. Very well, the Emperor closed his eyes. With a gentle smile on his lips, I understand your thoughts. Let us do that then. I will bring MT Man Nai Ti into the palace and publicly display the royal mark so that everyone can offer their blessings for this child's birth. Lei CCT bowed his head slightly. I am deeply grateful. Then I shall take my leave first. Lei CCT turned his head. His peripheral vision swept over Marquis Ma Ent. Welcome to the royal family. Marquis Ma Ent turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His pupils contracted in shock, staring stiffly at Lei Ccts departing back. The emperor watched the distant figure. Why did he suddenly become so unusual? Although it's a happy event. But the emperor raised his right hand. His index finger pressed against his lower lip. Doubt showed in his eyes. Can just getting engaged change a person so much? The emperor leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling, letting out a soft sigh. Ayla sa set off. Her blue shoe tips stepped on the smooth floor, making a crisp sound. Her skirt rose and fell with her movements. Moving through the corridor, Ayla sa stopped her pace. Her pupils contracted in surprise, staring at the giant frame on the wall. The woman in the painting had light blue long hair, wearing a blue off-the-shoulder dress, with a gentle expression. So beautiful. Wei Lino of the Duchy of Iten. Her reputation once spread throughout the empire. She was called the Sea Nymph by people. She was a brilliant woman. The emperor was once her most fanatical admirer, so she became the empress of the empire. That was already 9 years ago. Ayla sa stopped before the painting. An attendant walked up behind her. My lady, Her Majesty the Empress, requests your presence. Ayla sa turned her head. 9 years' time is enough to change many things. The heavy door was pushed open, making a harsh scraping sound. Long time no see. Miss Ayla sa, or should I call you Wei Li? No. Sitting on a high seat, with a dignified smile on her lips. Since you have already obtained a title, I should call you my dear wife, Countess Vairi A. Ayla sa lifted her skirt with both hands, bowing slightly in greeting. It is my honor to meet someone as noble as you. Please just call me Ayla sa. Wei Lino had a smile on her lips, staring at the girl before her. Miss Ayla sa, I'm glad you could come. There have been few visitors lately. I was feeling a bit lonely. Ayla sa lowered her eyelids. Her peripheral vision swept toward the maid beside her. That maid, she actually blatantly, where's the coat of arms of the MANT family? Why does the empress sit by and do nothing about this? I thought everyone would follow the trend and join the emerging powers. It seems there really is no one left by the empress's side. Truly pitiful. Wei Lino sat quietly. Her blue long hair fell over her shoulders. Her expression showed a hint of loneliness. Wei Lino's pupils trembled. Iten language. What did you just say? Ayla sa raised her hand, wearing a black velvet glove, covering the corner of her mouth, letting out a light laugh. You are truly pitiful. And know nothing. Wei Lino waved her sleeve, signaling the maid beside her to withdraw. Everyone out. Ayla sa watched the maids file out. The door shut heavily, making a dull sound. Wei Lino leaned close to Ayla's ear. Her tone was cold. Your It-10 is very good. Ayla sa bowed slightly. Please forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty. To dismiss the people around you, this was a necessary means. Wei Lino suddenly stood up. Her long hair swayed behind her. You could have directly used It-10. To request a private meeting, could it be that even you want to come and mock me? Everyone in the palace is watching my joke. Are you here to fool me too? Ayla sa looked straight into Wei Lino's eyes, expressionless. I simply think the maids in the Empress's palace should have already learned how to use It-10. To convey a request for a private meeting, Ayla stopped her pace. Perhaps Wei Lino turned her face. Her expression showed exhaustion. Thank you for coming to see me. Ayla sa, I have already received your greetings. Now you can resume your ladylike posture. Ayla sa turned around. With her back to Wei Lino, Jijin, Wei Lino lowered her eyelids. Her gaze fell on the void. That S, no longer lady mode. She is now Baroness Jijin. She was conferred as a royal concubine, and is now immersed in joy. Wei Lino lowered her head, hiding her expression. I heard His Majesty is very happy. Ayla sa stood in place, watching Wei Lino's back. Of course he would be happy. That is her first child. Aside from the Empress, it is customary for the Emperor to have several concubines. But he always stayed in the Empress's palace. He once favored the Empress more than anyone else. Unfortunately, they Haven T had an heir for a long time. Since Jijin became a royal concubine, the atmosphere in the palace has completely changed. He actually treated me like this. Wei Lino sat in the armchair. Her body leaned forward despondently. I knew this day would come sooner or later, even if he pursued me for 4 whole years. This is why I refused the proposal in the first place. The Emperor's duty is the inner palace. To collect all the women in the world? Wei Lino suddenly looked up. Her eyes were full of shattered coldness. Could it be that I am also just one of them? She let out a light laugh. The laughter echoed in the empty room. Giving up everything to come here? To become the Empress? Just what was it for? Ayla S.A. stepped forward. Her hands covered Wei Li No's trembling fingertips. Your Majesty, please accept this. Wei Li No looked down at her palm. Her expression was a bit dazed. This is candy. Alay S.A. let go. This is fruit-flavored candy. Your Majesty? When you're feeling down, eating one will make you feel better. Wei Li No looked down at the carpet. The candy wrapper lay scattered at her feet. Miss Allah S.A., please answer me honestly. Why are you here? I know. Grand Duke Lei CCT-TSN also agreed to G.I. Jin entering the palace. What reason do you have to come and comfort me? Ayla S.A.'s mouth curled up slightly. Because I know the future. Now everyone is fawning over the Ma Ent family, but royal concubine Ji Jin will only give birth to a daughter, while Your Majesty will eventually give birth to the Empire's prince. No matter how twisted the process is, the final winner will only be you. Likard supported his entry into the palace, merely to avoid falling out with the Emperor. He has never been on the side of the Manhwa family. Alyssa leaned down and tightly grasped Eleanor's hands, and my pride was once deeply wounded as well. Yet I could not speak of it to anyone. I could only hide those feelings alone. If only I had reached out sooner. There were clearly people around me willing to help. So, Lady Alyssa, are you trying to become my ally? Alyssa gazed into Eleanor's eyes. Please try to be honest with His Majesty. Your Majesty, the Empress? Eleanor snapped her head up. Alyssa leaned closer to her face. Because your pride was hurt. You didn't want to voice those painful words, did you? But please do not forget, the person His Majesty has always cherished most is you. He still loves you. Very, very much. Eleanor pressed a hand to her chest. Her fingertips trembled. His Majesty still calls me his sea nymph even now. Alyssa looked directly into her eyes. Your Majesty the Empress, you are still beautiful. Even when you are crying, you must surely be as moving as a melancholy sea nymph. Eleanor stood frozen in place. My crying face. Are you telling me to go cry in front of His Majesty? Alyssa closed her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. It is a good idea. His Majesty will surely guess the reason. She opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with a faint light. It will break his heart. Eleanor looked dazed. As she gazed at the young woman before her, Alyssa lifted her skirt and bowed. Hard times will eventually pass. Your Majesty the Empress, please take care of your health. I will come to pay my respects again. Eleanor stood alone by the window, watching Alyssa's departing figure. Heavens, it seems. Grand Duke Likard Tisan has found quite a remarkable fiancé. Alyssa walked through the courtyard, her skirt brushing against the grass. Making a faint rustling sound, she stopped in her tracks. Turning her head to look behind the lush foliage, Alyssa walked down the steps and pressed a hand to her forehead. Did I go a bit too far? The old me didn't understand the inner workings of the palace, but since this couple has been childless for a long time, Baroness Goggins' child will inevitably be the fuse for conflict. Alyssa stared ahead, her gaze gradually becoming firm. It's fine. This was all bound to happen sooner or later anyway. The Empress is destined to give birth to a prince, but because of the prolonged conflict, she will suffer from a broken spirit. Coupled with postpartum complications, she will ultimately be unable to participate in social activities. If doing this can slightly alleviate someone's suffering, it's not a bad thing. Alyssa stepped onto the stone tiles, her footsteps sounding crisp. Everything won't change drastically because of me, will it? If it were the me of the past, I wouldn't have dared to even step into the palace, much less have a private audience with the Empress. I probably would have locked myself in my room, or already been engaged to Gregory. Alyssa let out a soft sigh. Don't any of these people intend to marry normally? Likard stood in the depths of her memory, his expression looking gloomy. Alyssa, don't marry me? Alyssa snapped her eyes open, her pupils contracting slightly. Does the Grand Duke have another woman too? Likard was tightly embracing a woman in his arms. Who said I have someone else? Alyssa jolted back to her senses and turned around abruptly. Your Grace. Likard was standing not far away, his posture tall and straight. Watching her with a cold expression, Likard walked beside Alyssa. I heard you just returned from the Empress's side. Yes, of course he heard about it. His ears are quite sharp. Alyssa turned her face away. Does your Grace have someone else too? Likard stopped walking. Who has someone else? Alyssa hunched her shoulders and gave a couple of dry laughs. I was referring to those tests, as expected of the Grand Duke of Tisan. You walk without making a single sound. Likard watched her. How is the Empress? She is a person full of dignity and elegance. Are you going to see Baroness Goggins now? Alyssa stopped in the shade. No. Why would I waste my time there? Likard turned his head. If you only visit the Empress and then leave, others will find it strange. Alyssa looked straight ahead. I don't care. I have no need to please Baroness Goggins. Likard looked at her profile. That confident tone of hers. Likard lowered his eyelids, gazing at Alyssa's side profile. That expression was as if she had foreseen everything. I see. He unfastened his cloak, stepped forward, and draped the heavy fabric over Alyssa's shoulders. The night is still cold. Let's go back. Alyssa stood frozen in place, her fingertips touching the residual warmth on her shoulders. Her pupils trembled slightly. Likard began walking ahead. Alyssa followed closely behind. The two walked side by side toward the depths of the palace. Baroness Goggins hid behind a pillar, her finger pressed against her lower lip, her gaze cold and sinister. No need to please me. Who does she think she is? A week later, the Emperor looked at the figure by the window. Likard is here. What are you and your fiancé up to? Is this a marriage fraud? Likard picked up his teacup, closed his eyes and took a sip. I am not married yet. The Emperor's eyes widened. But you have a fiancé, don't you? Engagement and marriage are different. The Emperor leaned back in his chair. Thanks to your support, I was able to move Baroness Goggins to a better residence. Viviana Manaz is very grateful to you. Likard set down the teacup. I only did it to make my future sister-in-law stay more comfortable. The Emperor raised his index finger. While you were busy with that, I heard your fiancé has been running to the Empress's palace every day. Eleanor said she has been acting very likable. No bribes. Just constantly sending desserts and snacks? The Emperor frowned. Why does this sound even more cunning than sending gifts? Likard remained expressionless, his gaze icy. And what is the problem with that? The Emperor clenched his teeth, the veins on his temple throbbing. As far as I know, they are getting along without any friction. The Emperor stood up abruptly. That is exactly the problem. Likard sat upright on the sofa and spoke with cold indifference. What exactly is strange about this? Likard is known as the Iron Arm Prince, never one to easily cooperate with others. He is always busy making enemies. The Emperor gazed at Likard's back. At first, I welcomed his change, but the more I think about it, the more eerie it feels. Could it really be because of that? The only variable is that he chose Marquise Lyon's daughter as his fiancée. One side pleases the mistress to appease me, while the other contacts the neglected empress. If this isn't a two-pronged strategy, Alyssa bowed to the empress. Likard stood to the side, their movements perfectly synchronized. This is simply a perfect conspiracy. The Emperor stared at the teacup in his hand. The Grand Duke I know was never good at social tact. Perhaps all of this is the work of that future I really want to see her for myself. The Emperor tapped his finger on the table. Speaking of which, Countess Varia, isn't she going to receive those envoys soon? I heard it's today. The Emperor spread his hands. Do you know which envoy she plans to see first? Likard turned his head. I don't know, but I heard it is definitely not Baroness Goggins. Alyssa stood behind the crowd, her long hair falling to her waist. Watching the servants carry gift boxes, the envoys were stepping into the hall in sequence. The Emperor's gaze was dark. Your fiancé is also very suspicious. Likard, don't waste your time on her. Rumors about that lady have already spread throughout the capital. Alyssa stopped her embroidery, lifting her head abruptly. What? It's already spread. I've only been in the capital for 8 days. Alyssa lowered her head in thought. Is it because of that illuminated manuscript I gave to Duchess Perry? Has it spread through word of mouth? The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a slight smile. It seems the gifts I gave to those envoys have made them think I have elegant taste. Judith's expression was stiff, her pupils trembling slightly. That? Alyssa looked over in confusion. Why do the rumors say the future Grand Duchess is rude, arrogant, and extremely Alyssa froze on the spot, the embroidery hoop in her hand nearly slipping. Ah, that's impossible. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. They say that you coldly ignored another lady's greeting, that your speech is brief and biting, like a venomous snake. Some even claim you never reply to letters. Alyssa tightened her grip on the silk thread. Alyssa hung her head. The invitations were indeed delivered, but I was too busy at the time to attend any social gatherings. She looked at the embroidery hoop in her hand. The stitches on the fabric were a mess. What should I do now? Alyssa tossed the embroidery hoop onto her lap. I practice every day, so why isn't there any progress at all? This is too hard, Judith. I want to be good at embroidery too. Judith's expression was serious. This is not something to be taken lightly, my lady, Alyssa sighed. I clearly hired the Empire's greatest master of embroidery to teach me, yet I only produce this kind of embarrassing work. I will work harder. Judith shook her head. I wasn't referring to that. Alyssa stared at Judith. But Judith, those rumors are all false. I know. That's the problem. Usually, such baseless rumors would die down quickly. But for some reason, these rumors are only intensifying. If this continues, the rumors will spread across the entire country. This is so unfair. Judith picked up the embroidery again. Use this. I've already finished the basic parts. Alyssa took the embroidery hoop. One day, I will finish one entirely on my own. I can do it. Judith mechanically moved the scissors. Yes, you can do it. Probably in 10 years, Alyssa froze in place. So someone is deliberately spreading rumors about me. Who exactly is it? Judith cut the messy silk threads on the fabric. Judith stopped her movements. If you find out, what do you plan to do? Alyssa looked out the window. I don't know. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. After all, I've never stepped into the social circle before. Judith watched her profile. Lady Alyssa, isn't there at least one person you think would hate you? Alyssa rested her chin in her hand and pondered, I can't think of anyone. Judith set down the scissors. This isn't like you, Lady Alyssa. To think there is actually something you don't know? That person is Viviana. Manhwa's Alyssa was stunned, not Maud. Judith picked up a finished embroidery of flowers. Viviana is Maud's younger sister, the third daughter of the Marquise Manhwa's family. Alyssa suddenly reached out and pressed down on the embroidery fabric on the table. No, it's not that. Judith quickly dodged to the side, clinging to the sewing basket in her arms. Moving as nimbly as a startled cat, Alyssa let out a long sigh, her fingertips pressing against her burning forehead. Enough already. This is irritating. Whether it's Viviana, Manhwa's, or this damn embroidery, go investigate Viviana Manhwa's. Find out whose orders she is following, or if the entire family is conspiring. Alyssa's gaze was cold. Also confirm if this matter is related to the Grand Duke. Judith bowed her head slightly, her expression solemn. Understood. Golden flowers bloomed in the embroidery hoop. With emerald green leaves, the stitching so fine no human traces could be seen. It's finally finished. Alyssa stared at the embroidery. It's beautiful. As expected of you, Judith. She turned her head, a golden light flashing in her eyes. Judith, can you do me one more favor? Send something to Viviana Manhwa. Sunlight fell on the terrace of the White Mansion, the birds chirping clearly. A bouquet of white calla lilies lay quietly on the table. The name, Alyssa Lyons, was written on the card. Viviana suddenly grabbed the bouquet, her knuckles turning white from the force. Is she insane? The petals were crushed under her grip, juice seeping out. Viviana clenched her teeth, her fingertip pressed against her lip, her eyes filled with malice. Alyssa Lyons. To think she would send the kind of flowers used to decorate coffins. She is just getting carried away because she's marrying into the imperial family. Compared to my sister who is carrying an imperial heir, she is absolutely nothing. Viviana walked into the shadows, holding her skirt. That northern bumpkin, how dare she look down on the Manhwa's family? I will make her realize her place. I definitely will. Alyssa gradually adapted to life in the capital, thanks to the Viviana who loathed her. She learned some interesting things. A heavy book was spread open. Golden-embossed letters on the cover read, How to Tame a Newcomer to the Imperial Capital's Social Circle. Alyssa stood on the edge of the crowd, watching the socialites gathered together, talking and laughing. They deliberately turned their bodies, leaving an impassable barrier. Alyssa leaned over to greet them, but the people opposite her abruptly turned their heads and continued their conversation as if she were invisible. The air was thick with deliberate whispers. They leaned in close, their eyes filled with contempt. Rule 1. Ignore their greetings. Treat them as if they are transparent. I clearly greeted her. Yet she pretended not to see me. I really am a cold person. Alyssa walked through the corridor alone, her skirt gliding over the cold marble floor. Rumors followed her like shadows. People say she has the face of an angel, but a heart as cold as a block of ice. Perhaps it's because she comes from the north. A nobleman suddenly turned around. What does that have to do with one's origin? Rule 2. Make trouble without reason. Exclude and isolate them. This is truly terrifying. The corners of Alyssa's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. As time passed, she found it all absurdly laughable. It seems I've become famous enough for people to gossip about me behind my back? What on earth was Judith worried about? Alyssa walked down the long corridor. The crisp sound of folding fans closing echoed behind her. The socialites covered their faces and whispered, their eyes filled with distance. She stopped her footsteps and listened intently. Someone was crying. Alyssa hid behind a pillar. Peeking out halfway to observe, a maid was complaining to her companion. I greeted her, but she just ignored me and walked away. It seems there are others like me, who are suffering from the cold shoulder. The maid covered her face with a handkerchief, her sobs coming intermittently. The reputation of the Grand Duke's fiancé is too terrible. She doesn't treat me like a human being at all. Alyssa froze in place, her pupils dilating slightly. The Grand Duke's fiancé. They're talking about me again. She turned to look at Viviana behind her. The other's expression was awkward, tacitly admitting to it all. A group of people was gathered on the terrace. Viviana stood in the center, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, crying most pitifully. Alyssa stared at that figure, a flash of killing intent in her eyes. Viviana, she must be very bored. Alyssa let out a long sigh. and closed her eyes. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. Going to question her about whether she did those things would be like acting like a fool. Alyssa suddenly clenched her skirt, her fingertips sinking into the fabric. She was clearly the one who provoked me first. Am I crazy? Why am I staying silent? She destroyed the reputation I've built up all this time. Should I just let it go like this? Don't forget, Alyssa. This is a world of civilized people. She took a deep breath, forcing out a smile. You can do it. Endure it. Damn it. And then do you know what happened? She told me to get lost, and even gave me a hard slap. Alyssa suddenly swung her arm, her fingertips cutting through the air, accompanied by a burst of shrill laughter. Endure my ass. The wall cracked instantly, debris falling like raindrops onto the clean floor tiles. I must teach her a lesson. Alyssa stared at the pile of rubble, a dangerous signal in her eyes. I can't kill her. Then I'll just give her a light touch. She turned her head and looked at the terrified maid. Oh dear, how fragile. It broke with just a touch. The maid froze in place, her hands tightly clasped together. Yikes, Alyssa brushed the dust off her hands. Looking at the mess on the ground, dealing with those monsters in the abyss was much more satisfying than this. At least there, as long as you cut them all to pieces, everything becomes quiet. I slapped your face. Viviana suddenly hunched her shoulders, guarding her chest with both hands, her pupils trembling with shock. Lady Alyssa. Alyssa closed in on her side, her long hair falling onto Viviana's shoulder. Her voice was low. Was it heavy? Viviana's spine stiffened. She actually dared to use informal language with me. Does she want to intimidate me all at once? Oh my God. So what do you want? Even if I told a little lie, what can you even do to me? Vivi and N.A. tilted her head, a provocative smirk on her lips. Does she think she can hit me? I have no idea what you were talking about, lady. Altsa suddenly raised her right hand, her 5 fingers splaying in the air. Throwing down, a shadow loomed over Vivi and Na's face. Vivi and N.A. froze in place, her pupils contracting violently with fear. Her eyes were filled with horror. Altsa's palm brought a gust of sharp wind, her fingertips slicing through the air, making a piercing shriek. Altsa stood tall and looked down, staring at the figure collapsed on the ground. I originally intended to let this nonsense pass, but what I heard was just too absurd. It made it impossible for me to stay still. Regardless, Vivi and N.A. lay flat on the cold floor, her hair scattered in a mess. The surrounding socialites held their breath, their eyes filled with horror. Altsa raised her right hand, her movements elegant and slow. Oh, and about that slap just now. She tilted her head slightly, a curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Her eyelids lowered. That wasn't even 1/5 of my strength. Stand up, Vivi NN. Lady, this time I will use my full strength to hit you. The onlookers froze on the spot, cold sweat sliding down their backs. She didn't even use her full strength just now. This Altsa looked down at the ground. Vivi and NA was collapsed on the stone tiles. Weren't you quite talkative just now? Why are you so quiet now? A young woman knelt on the ground, propping up Vivi and Nas's shoulders. Her expression was panicked. She has lost consciousness. Altsa stared at that pale face. Damn, I should have held back a bit more. His Majesty the Emperor arrives. Altsa turned around. The crowd parted to the sides, bowing their heads in greeting. Count Wei Chava Ure. In the palace of my beloved consort, what is going on here? The Emperor stepped into the courtyard, his expression cold and stern. Whispers rose and fell within the hall. The Emperor sat high upon the throne. Looking down at the commotion below, Marquis Ma En spread his hands, his face flushed red with anger. My daughter was actually beaten like this. What on earth does this mean? A colleague beside him reached out to press his arm, trying to calm him down. There, Lord Count, His Majesty, summoned us precisely to handle this matter. As long as the rights and wrongs are clarified, your grievances will surely be cleared. Vivi and N.A. sat in a side seat, bowing her head and lightly wiping the corner of her eye with a handkerchief. Her shoulders trembled slightly, letting out soft sobs. Altsa looked around, her purple eyes searching through the crowd. Her expression was indifferent. Is the Grand Duke not here yet? Vivi and N.A. moved her handkerchief, glaring fiercely at Altsa. Their gazes clashed like sharp blades. Leather shoes stepped on the red carpet, making steady footsteps. Altsa turned her head. Hayes here. Ban Ki-ma stepped past the seats. He walked straight toward the empty seat ahead, bringing a slight breeze with him. Altsa suddenly straightened her back, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Father, why have you come to the Imperial Palace? Ban Ki-ma sat down in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. His expression was cold and stern. He did not respond, only staring forward in silence. Altsa's throat moved slightly. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the matter has become even bigger than imagined. The heavy doors were suddenly pushed open. The sound of the impact echoing in the hall, Lei CCT threw open the doors. ALTSA, you're finally here. He strode across the red carpet, his military uniform's cape fluttering with his movements. The sound of his leather boots was urgent and heavy. Is it true? ALTSA stood where she was, watching him rush in front of her. Ah, well, Lei CCT pressed both hands on her shoulders, leaning down close to her face. You actually hit someone. Where's the person who was hit? How serious is the injury? ALTSA avoided his gaze, a trace of cold sweat seeping from her forehead. Ah, no. Lei CCT furrowed his brows deeply. Why won't you answer me directly? You have to at least give me a chance to speak. ALTSA, don't tell me. Lei CCT leaned down and buried his face by her neck. His breathing hurried and heavy. His hands tightly gripped her arms. You killed someone. ALTSA suddenly raised her head, her cheeks flushed with anger. That's not true. Your Grace. She struggled hard. Stop it quickly. Everyone is listening. The nobles in their seats widened their eyes, looking at each other. Killed someone. Terrified whispers spread through the air. Lei CCT closed his eyes, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. He let out a long sigh. Hearing that it's not true makes me feel relieved. It seems it was just a misunderstanding. ALTSA managed to force a smile. Exactly, how could I possibly kill someone? Lei CCT looked down at the young girl in front of him. If you really did hit someone, I'm afraid not even a corpse would be left. ALTSA froze in place, cold sweat sliding down from her temples. ALTSA clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white from the force. The Grand Duke of TSN, known as a monster, actually treats his fiancée like a monster in front of everyone. Lei CCT closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, showing a smile of relief. That's wonderful. ALTSA grit her teeth, her cheek muscles twitching slightly. Am I you? To actually think I would kill someone? The victim is not in any serious danger. Everyone, please take your seats. Lei CCT opened his eyes. He turned his head, looking at the girl beside him. The Emperor spoke up to remind Lei CCT bowed slightly, saluting everyone present. My deepest apologies. ALTSA slumped back in the armchair. This is practically going to drive me crazy. My image is completely ruined. Everyone will look at me with those kinds of eyes. The Emperor raised his hand, his palm slapping heavily on the edge of the armrest, creating a dull thud. I thank you all for accepting the summons despite your busy schedules. A violent incident occurred in the inner palace today. I have gathered you all here to uncover the truth. He sat high upon the throne, legs apart, hands resting on his knees. His gaze looked down sternly at the entire hall. Violence is absolutely not permitted within the imperial palace, under any circumstances. Therefore, please be sure to answer the following inquiries with caution. Lei CC's gaze moved downward, locking onto the two young women, Lady Vi and Lady ALTSA. Who shall begin the statement first? ALTSA straightened her back, staring forward with an expressionless face. Vi and NA sat behind, an imperceptible smile on her lips. The hall was silent. Sunlight filtered through the high windows, casting light onto the center of the red carpet. ALTSA stood alone, facing the judgment on the high platform. A maid lowered her head to state the facts. Hands folded in front of the apron, Lady ALTSA accused Lady Vi and NA of talking nonsense, and then proceeded to slap her in the face. Marquis Maness' eyes suddenly widened, his lips trembling. 1 Fun 5. She also said she only used 1 Fun 5 of her strength. BITC Kumbiti furrowed his brows. Watching the commotion beside him, Lady Vi and NA had already fainted at that time, so she couldn't possibly have heard what followed. The Emperor closed his eyes, his fingertips lightly tapping his forehead. So Lady ALTSA indeed used force. ALTSA remained expressionless. How annoying. Since the imperial family is present, the fact that I hit her cannot be denied. She gripped her skirt tightly with both hands, her knuckles turning white from the strain. I must prove that she was the one who provoked me first. This was legitimate self-defense, and even more, a counterattack against slander. ALTSA tilted her head slightly, looking directly at the monarch on the high throne. That is indeed the case. Vi and N leaned against the back of the chair, one hand supporting her forehead. Her body trembled slightly. That slap was too heavy. I lost consciousness in an instant. ALTSA raised her chin, a cold snort escaping her throat. What nonsense. I didn't use any force at all. I was clearly very restrained. ALTSA looked at the Grand Duke. Staying with someone like him for so long made me completely forget how fragile nobles are. Lei CCT sat on the gold-trimmed armchair, a bead of sweat seeping from his temple. What should be done now? SA sat opposite, her face pale. This is too absurd. The Emperor turned his head, his gaze sweeping across Lei CC's profile. The Grand Duke is definitely not the type to talk nonsense, but these words are indeed very strange. Lei CCT suddenly stood up, pressing both hands on LTSA's shoulders. He leaned down and looked straight into her eyes. The dull Grand Duke has no sense of humor. These comments swirled in his mind. A curve formed at the corner of the Emperor's mouth. Things are becoming more and more interesting. Lady ALTSA, do you have anything else to say in your defense? ALTSA sat in the chair with her head lowered, hands folded on her knees. Her fingertips trembled slightly. I did hit her. But she suddenly raised her head, a look of stubbornness in her eyes. She was the one who provoked me first. The heavy doors slowly pushed open, the scent of flowers blowing into the hall with the wind. Her Majesty the Empress arrives. Wei Lian appeared dignified and solemn. Apologies for being late. Your Majesty, ALTSA, was stunned on the spot. Empress, since the incident occurred in the inner palace, it is most appropriate for the Empress to personally preside over the hearing. The Emperor turned his head, watching Wei Lian beside him, a look of trust in her eyes. I will hand the investigative authority over to him. Vivi and Na grit her teeth, her body trembling slightly. To actually leave it to the Empress to handle? This is bad. That monster clearly has a connection with him. He will definitely target me again. She glared at ALTSA, her eyes full of coldness. Lady ALTSA. Wei Lian stepped forward slowly, her gaze like ice. A violent incident occurred within the Imperial Palace. I am very disappointed. ALTSA opened her mouth, trying to explain. The Empress interrupted her words, her expression cold and stern. I do not need to hear any of your excuses. Vivi and Na was stunned on the spot. What is happening? I thought she had a good relationship with the Empress. It turns out she's so heartless. Vivi and Na hid behind ALTS, a smirk forming on her lips. It seems she has completely cut ties. After all, who would offend the imperial family for such a person? No matter what, the future imperial consort will only be my sister. Of course, this does not mean Lady Viviana is completely innocent. The Empress turned around, looking down at the girl cowering behind. As the daughter of a concubine, to actually be involved in such scandalous rumors, and even cause stress to a pregnant woman. Vivi and Na suddenly raised her head, her eyes turning red instantly. But I am the real victim. Your Majesty the Empress? She raised her hand to wipe the tears from her eyes, her voice trembling. Lady ALTSA not only humiliated me, but also hit me several times. ALTSA crossed her arms, coldly watching the performance beside her, tears flowing like a wrung-out rag. Truly superb acting. This level of performance, it is just a basic skill in high society. The Empress sat high up, her gaze sharp as a torch. Can you specify the exact time and place? Vivi and Na placed a hand on her chest, bowing slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. The first time I was hit was in the morning. I was heading from the inner palace to the garden. I ran into Lady ALTSA on the way. She accused me of blocking the path, and then slapped me. The Empress tilted her head slightly, her gaze cold. In fact, I personally investigated your allegations. At that time, you only passed each other. Multiple attendants and maids can testify. There was no conversation between you, let alone any physical contact. Vivi and Na's pupils suddenly contracted, her face turning deathly pale. How is that possible? Those attendants are all witnesses. The Empress looked down at the young girl below, her tone devoid of emotion. If it wasn't at that time, could it have happened at another time? Vivi and Na suddenly cried out, her hands waving wildly in front of her. It wasn't the morning. It was noon. I remembered it wrong. ALTSA looked at her, her purple eyes full of mockery. The Empress sat high up, her fingertip lightly pressing against her chin. Lady Vivi and Na, if only your friends were present at the time, and Lady ALTSA indeed hit you with all her strength. Vivi and Na nodded desperately, her eyes full of grievance. Exactly. It hurt like hell. She even hit me several times. According to the doctor's diagnosis, I almost went blind. The Empress tilted her head slightly, her tone cold. Is that so? Since it was serious enough to see a doctor, then let us summon that doctor as a witness. Vivi Na froze on the spot, her face deathly pale. Cold sweat slid down from her temples. You've been caught. Vivi and a curve formed at the corner of LTSA's mouth, so one must always listen until the end. Please continue. Lady Vivi Anna, bring a third-party witness who is not your friend. Vivi and Na bit her knuckles hard, her pupils trembling violently. Damn it. The Empress is actually blatantly favoring that monster? That won't be necessary. Vivi and Na tightly covered her lips, her eyes wavering intensely. There were many people with me at the time. There's no need to specially go and invite a doctor. The Empress looked down at the young girl below. Since they are people close to you, their testimony will naturally be biased. It cannot be used as evidence. She leaned her body slightly forward, her tone emotionless. Lady Anne, does that doctor really exist? Marquis Ma-en sat in his seat, his brows furrowed deeply, watching his daughter's unseemly behavior. Anna suddenly stood up. Why am I the only one treated like this? This is unfair. She pointed at the surrounding attendants, her voice sharp and ear-piercing. Even the maids in the palace are biased toward the Empress. Who doesn't know that ALTSA visits Her Majesty the Empress every day? If my people are invalid because they aren't neutral, then what is the difference with what the Empress is doing? The Empress slowly closed her eyes, her hands folded in front of her. Lady Anne, are you questioning the credibility of the people in the Imperial Palace? Anne froze where she stood, her face turning pale instantly. No, I didn't mean that. The Empress's voice echoed in the hall, carrying an unquestionable authority. Your words just now can be seen as contempt for the imperial family? This is a very dangerous attitude. Marquis Ma-en suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Vivi and A's shoulder. Anne, that's enough. He bowed down. Your Majesty the Empress, please forgive her. My daughter is just still immature. A curve formed at the corner of the Empress's mouth. Having lived for so long, and yet still immature, Lord Prime Minister, please change to a more decent excuse. Testimony is inconsistent. Refusing to back down, and without any witnesses or evidence, the Emperor sat in the high position, his pale gold short hair shimmering in the light. As things stand, there is only one way. To prove Lady Vivi and A's innocence, since you say it's just a rumor. That Lady ALTSA didn't even use her full strength when she hit you, right? He leaned his body forward slightly. If that attack was less than 1/5 of her strength, then what if Lady ALTSA hits you with all her strength? What would happen? There was a mockery on the Emperor's lips. That scene must be very interesting. Marquis Maness' face turned deathly pale, his hands tightly pressing his daughter's shoulders. Vivi Anne, apologize quickly. Vivi Anne, Na's eyes widened. On what grounds should I apologize? Marquis Ma-en let out a roar. Apologize to a LTS. Vivi and Na looked around. Everyone was watching coldly. The Ma-en family is about to have an imperial prince born. To think we're being treated like this in the palace. The Emperor stood up, turning his back to everyone. I now issue an imperial decree. Until Baroness Ma-en gives birth, all female members of the Man family are strictly forbidden from entering the imperial palace. To serve as attendants, Marquis Ma-en slumped to the floor, cold sweat pouring down. Your Majesty, Vivi Anne. Na's pupils trembled. I am the child's biological aunt. If I suddenly disappear, Miki will be worried. The Emperor stopped his pace. He turned his face. Are you threatening me? That if you aren't by her side, Miki, Baroness Ma-en, will have something happen to her. Prime Minister Ma-en, from now on, Vivi and Na is forbidden from entering the imperial palace, and forbidden from participating in any social activities. She must reflect behind closed doors. Until I issue further permission, Marquis Ma-en lowered his head in silence, his back showing despair. I don't want to see your face again. Leave at once. The Emperor waved his hand. The Ma-en father and daughter turned under the gaze of the attendants, walking down the steps with heavy footsteps, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Count Wei Chave Rie. The Emperor turned around. Looking at Lei CCT standing to the side, a gentle smile was on his lips. I hope you two can formally get engaged as soon as possible. This is my sincere wish. Leichardt remained expressionless. No emotion could be seen in his amber eyes. The two walked through the empty corridor. The sound of leather boots clicking against the floor echoed clearly. Please stop visiting the Empress's palace for the time being. Leichardt did not turn his head. His voice was steady. Alyssa came to a sudden halt. Why? Leichardt turned his face slightly. His gaze fell upon Alyssa. You have already incurred the Emperor's resentment. It is best if you do not show your face for the next few days. Alyssa pressed further. Is he angry with me? Leichardt stopped walking. He turned around with a cold expression. More than that, he is currently very curious about Alyssa Lyons and extremely suspicious of you. Alyssa covered her cheek. What exactly did I do? Leichardt lowered his head slightly. The Emperor suspects anyone who possesses power. In any case, you must keep a low profile now. Alyssa lowered her head, but I still don't understand why. Alyssa Leichardt interrupted in a low voice. He cast his gaze deep into the corridor. Someone is coming. Alyssa looked up sharply. She crossed her hands over her chest. Her expression grew tense instantly. Heavy footsteps echoed through the long corridor. Valdemar walked over slowly. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Alyssa's brow furrowed. Her eyes were filled with annoyance. Truly, enough is enough. Why is father here? Valdemar bowed toward the front. Your Grace, I apologize for the trouble Alyssa has caused you. Alyssa froze in place. Her eyes were wide with shock. Valdemar turned his head. His gaze fell on his daughter's face. Alyssa, have you apologized to the Grand Duke? Alyssa let out a muffled groan. He certainly knows how to pick a time to interfere. She unfurled her folding fan. It covered half of her face. There was impatience in her eyes. However, he is not wrong. I did indeed cause trouble for the Grand Duke. Alyssa folded her fan. She gave a slight curtsy. I have caused you trouble. Please accept my sincere apologies. Leichardt stood silently in front. His expression was indifferent. It's fine, Leichardt said, gazing at Alyssa. Your face makes any apology worthwhile. Alyssa turned her head to look at Valdemar. Does father have anything else to say? Valdemar's lips twitched. His expression was complex. I came to tell you that I believe your decision today was correct. Alyssa suddenly snapped open her folding fan. It concealed her shocked face. Why has he suddenly become so friendly? Valdemar continued. You used violence to strike back at your opponent's lies. That was your best choice at the time, because your opponent has many friends, while you have none. If you had relied only on words, it would have been difficult to prove your innocence. Alyssa stood frozen in place. Correct, Leichardt said, standing between the two. He listened to the conversation with a cold expression. The setting sun fell upon the top of the carriage. Leichardt helped Alyssa onto the step. His movements were steady. Alyssa looked back. Her expression was thoughtful. Leichardt reached out to support Alyssa. Alyssa placed her hand on the back of his. Alyssa was the first to step into the carriage. Leichardt followed closely behind. Leichardt's footing faltered. His boots hit the carriage floor heavily. His body suddenly lurched forward. His hands gripped the edge of the seat tightly. Your Grace. Alyssa let out a cry of alarm. Leichardt kept his head lowered. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. His breathing became rapid and heavy. Your hand, he murmured in a raspy voice. Alyssa quickly reached out. Her purple eyes were full of concern. Leichardt grabbed her palm tightly. Their fingers interlaced. Has your condition worsened? Alyssa gazed at his pale face. Rumors said that the longer he was away from Tisan, the more intense the pain would become. Leichardt slowly raised his head. A forced smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It's not because of that. I just heard some sudden news. I was worried my fiancé had killed someone, so I rushed over in a hurry. The voices in my head have become even noisier. Alyssa squinted her eyes. Her gaze was full of helplessness. Are you serious? So the situation worsened, and I was the trigger. Alyssa's brow furrowed. You should have told me sooner. The Emperor surely knows the Grand Duke's physical condition, yet he still called him out for this farce. Leichardt lowered his eyelids. I am truly fine. As long as you are by my side, Alyssa, I have the strength to endure all of this. Alyssa's eyes flew wide open. Her purple pupils trembled slightly. Her heart skipped a beat. Leichardt turned his head. His gaze regained its calm. But do you really have no friends? Alyssa showed an expression of disbelief. What? Of course I do. Leichardt's tone was flat. Your maid and embroidery teacher don't count. Alyssa thought, why don't they count? And then there's that embroidery teacher who's always staring at me. She calculated silently in her heart. Then those guys I met in hell. And my pet chimera. Alyssa awkwardly looked away. I probably shouldn't mention those. Anyway, you were meant to live in this world alone. Leichardt gazed out the window. One cannot survive alone. At least not in the imperial capital. You are born alone, and you die alone. Someone will always come to handle everything. Alyssa fell into silence. Why did father say those strange things earlier? Valdemar stopped walking. Since you have returned from the Tisan Duchy, you should stop by home. Mother wants to see you very much. Alyssa gripped her folding fan tightly. Mother wants to see me. Valdemar turned his body. Marlin is very good at socializing. He knows many people. You should see him more often. To expand your social circle, Alyssa watched her father's departing back. Thanks to him. Even the Grand Duke is looking at me with that pitying gaze. Leichardt lowered his eyelids. If you are strong enough, why would you need friends? I think the Grand Duke knows this better than anyone. Alyssa leaned closer to his face. You definitely don't have any friends either, do you? I do, Leichardt said, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. His expression was certain. Alyssa froze in place. Really, Leichardt responded softly. Although I have many enemies, I do indeed have friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask Roderick or Henrik. Alyssa's face turned pale. Impossible. Even that monster-like Grand Duke of Tisan has friends. The carriage sped through the setting sun. The wheels rolled over the crossroads, making a dull sound. Deep in the courtyard, a man and a woman stood facing each other. talking in low voices. Before the emperor's suspicion dissipates, you must behave like a normal person. Passersby glanced over one after another, whispering about her conflict with Viviana. Compared to that previous incompetent villainess, the Grand Duke's future bride is certainly no ordinary person. These new rumors were actually more to her liking. Alyssa stopped walking. She gazed at the magnificent building before her. Daisy, let's go in here and take a look. A red-haired woman came forward to greet them. She was wearing a red, off-the-shoulder dress. Her eyes showed a professional enthusiasm. My lady, what can I help you with today? Alyssa nodded slightly. I am glad to see you. Katrina, I want to buy a gift, but I haven't decided what would be appropriate yet. Alyssa pressed her fingertip to her lower lip. Her expression was hesitant. Katrina leaned in to ask, who is this gift for? Alyssa lowered her voice. Is there anything Her Majesty the Empress would like? Katrina froze on the spot. A hint of cold sweat broke out on her brow. I understand. She took out a bundle of gold-scented candles, tied with a dark blue silk bow. Scented candles. What do you think of these? Alyssa pointed her fingertip toward the counter. These candles have been very popular recently. Her Majesty must have received many of them already. Katrina clapped her hands together. That is indeed true. It just so happens I've developed a new scent recently. What do you think? It's a new product that hasn't hit the market yet. Alyssa gave a satisfied smile. As expected of Master Katrina, I'll take that then. Please ensure it is delivered to Her Majesty the Empress. Katrina bowed slightly. As you command, my lady. She lowered her head, neatly wrapping the gift box with both hands, and placing the blue perfume bottle inside. Alyssa stood to the side, watching quietly. Alyssa suddenly spoke. Katrina, a master like you must have many friends, right? Katrina stopped her movements. Surprise showed in her green eyes. What did you say, friends? I have a few, but not many. Daisy stood behind Alyssa. The gaze behind her round glasses was slightly blank. Katrina cut the ribbon. A trace of helplessness hung on the corner of her mouth. It's hard to find true friends in the imperial capital, those who can see your true nature. Alyssa crossed her hands over her chest. A flash of relief sparked in her purple eyes. See? Even a future legend of the social world has few friends. The faces of Leichardt and Valdemar surfaced in her mind. Those nagging voices finally quieted down. Why must one make friends? Just to make others feel at ease? Katrina handed over the gift box. Have you made any friends since coming to the capital? My lady. Alyssa lowered her eyelids. No nobles establish friendships through socializing, but the whole capital is talking. You will soon receive a mountain of invitations. Please do not worry. Alyssa walked out of the shop. She pulled down the brim of her hat, concealing her purple eyes. I am not worried. In any case, I haven't replied to a single previous invitation. I doubt there will be any more, and I don't intend to accept them either. A few days later, sunlight spilled over the manor spires. The sound of horse hooves broke the silence of the forest. A brown steed galloped past. Alyssa and Leichardt walked quickly toward the front. Their expressions were full of doubt. Alyssa stopped her movements. She turned around to look at Leichardt. Alyssa sat upright on horseback. I am riding very steadily. Leichardt looked up at her. I heard from Henrik that you received an invitation? What did you do with it? Alyssa's mouth quirked up. Do you mean with Henrik? Or about that invitation? I threw it away. Leichardt froze on the spot. Threw it away. Alyssa pulled on the reins. Unanswered letters have piled up into a mountain. I just threw them all out while cleaning the room. Leichardt suddenly reached out and pressed down on the horse's back. His fingers sank into the brown mane. The muscles in his arm were tense. He leaped onto the horse's back. He pulled Alyssa into his arms from behind. His hands firmly took control of the reins. The Grand Duke's residence is full of the Emperor's eyes and ears. Alyssa's back was stiff. She felt the pressure coming from behind. Did you really throw away Josefina's invitation? Alyssa turned her head. So you already knew. Who exactly told you? Leichardt remained silent. His gaze was fixed forward. That was an invitation from the Zephyr clan. I think it would be better for you to attend. Alyssa gave a cold snort. Is that what the Emperor told you to say? A hint of cold sweat broke out on Leichardt's temple. It isn't. But it is indeed a good opportunity to make friends, and you can also talk about your mutual acquaintances. Leichardt's expression was awkward. He spoke while avoiding the main point. I am talking about Gregory Baker. Alyssa froze in place. Her pupils constricted suddenly. What? Leichhardt continued. Since his engagement with the Lyons family was dissolved, the imperial family has decided to betroth the eldest son of the Baker family to the imperial princess. That piece of trash. Alyssa clenched her teeth. Her face turned pale instantly. That piece of trash is actually going to be engaged to the Emperor's favorite niece. Truly, enough is enough. In the end, all of this will become my fault. Right? Since that's the case. Your Grace, may I borrow a carriage? Real estate on Bowden's Main Street is expensive. The Zephyr clan salon is located here. This is the stronghold for leaders of the social world. It is also known as the Palace of Baden. Noble women gather here. Members are waiting for the future Grand Duchess. The atmosphere is even more heated than usual. Whispers rose and fell among the flowers. What's going to happen next? A noble woman lowered her voice. If she dared to lay a hand on Viviana, then she is definitely no simple woman. Another person turned her head, taking the initiative. Isn't that more advantageous? Our lady is not someone just anyone can deal with. Viviana turned around abruptly. Why invite such an insolent woman, knowing full well what she did to me? Josefina stood opposite her. Then what would you have me do? She raised her hand, her fingertip lightly brushing the corner of her eye. His Majesty ordered me to befriend the future Grand Duchess. Although I am reluctant, it is an imperial command. Josefina took a step closer. Stop humiliating Lady Alyssa. Viviana covered her mouth. Her body involuntarily backed away. You should feel lucky you weren't expelled from the family. Viviana, relying on the fetus in her sister's womb, was indeed hearing her get shut down was truly gratifying. The carriage hubs rolled over the gravel, making a dull sound. It came to a steady stop in front of the courtyard gate. Everyone's gaze locked on instantly. Heavens, what a magnificent carriage. A noble woman covered her face in amazement. Alyssa comes from a northern marquise household. She is a genius who only appears once every 200 years. Furthermore, she is the Grand Duke's fiancée. Josefina is the daughter of a duke and a princess, carrying the most noble blood of the empire. Between the two, who would emerge superior? The carriage door slowly opened. Josefina stepped down from her carriage. Her pale blonde hair draped over her red dress. Her aqua blue eyes were as cold as ice. She came to a halt, looking straight ahead. Her skirts swayed gently in the breeze. Alyssa closed her folding fan. Her long red hair rose with the wind. Her purple eyes were filled with composure. She gave a slight bow, with a polite curve to her lips, greeting the woman before her. Greetings to you, Lady Josefina. Alyssa curtsied slightly. Thank you for inviting me to the salon. The watching noblewomen whispered behind their hands. She is actually so polite. Josefina responded, no need for formalities. It is my honor to meet the Countess of Egever. She is much quieter than expected. Who designed Lady Alyssa's dress? Alyssa turned her head. Her purple eyes were gentle. It is a piece by Augustat Villevillette. Josefina closed the ribs of her fan, making a sharp snapping sound. I heard he is very good at handling the color blue. She took a step closer, the smile on her face freezing. Don't wear that outfit a second time. Alyssa stood frozen on the spot. The smile froze on the corners of her mouth. Josefina lowered her voice. You definitely shouldn't wear such a thing. The onlookers let out a chorus of gasps. Right from the start, she is being so aggressive. To actually tell someone not to wear a custom-made dress, no noble could listen to such words and still remain silent. Alyssa lowered her eyelids. I will. She actually gave in, so I didn't know that this designer was so favored by Lady Alyssa suddenly bent down. Her long hair traced an arc in the air. Please forgive my rudeness. Josefina sucked in a breath of cold air. Her aqua blue pupils constricted suddenly. Her body froze in place. This was clearly a blatant provocation, yet she actually bowed her head and apologized humbly. Josefina stared at the top of the head before her. Her hands unconsciously gripped her skirt. Is she truly that woman rumored to have a violent personality? The one who initiated violence in the imperial palace? Josefina stared intently at the woman before her. Be more careful in the future. Alyssa straightened her body. Yes, I will be careful. There are still many things I do not understand. Please give me more guidance. The watching noblewomen held their breath. Is she an angel? The rumored villainess is actually so humble. Josefina was silent. A hint of doubt flashed in her aqua blue eyes. Indeed, she turned around. Her skirt trailed across the grass. Shall we tour the salon together? Alyssa smiled. The curve of her mouth was soft. All right, thank you. She followed behind Josefina. Looking down at the ground, I am truly sorry. Because of me, your life will become a mess. Thinking that you were humiliated by being engaged to Baker, I am so guilty I cannot lift my head. Josefina turned her face. Please come this way. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her pupils constricted. Is she crying? At this level of intimidation, is there any need to cry like this? Alyssa raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corner of her eye. The smile returned to her lips. So this is the Zephyr Salon? An hour later, the room was filled with a faint fragrance. This scent is very elegant. It suits you perfectly. Alyssa sat on the sofa. You flatter me. Since coming to the imperial capital, I have had the honor of trying various fragrances. A noblewoman leaned in. Her eyes were full of surprise. I didn't expect Lady Alyssa to have studied scents as well. I know a very skilled perfumer. Even Her Majesty the Empress uses his creations. I can introduce you. Alyssa nodded slightly. That would be wonderful. Josefina stood in the distance, gazing at the purple figure in the center of the crowd. Though she is a bit clumsy, her social skills are actually quite good. As expected, rumors are always exaggerated. The afterglow of the sunset spills across the courtyard. A magnificent carriage slowly pulls up. Why has the Grand Duke come here in person? Leichardt stood by the carriage. I am here to take her back. She stretched out her palm. Her eyes were filled with concern. Have you been doing well? Alyssa placed her hand in his palm. A gentle smile played on her lips. Yes, everyone has been very kind to me. Thanks to the members of the family, I have learned a lot of social etiquette. To express my gratitude, I would like to teach you something. Leichardt looked puzzled. What? The sound of horse hooves approaches from afar? Heavy and rapid, breaking the silence of the dusk. Josefina was riding on horseback. Her red dress billowed like flames. Looking down from above at what was ahead, Your Grace. Leichardt turned his head. His gaze fell upon the figure on horseback. Josefina. Alyssa's expression was cold. I was the one who taught her how to ride. Leichardt took Alyssa's hand. I knew something was wrong. His Majesty is actually interfering in this lady's social life. Josefina stared at their clasped hands. Her pupils suddenly constricted. So all of this was the Grand Duke's idea. Leichardt turned his head. His expression was gentle as he asked, Have you made many friends? Alyssa lifted her face. Yes, thanks to your care. Josefina swung her arm violently. I can't take it anymore. She rushed forward and brushed Leichardt's hand away. What on earth are you doing? Leichardt stood frozen on the spot. His expression was full of shock. Are you feeling unwell? Josefina, go inside and rest first. Josefina gritted her teeth. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Holding hands and strolling in public before marriage? What exactly are you doing right now? As a member of the imperial family, you should maintain your own dignity. Leichardt leaned close to Josefina's ear. His voice was low. Then, what are you doing right now? You should look after your own dignity first. He closed his eyes. His expression was indifferent. I am going to see my imperial uncle. I will tell him everything. And red doesn't suit you at all. You look like a pheasant. Josefina froze on the spot. Her pupils trembled violently. Pheasant, Leichardt, turned around. Bowing slightly to the crowd, Thank you all for coming to see us off. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Your Grace. Lady Alyssa, looking forward to seeing you again? The carriage axles turned, making a dull sound under the setting sun, fading into the distance. You seem to have a good relationship with your niece. Leichardt sat inside the carriage. His gaze was fixed outside the window. We are family. Naturally, we are somewhat close. Alyssa reached out, placing her hand over the back of his. Is it still very painful today? Is that why you came to find me? Right? Leichardt remained silent, staring at their overlapping hands. I have always endured this pain alone. But now, whenever Alyssa is not by my side, I feel uneasy. I am fine now. More importantly, Alyssa sat inside the carriage. I am returning to the city as you requested. In exchange for holding hands just now, did you successfully stir up the imperial family's suspicion? Leichardt turned his head. I just casually dropped a hint, telling Baroness Goggins that besides him, His Majesty seemed to have feelings for someone else too. Telling him to be prepared? Alyssa leaned back against the cushions. Did they react? Leichardt watched her. Everyone is desperately trying to remember whether they had a past with Ms. Maud. I am also curious. Why did you spread such a rumor? Alyssa remained silent. Her gaze swept over the guards standing outside the window. Your Grace, are you doubting your other siblings? He turned his head. Are you saying what I fear is true? Alyssa shook her head. I can't be sure either, Your Grace. I am merely speculating on the future course of events. What is certain is that Baroness Goggins will give birth to a daughter. Leichardt tilted his head slightly, watching the woman beside him, and it will be 4 months earlier than the due date. The corners of Alyssa's mouth curled up. This very night, knights carrying torches visited the Grand Duke's residence. The heavy gates of the residence opened. Making a piercing sound, the herald unfurled the scroll in his hand. There is an imperial decree. Please enter the palace immediately once you are ready. Leichardt put on a dark green cloak. His gaze was stern. We leave now. Alyssa followed closely behind. The two walked down the steps side by side, as if they had long anticipated this midnight summons. The herald watched their retreating figures. With a look of surprise, did the emperor give them a heads-up? I thought we'd have to wait at least an hour. Another knight lowered his voice. That's not important. It's good that it saves us trouble. 2 carriages sped through the night. Wheels crushed the gravel road. Breaking the dead silence of the forest, Leichardt sat inside the jolting carriage. His expression was solemn. An attendant in dark formal wear approached his grace. The emperor summoning the imperial family at night is likely because of that matter. The emperor ordered the blockade of Marquis Mena's territory. In the name of protection, But in reality, it is imprisonment. Leichardt nodded slightly. His amber pupils gleamed with coldness. Well done, Ems. Maud's labor has come early. This means the Emperor has already begun the uprising. Leichardt stepped into the palace corridor, asking the attendant beside him, "Where is the Emperor now?" "He has already entered the delivery room." Leichardt stopped in his tracks. Shrill screams from the delivery room pierced through the thick wooden door, echoing in the magnificent hall. Alyssa stood by his side. Her purple pupils constricted slightly. The door to the delivery room burst open. Several maids hurried in and out carrying blood-stained copper basins. Their skirts brushed the floor, bringing with them the scent of blood. Alyssa stared at the bloodstains. Her fingertips trembled slightly. The Emperor stayed by the bedside, holding the laboring woman's hand. His voice was low and urgent. "Hold on a little longer, my dear wife. I believe in you. The labor pains started last night, and have continued until now." The Empress stood outside the delivery room. Her face was pale. Even the imperial physicians were helpless. Count Estevna stared at the closed door. His expression was cold. How pitiful. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't be a celebration we're holding, but a funeral? The antique clock on the wall ticked. The hands pointed to 2 in the morning. The ticking echoed in the silent corridor. The Empress turned around, weariness showing in her eyes. The Emperor let go of the woman's hand and stepped out of the inner chamber. "I will lift the siege on the Menos family. Go and call the Marquise." The herald bowed to take the order, but everyone present knew very well the Emperor was preparing for the worst. "Empress, go back and rest first." The Emperor held the Empress's shoulders. Turning to the attendant at his side, "Where is the physician?" The physician asserts that the imperial grandchild won't be born until tomorrow's sunset. The Emperor turned around, looking at Marquise Lennox. "Before then, do not go too far." Marquise Lennox lowered his eyes. "As you command, your majesty." Alyssa sat on a red bench, tapping the armrest with her fingertips, making a rhythmic sound. "It will be fine." Leichardt sat opposite her, resting his chin on his clasped hands. "You seem quite certain." Alyssa closed her eyes to rest, with a calm expression on her face. "Because I have already prophesied it. If she were destined not to be born, I wouldn't have known that she is a princess." Leichardt looked up sharply. His amber pupils trembled. "Will the Yellow Weaver face a trap?" "I don't know." Alyssa leaned back against the chair. Leichardt's voice sounded weak. "You should know very well." Leichardt remained silent, his hand pressed against the sofa armrest. "Do you really not know? Or do you plan to remain silent until the seasons change?" He leaned down, staring at Alyssa's face. Alyssa's eyes were tightly shut. Her face was pale. Her body slumped powerlessly to one side, falling into unconsciousness. Leichardt's pupils trembled slightly. He reached out, his fingertips hovering in midair, finally landing on her shoulder. "You really are an incredible person." Alyssa's eyes were tightly closed. Her breathing was faint and steady, falling into a deep sleep. Leichardt leaned down, his movements gentle. For fear of disturbing this peace, he extended his finger, brushing away the stray hairs on Alyssa's forehead. His fingertips grazed her pale skin. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. Leichardt watched her sleeping face, whispering softly, "When you are asleep, you look quite ordinary." Moonlight spilled onto the terrace. Lily of the valley swayed in the breeze, emitting a faint fragrance. A dark shadow climbed over the residence wall, moving with agility, quietly slipping into the night. Zhu Jian stepped heavily on the stone floor. "Who's there?" A figure in a black robe climbed over the wall, speeding through the courtyard. "Intruder, stop." Guards were in hot pursuit. "That is the concubine's palace. Entry is strictly forbidden." The black-robed person collided with the approaching Estevna. Their body lurched forward out of control. "I am just here to find someone." Count Estevna was struck hard in the chest. He fell backward, landing heavily on the ground. "Count, are you all right?" The guard stepped forward to help Count Estevna up, while others pinned the black-robed person down. Count Estevna clutched his chest, frowning deeply. "Who is this fellow?" The black-robed person struggled to lift their head. The hood slipped off, revealing a face covered in tears. "Call him out. Let me see him one last time," he cried out at the top of his lungs. "Maud." Count Estevena straightened his disheveled clothes. A cold gaze. "Count, this fellow climbed the wall and broke in, and landed right on you. How could this happen?" Count Estevna stared at his trembling hands. "From now on, I will take personal responsibility for this person." A day later, bells rang throughout the entire city. Extra, extra. Newspaper boys ran through the streets holding up papers. "Princess Dorothea is born, the most noble daughter of the empire." What wonderful news. The emperor finally has an heir. Even the name has been chosen. This child is truly the lucky star of the empire. The crowd swarmed the streets. Discussions rose and fell. "Did you forget? This child caused quite a stir even before she was born. Indeed, so much has happened since then. Fireworks bloomed over the palace, illuminating the entire night sky. Congratulations on the birth of the princess. Wineglasses clinked in the banquet hall. The emperor raised his red wine glass, looking around at the assembled nobles, lords, and ladies. Thank you all for coming to the celebration. He lowered his eyes slightly, his expression showing a hint of regret. Regrettably, the princess and my wife, due to a difficult birth, are physically weak and cannot attend today's banquet. Marquis Menos stood to the side, grip tightening on his wine glass. There are still many things to handle, including confirming paternity. Marquis Menos stared at the red wine in his glass. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. While there is still time, shouldn't we enjoy ourselves to the fullest? Applause rang out in the banquet hall, crisp and slow-paced. Alyssa turned her head. Her eyes swept over the emperor in the distance. He was raising his glass to the crowd. Alyssa raised her glass, taking a small sip of the red wine. Your Majesty? Look, she has eyes just like yours. The emperor leaned in close, staring at the infant in swaddling clothes. Indeed, that was his happiest moment, and also the peak of the Menos family's power, because this child is the emperor's eldest daughter. The emperor took his wife's hand, his gaze gentle. You have worked hard, my lady. I hope our daughter can be as beautiful and strong as you. She sat on the bed holding the child, her back reflecting tranquility. It is my honor. The emperor turned his face, a smile on his lips. Dorothea, how is this name? The door was suddenly pushed open. The impact was dull and piercing. Your Majesty, the attendant stepped quickly into the bedchamber, bowing an apology. Count Estevna says he has urgent news to report. The emperor stood up, his brow furrowed slightly. Can't it wait until tomorrow? An intruder has appeared in the concubine's palace. Just as the guards were about to take him away, Leicard's pupils constricted. His expression froze. What did he say? Count Estevna grabbed the intruder by the collar. He is talking nonsense. Maud, the strange man, face covered in tears, screamed into the air. How could you do this to me? Why did you leave me? The emperor stood to the side, his face gloomy. You promised we would be together forever. Did you choose the emperor because I had fallen? Count Estevena handed over a white handkerchief, with exquisite patterns embroidered on the edges. On his person, we found this embroidered with the Baroness's initials. He displayed a metal pendant, engraved with letters. This was the token they exchanged. He claims to have had an affair with the Baroness. The emperor turned around, looking down at the man on the ground. Goggins, who is this person calling your name? Count Estevena spoke first. His name is Alec Tocqueville. Your Majesty, the emperor, suddenly turned his head, his gaze icy. When did I ever ask you? Maud shouted. Your Majesty, I do not know that person. This is a Maud, without seeing you, I can neither eat nor sleep. Please look at me one more time. Alex de Tocqueville's face was covered in tears. His gaze locked onto the woman on the bed. Could that child be ours? Maud held the infant in her arms tightly, her fingertips turning white from the strain. Her body wouldn't stop trembling. How noisy. The emperor's face was dark. Count, take this man away. Count Estevna bowed slightly. As you command, your Majesty. That's not true. The emperor turned around. My lady, you have just given birth. Your body is still very weak. Do not concern yourself with this. Go and rest. He snatched the baby from Maud's arms. With a forceful motion, Your Majesty, where are you taking our child? He stepped out of the room and disappeared at the end of the corridor, leaving only Maud's despairing cries behind. Your Majesty, the emperor swirled his wineglass, the red liquid reflecting his image. Your Majesty, congratulations. For what? For the birth of the princess, of course. The emperor snorted coldly, a sneer on his lips. That child's lineage has yet to be proven. The emperor lowered his eyes, his expression full of regret. It's truly sad to hear such words. Do you really not know? Leicard remained silent. His amber eyes were cold. I have indeed heard some rumors, but I thought it was just idle gossip. I did not wish to bring such a disgraceful scandal into the palace. Actually, I've had my suspicions for a long time. The emperor leaned in towards Leicard, lowering his voice. I always felt something was off. I intended to feign ignorance and handle it when the time was right. I didn't expect him to come looking for her himself. The emperor raised his glass, a smile in his eyes. Leicard, knowing you are on my side, always makes me feel at ease. Your Majesty, an imperial guard walked in quickly. With a serious expression, the emperor's gaze swept over him. Guard? Oh, you are here. Excuse me for a moment. Grand Duke. The guard lowered his voice. As you instructed, I searched the Baroness's residence, and then I found this. He opened his palm. A metal pendant engraved with the letter A lay quietly on the white glove. Likard stared at the pendant. His pupils constricted slightly, falling into silence. By being embroiled in Baroness Goggins's scandal, the Grand Duke was originally destined to grow distant from the Emperor. The Emperor released his grip, letting the pendant fall into the red wine, splashing a tiny bit of liquid, settling the matter through the Emperor's judgment. Rather than the Grand Duke's accusation, the future has already changed. Alyssa stood on the terrace. She watched the castle spires in the distance. I believe His Majesty will execute Alex at Tocqueville, just as he deserves. Footsteps sounded behind her, steady and slow. Likard asked, "Is it really necessary to go this far?" ALSA turned her head. "Are you feeling sad about a LSHXTS death?" Lay CCT stopped his pace. Illegally intruding into the Imperial Palace is already a serious crime. Not to mention, he personally admitted to an affair with the Baroness. This matter involves the Imperial descendants. To prevent the rest of the MNT family from using him, he must not be allowed to live. Lay CCT withdrew his gaze. "I didn't mean it that way. If it were me, I would ensure His Majesty never hears of this scandal. I would deal with him personally. That is your problem. You don't understand politics." ALSSA took a step forward. Walking deep into the garden, staying out of it is the wise move. Letting His Majesty handle it personally will be cleaner. He left behind a determined silhouette, disappearing into the night. 2 guards held up the man with his head covered, passing through the dense bushes, coming to a hidden cellar entrance. The metal lock made a heavy thud. ALCHXT Vin was pushed down the steps, falling heavily onto the cold ground. Letting out a cry of pain, he struggled to tear open the sack, revealing a terrified face full of freckles. Sweat slid down his temples. "Where is this? What happened?" The 2 guards were expressionless, slowly drawing the long swords from their waists. The blades gleamed coldly in the dim light. "Didn't you say you'd take me to see ALCHXT Vin sat paralyzed on the ground, recoiling in despair. White blood splashed onto the high stone walls, staining the iron windows red. The scream came to an abrupt end. Since that day, no one in the palace mentioned it again. The name of ALSCHXTTCC Vin, as if this person never existed. Princess Korak T was declared the Emperor's biological daughter. With a concubine serving as her guardian, Baroness Getchkin completely disappeared from social circles. Rumor has it she is imprisoned for life in the Deep Palace. The Emperor held the baby, looking down at that tiny face with a complex expression. Lu Yen Castle was brightly lit. ALSSA lay face up on the bed, her long hair scattered across the pillow. Tired, a scandal has finally concluded. All this trouble was because the Emperor was obsessed with his mistress. ALSA closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually stabilized. Come to think of it, didn't the Grand Duke fall into a scandal before too? She sat up abruptly. Her pupils contracted in surprise. Let me recall. Lay CCT stood by the window, his profile hidden in the shadows, quietly staring at the void outside. There were rumors that he had an affair. The object was Viscountess Rack, but I thought the Grand Duke would get sick if he left TS. He couldn't meet anyone at all. Rumors are just rumors after all. Until that day, suitcases were stacked by the carriage. ALSA stood in the courtyard saying goodbye to the butler. "I've overstayed my welcome. Please take care, my lady." The butler bowed slightly. With a respectful expression, ALSSA boarded. Her gaze swept across the stone walls of Lu Yen Castle. Being away for too long, the territory is left unattended. Please give my regards to your grace. He handed over a heavy cloth bag. The butler took it with both hands, feeling the weight inside. By the way, your grace seems to be preparing to go out as well. ALSA looked at the attendant leading the horse in the distance. The black horse was pawing the ground restlessly. Yes, he is going to see the Lord of Turen. The butler gave a gentle smile. ALSSA's pupils trembled slightly. Turen is a long way off. Can your grace's body handle it? No. The butler shook his head gently. The Lord of Turen is currently staying near the capital. Your grace must know how much you worry about him. So the Lord of Turen is Viscount Racken. This means the Viscountess will also be there, just as I expected. ALSSA sat on the edge of the bed, opening a heavy jewelry box. Rumors must never be heard as just rumors. She brushed aside layers of pearls and gold ornaments. Her fingertips stopped at an empty compartment. Her pupils contracted suddenly. Where are the Na XTYN? The Na Xten that were originally set in the jewelry have disappeared, leaving only the tarnished metal bases. They are all gone. ALSA looked down at the embroidery hoop in her hand. Absent-mindedly, she had always hated sewing. Today she looks more depressed than usual. Ku Ti stopped her work, turning her head to look at ALS. Did something happen today, my lady? You didn't even follow the pattern. ALSSA looked down at the embroidery hoop. The silk threads were intertwined into a mess. Without any order, can I ask you a favor? I need to clear my thoughts. Ku Ti shuddered suddenly. The Lord of Turen is currently staying near the capital. I must uncover the Grand Duke's scandal. A smile played on the corners of Elsessa's mouth. Find out everything about Viscountess Rack, and she should be there right now. I will take all the Mane XTYN from the TSN territory. As compensation for breaking the engagement, a magnificent gold and white palace stood tall. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling onto the intricate stone-carved exterior walls. Lei CCT stood before the heavy double doors. An attendant reached out to push open the doors. The metal hinges made a sharp sound. He is waiting for you. Lei CCT stepped into the hall. Maids were lined up neatly on both sides. They bowed deeply, their skirts spread out on the floor. The door was pushed open again. Lei CCT passed through the hanging layers of white gauze. His steps were light and slow. Brushing up a slight breeze, he stopped in front of the bed. His gaze fell on the layered silk curtains. A pale hand reached out from behind the curtain, fingertips lightly touching the air. Your Grace Lei CCT reached out and grabbed that hand. His thumb rubbed against the delicate skin. Responding in a low voice, its Mile CCT knelt on one knee before the bed. Whispering through the white gauze, I've come. A hand reached out from behind the curtain. Lightly caressing her cheek, Your Grace, I missed you very much. Lei CCT held that hand accordingly. His fingertips felt the other person's body temperature. I missed you too. Ku Ti stood by the table. With a serious expression, You asked me to investigate Viscountess Rack Ann before? Right. ALSA responded softly. Yes. Ku took a deep breath. Although there are still some points of doubt to be cleared. But there is one thing you must know. ALSA stopped her movements, looking at the other person in confusion. What? Why so serious? Could it be that his constant opposition to marriage is because he actually has someone else in his heart? ALSSA froze in place, the silver fork in her hand suspended in midair. Her pupils contracted in astonishment. For some reason, their union is absolutely impossible. Q2 lowered her voice. The Lord of Turen, Viscount Rack, and does not actually rule Turen directly. ALSA gripped the fork. What? Kuchu continued to explain. His Majesty's tax officer will inspect personally. To directly supervise tax collection, ALSSA's expression was solemn. Is it true? There aren't many places under His Majesty's direct jurisdiction? Ku Ti nodded in confirmation. Yes, even the imperial capital, Ba Yen, is governed by members of the royal family. ALSSA fell into deep thought. But what does this have to do with the Viscountess? She suddenly looked up. Cold sweat slid down her temples. Wait. For an ordinary city to be so strictly supervised, it means, could she not be Lei Cici's secret lover? But the Emperor's secret mistress? Lei CCT tightly hugged the woman in his arms. His back looked cold and stern. I am the person in the rumors. Ka, too, threw out the last clue. There is one more point of doubt. The attendants serving Viscountess Rack and all come from the great cathedral. ALSSA's gaze was icy. Staring at somewhere in the void, ALSA leaned against the back of the chair. People from the great cathedral? Cod's expression was serious. Yes, they are the registrars from the cathedral embassy. Only they can access the records of royal family members. ALSA frowned deeply. Plus, he is His Majesty's tax officer. Viscountess Rack Ann must be a member of the royal family, or someone with status equivalent to royalty. She changed her sitting posture, her arms folded across her chest. Who could it be? Ku Ti shook her head. I investigated if she was the late Emperor's mistress. But strangely, the late Emperor's mistresses fell ill one after another, and then all of them died. Blood-stained hands appeared in the frame. The portraits hanging on the wall dimmed one by one, finally falling into dead silence. The woman lying on the bed spoke weakly. You haven't come to see me for a long time. I know you're busy, but am still disappointed. She turned her head slightly. Even Lei CCT has been very busy lately. He doesn't come to see me anymore. I think he has grown into a real man. The woman let out a soft chuckle, although it's annoying. But I will forgive him, because he is very cute. Lei CCT tightly held that pale hand. His fingertips trembled from the force. His eyes were full of struggle. He knelt on one knee before the bed. His back looked heavy behind the white gauze. An older woman stood at the back, quietly watching all of this. The older woman left the line of sight, with worry showing between her brows. Lei CCT suddenly looked up. His gaze pierced through the curtain. Did Lei CCT really say that? But his age doesn't match the late Emperor's mistress. Kutu's expression was solemn. Your Grace. Lei CCT held the hand of the woman on the sick bed, responding softly, Yes, madam. Kuchu continued to state the investigation results. According to my information, she is at least 80 years old. The woman on the sickbed had hair as white as snow. Her face was withered, but she had a smile. Please, cherish, with love. Lei CCT's SA stood up abruptly. What, 80 years old? Ka Chu-ti pushed open the wooden door. Walking into the dim room, we cannot directly send people to infiltrate Hem. We can only investigate the surrounding areas. She stopped in front of an old woman, who used to be the Viscountess's caregiver, retired 10 years ago and moved into a hospital. Ku Tu lowered her voice. According to her, the Viscountess looked 80 years old back then. ALSA turned around abruptly. Her pupils dilated in shock. Wait, Tiff, she was 80 10 years ago. Wouldn't she be over 90 now? K-Chu-T held up her index finger, pressing it against her lips. Her expression became increasingly eerie. That is the strangest part. ALSA pressed further. Strange. Ku-T shifted her gaze. According to the residents near the Tu Ren Villa, 20 years ago, Viscountess Rak Ann also looked 80 years old. ALSA was stunned in place. How is that possible? Cood continued to state the testimony. This means, according to multiple witnesses, Viscountess Rak Ann was 80 20 years ago, and she was 80 10 years ago. Sunlight pierced through the curtains, shining on that old face on the sickbed. Her eyes were tightly closed, as if time had completely stopped for her. Ka Chu continued the statement. Until today, she still looks only 80 years old. Lei CCT walked down the steps quickly. Leather shoes tapped on the marble floor, making a hurried sound. An older maid stood at the corner of the stairs, bowing slightly. Your Grace. Lei CCT stopped abruptly, turning his face, his eyes hidden in the shadow of his hair. Since when did it start? The maid lowered her eyes. With a solemn expression, we don't know either. The exact time the symptoms first appeared, we only noticed the abnormality about 2 years ago. Lei CCT turned around abruptly. Anger surged in his eyes. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The maid stood at a high place, her hands folded in front of her. Because the madam has never forgotten you, Your Grace. Her condition only began to deteriorate in the last 6 months. Before that, she just couldn't distinguish between the past and the present. Lei CCT took a sharp breath. His chest heaved violently. You all have worked hard. He lowered his head, shadows covering his eyes. It was nothing. Lei CCT turned and left quickly. Leather shoes stepped heavily in the corridor, making a hurried sound. Echoes vibrated in the empty palace. He suddenly pushed open the heavy door. Standing alone in the middle of the empty hall, the lights pulled his shadow very long. The sound of his breathing seemed fragmented in the dead silence. Lei CCT closed his eyes. His brows were tightly furrowed. Tears slid down his cheeks. That person is my mother. In the memory, the priest stood in the center of the altar. A new couple was exchanging vows. It was the most grand royal wedding. The bride wore a pure white veil. Golden hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her profile revealed holiness and gentleness. Young Lei CCT stood in the crowd, looking up at the front. His golden pupils were full of innocence. That person is my mother. The carriage stopped in front of the palace door. The sunlight was blinding. Returning to the territory after the wedding, what does this mean? Young Lei CCT ran through the corridor. The corners of his clothes fluttered in the breeze. Am going to ask her directly? Attendants chased from behind, spreading their arms to try and block him. Your Grace, you cannot go in. Lei CCT rushed toward the carriage, shouting loudly. Mother. He stopped abruptly. His hands clenched tight. Mother, why didn't you say anything? The woman slowly turned her head, through the thin veil, revealing a face full of wrinkles, sagging skin. Her eyes were cloudy and terrified. Lei CC's pupils shrank suddenly. His fingertips were icy. Mother. Anyone bound by the TSN vow will become unhappy, so she cannot be my mother. ALSSA tore up the letter in her hand. Bits of paper flew in the air. A mocking smile played on her lips. So you plan to keep avoiding me? Haya Else stood before the door, whispering in a low voice. I originally had something to ask. Bits of paper scattered all over her feet. She stared at the closed door, her eyes showing unwillingness. KD stood at the end of the corridor, watching this scene, letting out a soft sigh. It seems my lady has been rejected again. My lady, it's time to prepare for departure. ALSA turned around abruptly, her hands firmly pressed on Kata's shoulders. You've come at just the right time. KD was stunned in place. What? ALSA leaned close to her face. I have something to ask of you. The banquet hall was brightly lit. Lei CCT had a smile on his face. It is my honor to meet you. ALSA had a smile of determination on her face. No matter what reason the Grand Duke has... Lei CCT opened the envelope. His gaze swept across the letter. With a stern expression, ALSSA lifted her skirt. I will definitely make him see me. A messenger galloped on horseback. The sound of horse hooves echoed in the streets. He suddenly pulled the reins. Jumping off the horse, Your Grace? Lei CCT stopped his pace, turning his head to look at the newcomer. The messenger presented a letter with both hands. We have received an invitation from Marquis Lay. Letter Lay CCT took the envelope. His fingertips brushed across the wax seal. Invitation letter. He opened the envelope. His gaze swept across the list. His fingertips trembled slightly from the force. The guest list was full of bachelors. Lay Cece's eyes were full of coldness. The Marquis is playing tricks. Sending the invitation letter so late, even traveling day and night wouldn't be enough to make it. He turned around abruptly, stuffing the letter back into the messenger's arms, then politely refused. He said nothing. Mounting the horse again, XJH kicked the horse's belly hard. The horse neighed and rushed into the distance. Lay CCT suddenly pulled the reins tight. The horse's front hooves reared up as it neighed. He jumped onto the horse. His movements were agile. The messenger stood at the back shouting, "Your Grace." The sound of horse hooves instantly faded away, leaving only a string of hurried echoes. Lay CCT leaned close to the horse's neck. His hair was messy in the wind, his gaze showing determination. He must arrive before everything ends. ALSA raised her wineglass, talking with the nobleman in front of her, with a proper smile on the corners of her mouth, but her eyes were emotionless. She covered her mouth and chuckled, looking quite pleasant. As if immersed in the joy of the banquet, Gid you play CCT whipped the horse, urging the mount to sprint at full speed. His silhouette disappeared at the end of the road. ALSA stood alone in the hall, her hands folded in front of her, gazing into the distance. I didn't dare believe it at first. A group of men gathered in the banquet hall, talking in low voices in small groups. Father actually brought all the previous blind date candidates here. This kind of social gathering is simply unbelievable. ALSA turned her head. Her peripheral vision swept toward Van Kima in the crowd. Father is truly a powerful figure. Such tactics are indeed astonishing. She withdrew her gaze. Her eyes became sharp. This kind of thing has been done before. It's not rare to do it again. End this here as soon as possible. To go see Lay C. ALSA walked toward a blonde nobleman. With a polite smile on her lips, Lord Anne beamed. I heard you are very fond of gardening. Anne beamed, showed a surprised expression, bowing slightly. Indeed. Could it be that the lady is also interested in plants? ALSA waved her hand. With a bright smile, not at all. I have no talent in this area at all. Anne Beant was stunned in place, with a confused expression. Then, how did you know I like gardening? ALSA stretched out her finger, pointing to Hari not far away. It was Hari who told me. Hari was startled suddenly. A chill ran down her spine. Looking over here with a face full of shock, ALSS held her wineglass. Weaving through the crowd, Lord Ajiek Kim. You were my father's riding partner, right? I've heard many things about you. Ajiek Kim bowed slightly. I have also heard much of your great name. Lady ALSA. P leaned toward the mirror. Regarding your paintings, ALSA turned her head. Rather than those, I prefer the style of the Agena P period. She dealt with different men one after another. From the 4 to the 6, the list flashed quickly through her mind. Her throat felt like it was on fire. ALSA reached out and picked up a glass from the tray. Her fingertips touched the cold glass. Lady ALSA. A deep voice came from behind. She stopped her movements abruptly, turning back to see the newcomer. Did I miss someone? I feel like I have already met all the blind date candidates. Pai E had a complex expression. His gaze was locked tightly onto her face. ALSSA's pupils trembled slightly, staring at the man in front of her. You are the son of Count Jianqi, right? Lei CCT gave a bitter smile. I thought you wouldn't know. I am Pai E. ALSSA turned around, facing him directly. They looked at each other under the lights. The atmosphere froze instantly. Pai E bowed slightly. I am currently undergoing training with the knights. ALSSA nodded in acknowledgement. I see. Van Kima spread his arms. Since everyone has already met each other, why don't we enjoy a simple meal together? ALSSA sat at the long table, turning her head to look at the man beside her. Why is he here? Pai E Genshi raised his wineglass. A gentle smile hung on the corner of his mouth. This man who married Jia Xfi Na, he killed him. A murderer through and through. Images tore through her mind. A woman in a red dress fell in a pool of blood. Her body twisted. Blonde hair scattered on the cold carpet. ALSA snapped back to reality. Ah, yes. ALSSAS, pupils contracted. After the engagement with the Leon family was broken, the eldest son of the Baisi family is getting engaged to the imperial princess. So Jia Xfi Na Lilian appeared here, because she got engaged to Lei Cici. ALSA lowered her eyelids. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Her father's social gathering is essentially just a game of power. Van Kima sat at the end of the long table, scanning the nobles present. Continue eating. ALSSA. You should eat more too. ALSSA gripped the cutlery in her hands. The sound of metal cutting the porcelain plate echoed softly. Father, you really are the most sophisticated noble I've ever seen. ALSS cut the food on her plate. Her movements were elegant and slow. Thank you for the compliment. ALSSA put a small piece of food into her mouth. A mocking smile hung at the corner of her lips. No, that was an insult. Ha! Ri quickly caught up with ALC, blocking her path at the end of the corridor. Are you okay? You were shaking just now. Hari leaned closer to ALC. His expression was full of worry. I've always hated these kinds of social occasions. ALSA turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. That's why I envy you, my carefree brother. Wait, Lacey C's ability to get engaged was largely because my brother vouched for her. Hari put his arm around Lacey's shoulder. The two of them were laughing brightly. ALSSA lowered her eyelids. Both my father and brother are like this. Do the men in this house have no eyes? She stopped walking, looking directly into Hari's eyes. Brother, have better taste in friends from now on. Hari froze in place with his hands spread. All my friends are very kind. I only followed you out because I was worried about you. And yet you're actually scolding me. ALSSA pushed open the heavy wooden door, leaving without looking back. Kind my ass. A loud announcement rang through the hall. His Grace, the Grand Duke, has arrived. Lei CCT pushed the door open and entered, walking toward the center of the hall against the light. The dark formal suit accentuated his tall and straight figure. His expression was cold and majestic. Everyone bowed one after another, greeting His Grace, the Grand Duke. Lei CCT walked through the crowd. His gaze was searching for something. No one said the Grand Duke would come. Cold sweat broke out on Hari's forehead. He turned his head with a stiff expression. Lei CCT stepped into the hall, looking down coldly at the man in front of him. Marquise Van Kima bowed slightly. Thank you for your invitation. It is an honor for the Lei Yuan family that you would visit in person despite your busy schedule. Hari watched from behind a pillar. I thought His Grace would never show up. Father specifically chose the day His Grace was inspecting the Southwest to hold the gathering, just to avoid him. The contents of Lei Cici's letter surfaced. I am about to head to the Southwest for an inspection. I won't be in the territory during this time. It will be difficult to meet even if you come to Tia. Hari's face was full of disbelief. How on earth did he rush back? Is His Grace jealous? ALSA gripped the hem of her skirt. Her fingertips turned white from the force. Angry veins throbbed on her forehead. She suddenly reached out and pinched Hari's waist hard. Hari let out a scream. His body trembled violently. His features distorted in pain. I think my internal organs just ruptured. He clutched his side. Bending over in pain, ALSA let out a cold snort. Jealous. It drives me crazy that he hides every time I want to see him. This is absolutely driving me insane. Lei CCT walked through the crowd and stopped in front of her. Have you been well? ALS. He gazed at the young girl before him. She looks even more beautiful than usual today. Did she dress up specifically for this gathering? I can't leave her in a room full of men. I must take her away right now. She reached out her hand. Her fingertips suspended in mid-air. It seems I've arrived too late. Please rise. ALSSA raised her head. Her gaze met his. Your Grace, the Grand Duke? Lei CCT took her hand. The warmth of his palm spread through the gloves. Oh no, I shouldn't let myself fall for this again. I will escort you back to Ru Cheyenne. ALSSA lowered her eyelashes, responding softly. Okay. The two of them walked side by side through the corridor. Their boots made dull thudding sounds on the floor. Their figures disappeared at the end of the hallway. Lei CCT stopped walking. The tip of his boot pressed against the marble floor. His gaze froze on the painting in front of him. Yun Fin Ruin. That was the place where they first met. A shooting star streaked through the deep blue night sky, falling behind the massive stone pillars. Someday I'll have to let him go, but I am also a mere mortal. ALSSA smiled brilliantly. A blush rose to her cheeks. The corners of her eyes curved into crescents. Lei CCT gazed at the painting. I want to buy this painting, to at least keep this memory. It should be fine, right? The wooden carriage galloped through the forest. The wheels rolled over gravel, making violent jolts, startling a flock of birds. Lei CCT sat inside the carriage. His brows were tightly furrowed. What on earth happened at the banquet? ALSA lowered her head in silence. Her hands were folded on her lap. I had been refusing his requests to meet. I didn't expect him to appear here. Lei CCT leaned forward. His gaze locked onto her face. You mean ALS? SA suddenly leaned forward. Her hands tightly gripped Lei CC's wrists. You must be in a lot of pain. Lei CC's body froze. His pupils contracted in shock. Ah, no. ALSSA just looked into his eyes. Her tone was beyond doubt. Of course you're in pain. If it weren't for the pain, you would never have run to me like this. Sweat broke out on Lei CCS's forehead. This kind of pain, Lei CCT let her hold his hands. That wasn't pain at all. So in her eyes, I am just a man who only appears when hurt. He lowered his eyelids. A self-deprecating smile hung on his lips. That's right, cold and selfish, only showing up when needed. That is the role I play. Lei CCT gripped ALSSA's hands back. You held my hand today. What should I give you in return? ALSSAWW trembled suddenly. Her pupils contracted in astonishment. Lei CCT released his fingers. His fingertips brushed against the back of her hand. You always make me feel embarrassed. Do you have to be so blunt? ALSA sat back in her place, folding her hands across her chest. You just need to say you feel much better. Thank you. Wouldn't that be enough? ALSA turned her body. Since you plan to calculate like this, I will treat you the same way. Give me the TSNOIMT POW. Lei CCT froze in place. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. Well, there's no progress in the relationship with Lacey. ALSA gripped her pen. Writing quickly on the stationery, the pen tip moved across the paper, making a rustling sound. The interactions with Ann Beat Monchan are going very smoothly. ALSA lay flat on the bed, holding up the letter to read it carefully. You really like plants. Then you should also know this. He pinched a green leaf. The pen tip was soaked in ink, outlining the shape of the leaf on the paper. Good news has come from the palace. KZI held a purple jewelry box. Walking quickly to the table, Her Majesty the Empress sent a gift. ALSA took the wooden box. Her fingertips pushed open the latch. A ring was lying inside. There were 2 empty slots on the ring setting. What does this mean? KZI pointed to the purple jewelry box. This means the imperial consort is pregnant. ALSA was lost in thought. I see. It's exactly as expected. ALSA stood by the window. Her fingertips gently stroked the green leaf. I received a letter from the Marchioness Panji, inviting me to Princess Korak-Tia's birthday banquet. She looked down at the invitation in her hand. Her brows furrowed slightly. It will be crowded everywhere. I really don't want to go at all. ALSSA closed her eyes, letting out a sigh. But I must go, right? The grand theater was brightly lit. Nobles were dancing gracefully in the center of the hall. Skirts intertwined. Boots tapped the floor. ALSA pushed open the heavy doors. Entering the noisy venue alone, these kinds of crowded places always make one feel uncomfortable. ALSSA moved through the banquet hall, wanting only to find a corner to hide and leave this place as soon as possible. Lei CCT suddenly appeared behind her, leaning close to her ear. What are you doing here? ALSA turned around abruptly. Her pupils contracted from the fright. Your Grace. Lei CCT approached quickly. His gaze swept across her face. Are you feeling unwell? Why are you here alone? ALSSA steadied her mind. I've been fine. What about you, Your Grace? Lei CC's face was pale. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His breathing became heavy. ALSA stared at his face. He looks like haze enduring severe pain. It seems the kind me has to help again. She reached out her hand. Her fingertips rested on the back of Lei CC's hand. Your Grace, would you like to dance? ALSA held Lei CC's palm with both hands. Warmth was transmitted through her fingertips. Phew, I finally survived. Lei CCT looked down at their overlapping hands. A blush rose to his cheeks. His pupils trembled slightly. Dancing, what does this mean? He suddenly realized his loss of composure. Quickly adjusting his breathing, she noticed something was wrong with me. Is she bailing me out? ALSSA looked around. The guests' eyes were turning toward them. Oops, what should I do? The corner of Lei CC's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint, imperceptible smile. Leaning close to her ear, do you want to dance? ALSA froze in place. Her eyes were filled with confusion. No, I didn't mean that. Lei CCT straightened his body. Keeping his hands behind his back, I am a very good dancer. ALSA stared blankly at his back. He just said he is a very good dancer. Lei CCT turned around, reached out his right hand, then, let's go. ALSA placed her hand in his palm, fingertips touching. He had never mentioned dancing before. ALSA was led by the hand by Lei CCT, stumbling along behind him. I thought he couldn't dance at all. Wait for me. Lei CCT led her to the center of the dance floor. Standing still under the magnificent chandelier, the surrounding guests moved back one after another, leaving a circular space. Oh my God, His Grace, the Grand Duke, is actually going to dance. Is that the young lady he just got engaged to? She's from the Layun family, right? ALSA looked around. Why is everyone backing away? This kind of scrutiny is embarrassing. The musicians raised their violin bows. A melodious tune rang out and echoed through the hall. Lei CCT put his arm around ALSA's waist, starting the dance steps to the rhythm. His movements were fluid and elegant. He actually dances so well. ALSSA looked up at his profile. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Lei CCT lowered his head slightly. His gaze locked onto her face. ALSSA, I am a member of the Imperial family. ALSSA was stunned for a moment. Ah, I know that. Lei CC's expression was calm. Members of the Imperial family must master all social etiquette, including dancing. ALSA twirled her skirt to the beat, drawing an arc on the dance floor. Of course, this is basic training for nobles. It's only natural that he dances well. Everyone stepped aside, making room for this member of the Imperial family. Perhaps this is for the best. Now is the time to ask. ALSA tilted her face up. Her gaze locked onto Lei CC's eyes. Your Grace, I have a question. A smile hung on the corner of Lei CC's mouth. Looking down at her, what is it, my lady? ALSA pressed her fingertips against his chest. I want to know about Viscountess Rousseau, and your relationship with her? Lei CC's body suddenly stiffened. The smile vanished from his face. That's not something you need to worry about. ALSA did not back down. This isn't a matter of whether I'm worried or not. If I'm not mistaken, she is your stepmother. Lei CCT avoided her gaze. His expression became icy. I don't want to discuss this. ALSA persisted. But I must hear it. Why would you? Lei CCT suddenly tightened his arm, pulling her toward him. His movements carried an unquestionable authority. The dance steps continued in silence. The musician drew the bow. The melody came to an abrupt halt. That's enough. Lei CCT released his hold on her waist, stepping back half a pace. His hanging fingertips trembled slightly. The dance is over. ALSA stood in place. Her pupils trembled slightly. Silence enveloped her whole body. Lei CCT reached out and grabbed her arm. His fingertips used force, trying to hold her back. ALSA suddenly threw off the restraint, turning and running toward the depths of the banquet hall. Her red skirt trailed on the floor. Lei CCT stared at her back. A hint of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it, I was too impulsive. I didn't mean to get angry. He started walking. I must catch up to her. ALSA pushed through the crowd, pushing open the heavy red silk velvet curtain. Hiding on the empty balcony, Lei CCT followed closely behind, reaching out to pull back the curtain, always hiding everything so deeply. I didn't want things to turn out like this. ALSA heard a noise. She turned around, shock in her eyes. Your Grace. Lei CCT stood by the curtain. His breathing was slightly ragged. I lost my composure just now. ALSA froze in place. Her pupils contracted in astonishment. Staring at the man in front of her, Lei CCT hung his head, his hair covering his eyes, murmuring in a low voice, sorry. His body suddenly leaned forward, all his weight pressed forward, collapsing onto ALSA's shoulder. ALSA reached out to support his back. Your Grace, are you badly hurt? Lei CCT did not respond. His breathing became heavy and erratic. His body kept sliding down. ALSA tightly hugged his shoulders, trying to steady this heavy body. Your Grace. Lei CCS's legs lost their strength. His knees slammed hard onto the floor. Letting out a muffled groan, ALSA was dragged down by this force and fell onto the carpet. Her hands propped hard against his chest. His body temperature was frighteningly high. She could feel the burning sensation even through the clothes. He has a fever. ALSA cupped Lei CCS's face. Her fingertips touched a scorching heat. Your Grace. Can you hear me? Lei CCS's eyes were tightly shut. His body trembled slightly in her arms, but his hands were as cold as ice. Why are your hands so cold? Lei CC's fingertips used force, tightly gripping the back of ALSA's hand. ALSA, it's not time yet, right? ALSA propped her hands on the floor, allowing Lei CCT to bury his head in the crook of her neck. Her body was tense from bearing the weight. We must go back. Back to the territory. Lei CC's breathing was heavy. His body kept sliding down. Damn it. ALSS suddenly exerted force, grabbing the silver sash on his chest. Just hold on a little longer. She propped up Lei CC's arm, half dragging and half hugging him to steady his center of gravity. The two of them stumbled toward the exit. The carriage was parked in the night. The driver sat up high, pulling the reins. E stood by the window, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, watching the departing carriage. He turned around. His gaze followed ALTSA, supporting Lei Kate's back from behind. His eyes were filled with indifference. Cyan stood by the window, watching the departing carriage. Since they are already engaged, it was natural for him to develop feelings for her. Lei KKT sat slumped in the carriage, his back against the wooden board. His breathing was weak. Lei Kate's eyes were tightly closed. His face was as pale as paper. Sorry, ALT. SA leaned in close, holding his face in her hands. Stop saying that. How do you feel? Does it still hurt? ALTSA placed her palm against his forehead. Why is it not working? They said it would improve as long as there is contact. Lei KKT let out a low groan. His brows were tightly furrowed, seeming to be in immense pain. ALTSA clenched her teeth. His broken expression reflected in her pupils. She couldn't care less anymore. She suddenly leaned down, pressing down on Lei Kate's shoulders, kissed his lips. ALTSA closed her eyes. Her long hair fell down, shading both their faces. Inside the quiet carriage, their breaths intertwined. ALTSA slowly pulled away. Their lips parted, leaving a trail of silver. Lei KKT lay back. His breathing gradually stabilized. Color returned to his face. ALTSA gazed at his face. Joy flashed in her eyes. She smiled. Lei KKT slowly opened his eyes. His pupils regained focus. ALTSA, she leaned over and held his shoulders. We are on our way back to the fief now. Lei KKT remained silent. He grabbed her wrist with his other hand. His thumb brushed against the lace cuff. ALTSA, I like you. ALTSA froze on the spot. Her pupils dilated in shock. What? Lei KKT gazed into her eyes. His voice was deep. I like you. Don't go. ALTSA stood with her back to the ballroom's bustle. Her red skirt spread out like petals. Don't leave me. Lei KKT closed his eyes again. A tear escaped from the corner of his eye. Falling into a deep sleep, a roar came from the distant bell tower. The bells echoed in the night sky. The golden bell roared. The echo vibrated within the hall. ALTSA, wearing a white wedding dress, sat on one side of the round table. Lei KKT sat opposite her. A marriage contract was spread between them. Lei KKT held the quill and began to write on the parchment. The nib glided across the paper, leaving a raspy sound. He pushed the marriage contract forward. His fingertips pressed against the edge of the paper, sliding it in front of ALTSA reached out for the quill. Her fingertips trembled slightly. Staring at the blank signature line, no, I absolutely cannot sign. ALTSA gripped the pen tightly. The nib hovered above the paper. Her breathing became rapid. Stop. He suddenly let go. The quill fell onto the table, making a dull thud. ALTSA looked up, looking at Lei KKT across from her through the thin veil. ALTSA sat upright at the table. The veil draped over her shoulders. A faint smile hung on her lips. Lei KKT turned his head. His gaze fell upon her. His expression was cold. He reached out and held ALTSA's hand. His fingertips were ice. The dark ALTSA turned into a skeleton. The hollow eye sockets stared straight ahead, draped in a pure white wedding dress. ALTSA woke up with a start. Letting out a short scream, Lei KKT opened his eyes. His pupils contracted in the morning light. Lei KKT turned his head, gazing at ALTSA beside him. His eyes gradually cleared. He closed his eyes. His breathing was still rapid. Falling into a daze, Lei KKT raised his hand. His fingertips lightly touched her cheek. His movements were hesitant. The corners of Lei Kate's mouth curled up slightly. His eyes were full of tenderness. Watching her as she slept soundly, the skeleton fell into the black shadows. Deep purple hair tangled around the skull. Hollow eye sockets. Looking up into nothingness, Lei KKT suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils trembled in the morning light. His 5 fingers spread open stiffly, hovering in mid-air. He propped up his upper body. The bedding slipped down from his shoulders. His gaze fell to his side. ALTSA, he called softly. ALTSA's shoulders trembled. She slowly turned her head. Confusion was in her eyes. He propped himself up on the bed and sat up. Her long hair was scattered over her white nightgown. Your Grace. You're awake. Lei Kate's brows furrowed, staring at the woman in front of him. Why are you here? ALTSA sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the man in front of her. Don't you remember what happened yesterday? Lei KKT looked down, avoiding her gaze. His fingers gripped the bedding. I remember I fainted. ALTSA leaned forward. Her long hair fell on her white dress. That's right. Don't you remember what I said? Lei Kate's profile was cold. Absolutely no one can know that as long as you hold my hand, my pain will disappear, especially His Majesty the Emperor. He must never find out. Hovering in front of a LTSA, why not? Lei KKT suddenly leaned his body forward. Anger ignited in his eyes. Because if that happens, I would have to make you my bride tomorrow. ALTSA froze on the spot. Her pupils contracted slightly. Falling into silence, I am your fiancé. That means one day I will become your bride anyway. She straightened her back, looking directly into Lei Kate's eyes. Why? ALTSA instantly closed the distance. Lei KKT propped himself up with one hand. But I won't marry you. Lei Kate's face was slightly flushed. His gaze was hesitant. Because I like you. Altsa froze where she was. Her pupils trembled. What? Lei KKT leaned down. Shadow loomed over her face. I said I like you. Altsas fingers suddenly tightened, grabbing the sheets beneath her. That murmur wasn't a hallucination after all. Lei KKT gazed at her. His voice was deep. I like you. Altsa froze on the spot. Her pupils dilated in shock. He likes me. Yet he can't marry me? Could it be that the rumors about Viscountess Jua's son are true? Lei KKT knelt in front of her. His expression was serious. So, don't marry me. Let's just date. Altsa suddenly backed away. Her back hit the headboard. You mean you only want to date? But don't intend to get married. Lei KKT looked directly into her eyes. His tone was calm. That's right. Altsas temple throbbed slightly. Is this guy playing with me? She took a deep breath. Her eyes were cold. What do you mean by that? And saying such things to your fiancé, no less? Lei KKT lowered his eyelids. This might be hard to understand, but it's all for your sake. Altsa pressed one hand to her chest. A cold smile played on her lips. If I hold the title of fiancé, but watch someone else take the position of Grand Duchess, is that really for my own good? Lei KKT fell silent. His gaze fell on nothing in particular. Altsa looked directly at him. Although, I'm sorry, just as you like me, the fact that you don't want to marry me must have a real reason. Lei KKT suddenly reached out and pulled Altsa into his arms. His arms wrapped tightly around her shoulders. She closed her eyes. Feeling his body heat, Altsa turned her head. Her gaze was scrutinizing. What exactly is the reason? Lei KKT released the hug. Sitting up straight with his back to her, I can't say. He turned his hand slightly. His voice was deep and husky. If you heard that reason, even if you regretted it, I wouldn't be able to let you leave again. Altsa gazed at his back. Her eyes were full of disappointment. You're a coward. She suddenly stood up. Her hands clenched at her sides. You think I would run away, don't you? So your trust in me only goes this far. Lei Kate's lips curled into a self-deprecating arc. That's right. I'm a coward. He lowered his head. His hands were tightly clasped on his knees. If it were me, I would run away the moment I heard that reason, even if the price were death. Altsa knelt behind him. Her gaze fell on his back, falling into a long silence. Indeed, most people probably wouldn't go towards death willingly. She lowered her eyelids. A mountain of bones appeared in her mind. But I am not afraid of death. Altsa gazed at Lei KKT. Compared to death, I am more afraid of something else. Lei KKT suddenly leaned down, pressing his forehead against the edge of the bed. His back trembled from tension. Altsa gazed at Lei KKT. Compared to death, I am more worried about seeing you suffering alone. Visions appeared in Altsa's mind. Lei KKT dressed in formal wear standing in the hall, his hands on another woman's shoulders. Watching another woman stand by your side? I don't like it at all. She suddenly swung her arm, smashed the pillow hard. Feathers exploded and scattered in the air. Altsa folded her hands against her chin, a smile on her lips. So, that kind of thing will never happen. Lei KKT was hit by the pillow. His body jerked back. Looking at her in complete shock, Lei KKT huddled in the corner of the bed, looking at the shattered feathers all over the floor. You must be very angry. Even so, Altsa let out a long breath. I'm hiding secrets too. So we're even. She held a spear, standing atop a mountain of bones. Since I also want you to stay by my side with your secrets, I have no right to criticize you. Altsa reached out both hands, tightly grasping Lei Kate's palms. Your grace has secrets, right? I have them too. Altsa knelt by the bed. Her hands tightly clasped Lei Kate's hand. Why don't we make a bet? To see who guesses the other's secret first? Leichardt tilted his head back slightly. His pupils trembled with surprise. The corners of Altsa's mouth curled up. Though I think I already know what your grace's secret is. Lei KKT let out a light laugh. Leaning down close to her, you're bluffing. Altsa lowered her eyelids, avoiding his gaze. The one who is bluffing is your grace. The frequency of attacks is increasing, and the pain is constantly intensifying, isn't it? Altsa gazed at Lei K. He would soon have no choice but to marry a sacrifice who would bear the pain for him. She straightened her back. With a solemn expression, a new season is coming. Grand Duke, you should listen to the new prophecy. The Grand Duke will marry me. He suddenly turned his head. His pupils contracted suddenly. What? Altsa suddenly leaned in close, pressing her hands on his shoulders. And I will be that sacrifice. Altsa suddenly moved closer, their noses almost touching. This is just treatment. Lei KKT held his breath. A blush spread across his cheeks. What? Altsa kissed him without another word. Blocking his unfinished words, Lei Kate's eyes widened. His body completely froze, letting her hold his shoulders. Altsa let go, turned and walked away quickly. Her skirt drew an arc in the air. Lei KKT sat alone on the edge of the bed. His trembling fingertips touched his lips. Staring into space in a daze, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. A hand suddenly grabbed the doorknob. Oh, Altsa suddenly turned her head. I don't like you at all, Grand Duke. She walked quickly toward the door, pushed the door open and went out, then slammed the door shut behind her. Altsa leaned against the door. Her face was bright red. Her ears were burning hot. Lei KKT sat alone on the edge of the bed, looking at the closed door. You don't like me? The teapot was steaming. It seems like KKT is finally getting married. Marquise Len, NCC turned to look at the Emperor. By the way, Your Majesty must have seen it yesterday too. He picked up the teacup. His fingertips lightly tapped the porcelain saucer. The two of them walked toward the terrace together. The Emperor took a sip of black tea. I heard they even got into the royal carriage together in a hurry and went home. Count TTVA Na spread his palms. That sister-in-law of mine has been quite proactive lately. She indeed has the air of a lady. When they left the banquet, they didn't even let go of each other's hands. Marquise Len NCC leaned back against the chair. Come to think of it, isn't the spring hunt coming up soon? If we only focus on enjoyment, it will soon be July. Count TTVA Na turned his head. He'll be 20 years old on his birthday this year, right? The Emperor gazed into space. Indeed, it's a suitable age for marriage. Altsa wearing a white wedding dress, her bare feet locked by black iron chains. You won't be able to endure it much longer either, will you? Lei KKT was dressed in a white formal suit. Heavy chains were also buckled on his wrists. As the curse deepens, you can only be trapped in the imperial palace. The Emperor rested his chin on his hand. A smile hung on his lips. So, get married quickly, my brother. Only then can you be free. Kizai stood on the lawn, her hands folded in front of her. Miss, the Grand Duke has sent you a gift. Altsa suddenly hung upside down from the tree. Her long hair dangled in midair. A gift. Kizai pushed her glasses. Her expression was a bit hesitant. Well, about this gift. Altsa jumped lightly back to the ground. Her skirt fluttered in the wind. What is it? The wooden box lid was lifted. A long axe lay still on a red velvet cushion. The axe blade shimmered with a cold light. Altsa reached out and grabbed the long handle, lifting it slowly from the box. This is key. Zai stood to the side, her shoulders trembling slightly. Who gives a fiancé this kind of gift? The Grand Duke really has no taste. Altsa stared intently at the axe blade. Her fingertips brushed across the cold metal. This thickness, this sharp glint, and this shape, it's simply perfect. Juan watched Altsa. That's right. That's the weapon. Lei KKT was draped in a red cloak, holding the long axe horizontally with both hands. Standing amidst the light, Altsa held the long axe high. I love it so much. Kizai covered her face from the side, appearing somewhat helpless. Juan handed over a letter. Holding the envelope with both hands, he also attached a letter. To my dear Altsa, I fancy you. Please accept my pursuit. The Imperial Spring Hunt will be held next week. Would you be willing to participate as my partner? Lei KT Altsa tore open the envelope. Her eyes lingered on the letter. Falling into deep thought, Altsa raised her index finger, signaling Juan to wait for a moment. Please wait. She turned and ran toward the stairs. Her skirt brushed over the steps. Rushing back to her room, Altsa spread out the stationery. Holding the quill tightly in her right hand, the nib glided across the paper. Dearest Grand Duke, I do not like you, but I will gratefully accept this gift. She stopped her pen, her fingertip pressed lightly against her lower lip. Falling into deep thought, Altsa pinched a corner of the envelope, handing it to Juan. Please deliver this. As your fiancé, I would be very happy to accompany you to the spring hunt. Altsa, a double-edged long axe, stood against the wall. A purple round shield reflected a faint light. Altsa sank into the sofa, her legs swinging in the air, repeatedly reading the letter in her hand. To my dear Altsa, I am busy preparing for the spring hunt. I cannot visit in person, so I can only send this letter instead. Altsa, I fancy you. Please stay by my side. Enclosed is a small gift. Whatever your answer may be, please accept it. Ktaltsa pinched the stationery. Her gaze wandered upward. I fancy you. Lei KKT leaned down, his hands propped on the edge of the bed, trapping a Altsa between his arms. He said he fancies you. Alisa suddenly hunched her shoulders, clinging tightly to the letter, her cheeks instantly flushed. Juan, leading a horse, stopped in front of the mansion, presenting the letter with both hands. Your Grace, that young lady has sent a reply. Lei KKT tore open the envelope, his fingertips brushed across the paper. His pupils trembled slightly. To my dear Grand Duke, I fancy you too. Alisa Juan stared at Lei Kate's back. That young lady, what exactly did he write? To make you have that expression. Leichardt lowered his head, his shoulders sagging slightly. No. Leichardt gripped the letter in his hand. As if flames were igniting around his body, his expression turned cold and stern. I cannot back down now. Sunlight spilled onto the steps of the manor, and a carriage stopped in front of the door. Daisy ran quickly into the building. My lady, Lord Juan, is here to visit. Alisa turned her head, her purple eyes flickering. Oh, really? She lifted her yellow gown and ran quickly toward the door. Juan, you've come again today. Juan stood by the door, lifting the lid of a wooden crate with one hand. Yes, the Grand Duke sent another letter today. A gift. Alisa leaned down. Resting her hands on her knees, she stared at the daggers inside the crate. Oh. Alisa straightened up and met his eyes. Let's decorate with them quickly. Juan turned his head to look at her, a hint of a smile on his lips. All right. Juan gripped the shaft of a spear with both hands, standing it steadily against the wall. The wall was covered with various weapons. Long swords and heavy hammers were arranged neatly. Silver shields were stacked in the corner, and the metal blades glinted with a cold light. Alisa stood with her hands on her hips. Beside Juan, looking up at the collection covering the wall, light was reflected in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. So beautiful. Daisy stood to the side, looking down and adjusting her glasses, letting out a long, helpless sigh. The Imperial Spring Hunting Festival began. Nobles gathered in front of white tents, and grooms led brown steeds through the crowd. Alisa stepped into the venue. Glancing around her, the crowd was even larger than she had imagined. A young woman handed over a handkerchief with both hands. Would you be willing to accept this? The man took the silk item, a smile on his face. Of course, my lady. Alisa stopped and watched from a distance. So this is the rumored exchange of gifts. Should I have prepared one as well? Daisy was carrying a heavy cloth bundle, her body leaning under the weight. My lady, I've wrapped the axe we received in this cloth. Alisa turned back and stared at the massive bundle. Marquise Lennox walked in quickly. My lady, have you just arrived? Alisa stopped walking, her expression cold. Marquise Lennox stepped into the center of the venue. Marquise Lennox. Greetings echoed around the marquis. Alisa bowed. Greetings to you, Grand Duke. Marquise Lennox raised a hand. There's no need to be so formal. We are practically family now. Marquise Lennox laughed softly. Are we not? The Marchioness straightened her posture. Hee, indeed. After all, I even sent a special first meeting gift. Alisa looked down and gripped her skirt tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. Her face darkened. Ah, what was that again? I don't quite remember. That truly was a beautiful gift. Marquise Lennox clapped and laughed loudly, looking delighted. Haha, excellent. Excellent. He turned around, his gaze shifting between Alisa and the Marchioness. Since you two will soon be family, I'll leave you both to get acquainted. Excuse me, Alisa's face was pale, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. No, please take her with you. Don't leave me alone. Take her. She remained where she was, staring at the woman before her. The Marchioness unfolded her folding fan. I have heard many rumors about the Everyone says you are as pure as an angel. Alisa closed her eyes, a polite smile on her face. Hee, thank you for the compliment. This type is the hardest to deal with. The Marchioness sat atop a pile of gold coins. She was the wife of Duke Bales, the second son of the late king, famous for her infinite wealth. The world believed she spent money like water, and was ignorant of worldly affairs. In reality, she was a top-tier financial expert. The Marchioness lightly covered her mouth, staring at the apples on the table. Heavens, our home should switch to this kind of apple. How much does this cost? 20 gold coins? She was viewed by the world as the embodiment of a warm heart. But that was merely a facade. She lavished money to flatter the imperial family and nobles. But she was actually wildly ambitious, single-mindedly wanting her son to ascend the throne. The Marchioness turned her head, her gaze landing on Alisa. Perhaps because the rumors say you are an angel descended to earth, you haven't come to greet me even once. That makes me a bit disappointed. Alisa bowed her head, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. I am deeply sorry. It was my lack of consideration. I forgot to request a visit to you. A cold light emanated from the Marchioness's eyes. Lady Alisa, are you blaming me for not inviting you? Alisa's shoulders jolted. Her pupils contracted in shock. Cold sweat slid down her cheek. This isn't right. The Marchioness has always worn a mask of hypocrisy, not only toward her subordinates, but even toward penniless commoners. She always maintained that merciful appearance. Why? Only toward me. Would she show such blatant hostility? The Marchioness hid behind the shadow of her fan, her gaze bone-chillingly cold, staring intently at the young girl before her. The Marchioness turned her back to the Komi Ra, her yellow gown trailing on the grass. This is very strange. Alyssa stood in the sunlight, her purple eyes filled with doubt. As she stared at the departing figure, the Marchioness unfolded her fan to cover the lower half of her face, her eyes cold. I won't hold it against you this time. Please be careful in the future. Alyssa froze in place. Why is she so full of hostility? Sir Roderick walked in quickly, his red military uniform swaying in the light. Ah, my lady. So you were here? Alyssa turned her head sharply, her face written with surprise. Sir Roderick. Sir Roderick stopped walking and bowed his head slightly in greeting. I hope your journey was comfortable. I will take you to the private tent now. My lady. He turned and walked forward, his leather boots treading across the grass. With a dull thud, have you been doing well lately? Sir. Alyssa followed closely behind. The Grand Duke. Sir Roderick's shoulders trembled slightly, and his expression became grave. Sir Roderick had a bright smile on his face. It would be best to go see the Grand Duke first, wouldn't it? Alyssa was stunned. What? No? Sir Roderick. Sir Roderick strode forward quickly, waving his arm. He'll take you there right now. He suddenly pulled back the tent curtain and announced loudly, Your Grace, Lady Alyssa has arrived. Leichhardt stood with his back to the door. Holding a letter in his hand, he turned his head and asked in a low voice, Have you been? Well, Alyssa stared at his back. Sir Roderick. He was so hurried just now. I thought something had happened, but he seems to be doing fine. She suddenly caught her breath, her pupils contracting abruptly. Wait, that's... Alyssa rushed forward, her leather boots stepping quickly across the ground. She snatched the letter from Leichhardt's hand. Leichhardt was startled by this sudden movement and stepped aside to avoid her. Leichhardt held his right hand high, a teasing smile on his lips. What's wrong, my lady? Alyssa reached upward to grab it. Your Grace, please give it back to me. I must dispose of that thing immediately. He has tainted the countless replies I sent. At the end of the letter, there was a line of handwriting. I refused to reply. Are you sure you don't need treatment? That was the only letter with a postscript. Alyssa sat at the table, holding a quill pen against her chin. Could he be enduring pain right now? If I give him a little hint, he should be able to understand, right? Night fell. Alyssa held a teacup, her movement freezing midair. Wait, could the treatment the Grand Duke mentioned be from my memories? Alyssa moved closer to Leichhardt's face. This is just treatment for... Before she could even react, their lips were already pressed together. This makes it sound like I wanted to kiss him. I cannot leave such a shameful trace behind. I didn't actually want to kiss him. A blue light gathered in Alyssa's right hand, her fingertips trembling. I must. Alyssa leaped upward suddenly, her arms stretching out with all her might, her fingertips slicing through the air. Tear it to shreds. She closed her eyes tightly, her mouth twitching and veins bulging at her temples. She let out an angry low growl. Leichhardt dodged to the side, holding the letter high with his right hand and accurately catching her wrist with his left. He let out a muffled groan. Alyssa lost her balance, her body leaning forward, and she crashed into his arms. Give it to me. Leichhardt steadied his footing, his leather boots stepping heavily on the ground, and he took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her waist. He looked down at the girl in his arms. Alyssa looked up, her breathing becoming ragged. That scared me to death just now. She is definitely not the type of person who would fall easily. Sir Roderick's behavior earlier was very suspicious. Could she be feeling unwell again? Leichhardt lowered his eyelids, their noses almost touching. I am sorry. Alyssa cupped his cheeks with both hands, her purple eyes full of anxiety. You are in a lot of pain right now, aren't you? Leichhardt's eyelashes trembled slightly. He slowly raised his hand and covered the back of hers, his thumb stroking her delicate skin. Yes. Alyssa's cheeks flushed instantly, their breathing in sync. 10. What? Leichhardt lowered his head slightly, his voice low and raspy. I am in a lot of pain. Can't you help me with the treatment? Alyssa's gaze began to wander. Then, just a little bit. She suddenly snapped back to her senses, pushing against his chest, and taking a step back. How dare he tease me like this? Absolutely no kissing. Alyssa leaned in close again, but only pressed against his cheek. Wouldn't this have the same effect? Leichhardt's pupils contracted abruptly, ripples appearing in his amber eyes. A blush surfaced on his cheeks. It's so warm and too close. Alyssa pressed herself tightly against his chest, her arms wrapping around that broad back. If I hug him now, will he hate it? This should be enough, right? I also have something I'd like to ask of you. Alyssa looked up, her purple eyes showing confusion. Your Grace. Leichardt avoided her gaze, looking down at his empty palm. What a shame. All right, go ahead. Alyssa observed his expression. Is he still in pain? Do you feel better now? Leichardt straightened his back, his expression regaining its composure. I feel wonderful. Yes. Alyssa breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Then, I have a request. Alyssa pressed her hand against her chest, her expression tense. Please lend me the Tisson First Nights today. The young Marquise Vales is only 2 years old. Leichardt stood with his back to her, his tone indifferent. No problem. Alyssa was stunned. She pressed her palm against her collar. He actually agreed so icily. He is participating in the competition, so he should be pursuing results. Leichardt turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over her face. Is that all? People will talk about him, saying he neglected the competition because of an obsession with a woman, although I do need the manpower. This is very lucky for me. Alyssa bowed slightly, her hands folded in front of her. Thank you for your consideration, Your Grace. By the way, I met the Marchioness on my way here. Alyssa stopped walking and looked at him sideways. She doesn't seem to like me very much. Leichardt lowered his eyelids, his expression stern. She probably views you as an enemy. Alyssa's eyes widened. What? Marquise Vales has already passed away? They only had one son, right? At that time, the young Marquise was only 2 years old, so the Marchioness became the regent of the Marchese. That was her, right? The problem is, the imperial family could take back the title at any time. This made her position extremely unstable. The Marchioness lifted her skirt with both hands and curtsied before the king. The young Marquise will not be able to inherit the title for at least another 9 years. A blond boy sat at the table, reaching out to stroke the back of a white dog, showing an innocent smile. Leichardt turned his head, his gaze landing on Alyssa. However, currently, the imperial family, the direct male descendants, or the young Marquise, are the only legal heirs. I see. Because I am Leichardt's fiancé, she hates me. Because I would threaten her son's position. Sir Roderick straightened his back. It's time for you to depart. Then I shall take my leave. My lady. Alyssa watched him depart. Have a safe journey. He turned and walked toward the other side. Should I head back to the tent as well? Leather boots stepped on the grass, making a dull, thudding sound. A carriage stopped between the white tents, its wheels rolling through the dust. Alyssa stopped walking and looked toward the depths of the tent. Guy Grand Duke. When will you return? She held her breath, a blush appearing on her cheeks. Your Grace. Alyssa hid behind the shadows, her fingertips tightly gripping the fabric, revealing a small gap. She peeked at the movement outside. Who could it be? Count Estifna stopped walking, turning his body to look at her. I'll be back in 3 days. The Countess folded her hands in front of her. In 3 days, have you been busy with work lately? That is Count Est. It's not because I'm busy. I just have some appointments. Alyssa knit her brows, biting her lower lip. Did something happen at home? It's nothing, but Hayes actually leaving for 3 days. What kind of husband is he? He was once the Emperor's future political partner, with an excellent reputation, but as a husband, he is a complete failure. What about dinner? Count Estefana spread his hands. I'm afraid not tonight. After the hunt is over, I'm going to have a gathering with the knights. I can't tomorrow either. I have an appointment with some friends from the academy. Alyssa lowered her eyelids, her fingertips pressing hard into her palm. He has time for his friends, but no time for his wife. Count Estifna noticed her silence and added a line. How about the day after tomorrow? The Countess suddenly looked up. That would be wonderful. Count Estefina patted her shoulder. You should try to make some friends too. The Countess clutched her hands to her chest, her fingertips trembling slightly. I find it difficult to make friends. Count Estifna spread his hands, showing a helpless expression. Ha! What's so hard about that? Alyssa lowered her eyelids. Looking at her was like seeing her past self. Back then, I also found it difficult to get along with people. She stood alone in a magnificent banquet hall, holding her skirt with an awkward expression. Be very nice to meet you. Rather than socializing, I preferred reading books, knitting, or painting by myself. Alyssa hid behind the curtain, picking at the fabric with her fingertips. I also used to shut myself away all day, knowing nothing but reading books. Count Estefina turned around. Anyway, let's spend the whole day together the day after tomorrow. I'll be back. Alyssa watched his retreating back. Oops, I have to hide. She suddenly shrank back behind the curtain, her heart pounding. Count Estifna stopped walking, turning back and pointing his finger. While I'm away hunting, go make one friend. This is your homework. The Countess was stunned and responded softly. All right. Alyssa hid behind the wall, watching Count Estefana's retreating figure. What kind of homework is that? I still hate him. She withdrew her gaze, her expression becoming soft. A faint light was reflected in her eyes, The Countess folded her hands in front of her, her head hanging low, exuding a sense of loneliness. Alyssa watched from the shadows. She looked so sad. This won't do. She stepped quickly out of the shadows. Where is my tent? She intentionally bumped into the other person. Alyssa pretended to be startled. Oh, sorry. The Countess steadied herself. After seeing who it was, she held her breath. Lady Alyssa? Alyssa lifted her skirt with both hands and performed an elegant curtsy, greeting Countess Estifna. The Countess was stunned, a blush appearing on her cheeks. To think the future Grand Duchess would be so kind, Alyssa turned her head slightly, her gaze deep. Anyway, judging by her appearance, Alyssa stared at the other woman's abdomen. She is pregnant. The Countess wasn't supposed to have a child until 9 years later. The Countess shielded her abdomen with both hands. Lady Alyssa? You don't know yet, do you? The imperial family has been very busy lately, so it hasn't been officially announced to the public yet. She looked down at her bulging abdomen. Although it's only been 5 months, her belly is strangely large. Alyssa leans in to observe. Wait a moment. I remember that Count, who later became a Grand Duke. He was a husband who overprotected his wife. The Countess's expression is uneasy. A faint blush rises to her cheeks. Is it really that obvious? How much bigger will it get in the future? She gently strokes her abdomen. Her fingertips brush across the fabric. A child erased from history. Could it be because of today's accident? A woman lying in a pool of blood, her long hair disheveled, her skirt stained a dark red. That couple lost their child in today's accident. Alyssa pulls back her thoughts. A gentle smile hangs on the corners of her mouth. Countess, congratulations on your pregnancy. The Countess stands frozen in place. Then she reveals a shy smile. Thank you. Alyssa watches the Countess. She remained childless for the rest of her life after that accident. Her body must have been severely injured. I must stop all of this. Alyssa takes the Countess's arm. The two walk side by side on the forest path. Leather boots step over fallen leaves, making a soft rustling sound. The Countess covers her mouth and chuckles. I don't believe a word you're saying. Ha ha, but it's true. Alyssa looks ahead. She never imagined that talking with a woman could be so easy and pleasant. Is this what it feels like to have a friend? The Countess suddenly stops her pace. Her gaze turns toward the distance. I also really want to meet him. Juan approaches Alyssa, suddenly remembering Lycard's instructions. I almost forgot to mention, it is indeed Sir Juan. He raises his right hand high and waves, calling out loudly to the other party, just in case. I asked His Grace, the Grand Duke, to leave a few knights to protect me. The Countess's eyes widen. Sir Juan walks up to the two. He salutes with one hand over his chest. Countess, long time no see. Lady Alyssa, what are your orders? Alyssa's expression is serious. Her gaze sweeps across the camp. Divide the knights left by the Grand Duke into groups of 3. Patrol the surrounding area on horseback. Juan tilts his head slightly to confirm the command. Do you mean all the areas around us? Alyssa nods in agreement. Yes, although I don't know exactly what will happen. We must strengthen our guard. Juan bows to receive the order. I will see to it immediately. The Countess clasps her hands together, pressing them against her chin. A light glimmers in the depths of her eyes, watching Juan's departing back. Giving orders to knights? This is simply too cool. Alyssa turns around. A confident smile hangs on the corners of her mouth. Countess, as long as you speak up, the knights will also follow your commands. The Countess lowers her eyes. Her expression is somewhat uneasy. It's not because they are rude to me. She hurriedly waves her hands. A blush rises to her cheeks. It's just that even getting close to them is difficult. If there are 3 or 4 maids gathered together, I would even go out of my way to avoid them. Resonance shows between the Countess's brows. Oh my God, me too. The Countess leans closer to her face. A look of surprise glimmers in her eyes. Lady Alyssa, we really get along well. Alyssa reveals a gentle smile. I think so too. The Countess takes her hand. If you don't mind, would you like to, next week? A sharp whistle pierces the sky. Alyssa's pupils suddenly contract. She turns her head toward the source of the sound. The horses in the camp neigh in alarm. Their front hooves rear high. The scene falls into chaos. The knight pulls the reins tight, stabilizing the startled steed beneath him. Everyone, get out of the way. Make way. Quickly, go notify Lord Gregory. This is the royal tent area. Alyssa suddenly lifts her skirt. Rushing forward with quick steps, my horse, a brown steed, gallops across the grass. Alyssa leaps onto the horse's back. Her hands grip the reins tightly. Go. A knight throws out a lasso. It cuts through the air. The arc accurately loops around the running horse's neck. Catch it. 2 knights gallop side by side. Their arms pull back with force. The rope instantly tenses and pulls. Lady Alyssa! Juan shouts loudly from behind. Alyssa leans forward, close to the horse's back. Her long hair dances wildly in the wind. The horse's hooves trample the turf, making a dull, booming sound. Alyssa raises a poleaxe high. The muscles in her arms are tense. Aiming at the head of the galloping horse, she suddenly swings down the sharp blade. Cleaving through the air, it slams heavily into the center of the horse's head. Making a muffled thud, the startled steed's limbs go limp. It falls sideways onto the grass. Alyssa's pupils suddenly contract. The scene in the distance is reflected in her eyes. A scream pierces the sky. A startled horse rampages below. Its front hooves, rear high, directly facing the position of the fall. Alyssa's eyes widen in desperation. Countess, the brown steed throws its head back and neighs. Its eyes are bloodshot. Its hooves frantically trample the grass. The Countess falls from a height. Her hands tightly protect her abdomen. Letting out a scream, Alyssa hangs sideways from the horse's back. Her right hand suddenly hurls the poleaxe. The axe blade spins rapidly in the air, drawing a silver arc. The heavy axe embeds itself accurately in the ground, blocking the path beneath the running horse's hooves. The horse comes to a sudden stop in alarm. Its front hooves, rear high. Alyssa dives forward. Her arms tightly catch the falling Countess. The two slam heavily onto the ground. Rolling several times, the horse leaps over their heads. Its hooves kick up flying dust, almost trampling their bodies. Alyssa holds the Countess tightly. The two roll on the grass. Momentum carries their bodies sliding for several meters, finally stopping at the edge of the lawn. Alyssa endures the pain to prop herself up. Her gaze urgently checks the person in her arms. Are you okay? The Countess's face is flushed. Her pupils tremble with extreme shock. She gasps for breath. Her voice is as faint as a mosquito. Yes, very faint. More horses rampage through the camp. The knights quickly surround them, subduing them one by one with ropes. Fortunately, no casualties were caused. A knight holds a restless horse. His brow is tightly furrowed. Checking the condition of the horse, everything was clearly confirmed before departure. Why did they suddenly go mad? These beasts definitely lost control just now. We must find out the reason. The Countess tightly grips Alyssa's hand. Her fingertips tremble with emotion. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what would have happened. You saved me and my child. Alyssa gently pats the back of her hand. A gentle smile hangs on the corners of her mouth. Haha, I was just lucky. Both the Countess and the child are safe and sound. This crisis is finally averted. The Marchioness walks over quickly, holding up her skirt. She looks around with a panicked expression. Lady Alyssa, what happened here? Alyssa turns around. Her gaze falls on the woman's pale face. Marchioness, were you watching here this whole time? The Marchioness raises her hand to her forehead. Her brow shows weakness. My heart is pounding fiercely. I simply couldn't help but watch. When the tent collapsed just now, I really thought I was going to die there. Alyssa watches her. A hint of worry flickers in her eyes. You don't look very well, Marchioness. Alyssa raises her hand to her chest. Fortunately, the Grand Duke left knights to protect us, so the situation was quickly calmed. The Marchioness covers her lips. Her pupils tremble slightly. So those were the Grand Duke's knights. Thank goodness. The guards are returning one after another. It seems the participants of the hunt are almost back as well. Alyssa looks toward the distant forest. Several young noble ladies gather together. Their gazes are fixed on Alyssa's back. Did you see that? That scene just now was so strange. Is that really the Alyssa we know? It's impossible, right? They talk in hushed voices. Their eyes are full of doubt. Alyssa raises her hand to tidy her long hair. She steps toward the center of the venue. Her movements are neat and decisive. The Emperor stands on the high platform, clad in a white cloak. His hand rests on the longsword at his waist. Now, I announce the winner of the spring hunting competition. The crowd below whispers to one another. The sound of discussion rises and falls. Who do you think it will be? I heard the Count hunted a wild boar this time. Shouldn't it be Marquise Lindsay? The Emperor stands in the center of the platform. A smile hangs on his lips. The winner is Lady Alyssa. Alyssa's eyes suddenly widen. Her pupils contract with shock. What? The knights behind her raise their arms? Great job, Lady Alyssa. Leichard walks to her side. His eyes are full of admiration. Congratulations. You should go receive His Majesty's reward. Alyssa subconsciously takes half a step back. Her hands are folded in front of her. No, Leichard reaches out and rests a hand on her shoulder, giving her a gentle push forward. Go on. Count Estevna leads the applause. The sound of clapping echoes in the venue. Congratulations, Lady Alyssa. Alyssa steps toward the front. I don't like being in the spotlight like this. The Emperor watches the young girl before him. His expression carries majesty. You have performed a great service, Lady Alyssa. Alyssa kneels on one knee, lowering her head in thanks. Thank you for your Majesty's grace. Leichard leans down, getting close to her ear. His voice is low. I should give you a golden axe. Alyssa bows her head in salute. How could he know about that? That fox-like emperor? Alyssa raises her head. A proper smile is on her face. It is my honor. The carriage gallops through the night. Wheels roll over the crossroads, making a dull sound. A figure lies inside the carriage, brow tightly furrowed. I still can't understand it. A maid sits opposite, hands folded on her knees. Did something happen? I heard the hunting competition ended safely. The maid looks out the window. Some things did indeed happen. Some accidents I've never encountered before. The figure remains silent for a moment. The back looks a bit stiff under the light. I heard they were proficient in horsemanship, but I never heard they were also skilled in martial arts. This can't go on. I must find another way. The carriage fleet slowly enters the palace gates. Sunlight spills onto the red carpet, leaving a string of long shadows. Alyssa steps into the palace corridor in black high heels. As expected, there isn't a single day of peace in the palace. It's truly a busy time. What will happen today? Knowing only the gist from rumors and newspapers, it is indeed tricky to handle. Alyssa stops her pace. Her gaze locks onto the figure on the balcony ahead. The most critical person right now is Miss She is the core figure of today's event. I must keep an eye on her. Josefina leans on the white stone railing. Her expression shows a hint of aloofness. Sensing someone approaching, she turns her head slightly. Alyssa walks to Josefina's side. The two stand side by side. Miss Josefina turns her face, watching the young girl beside her, Lady Alyssa. Alyssa looks into the distance. This is my first time coming to see an opera. She secretly observes the other party. A kind face, innocent eyes, very small lips, if possible. May I wait with you in the reception room? Josefina lowers her eyes. Her expression is cold. No problem. Alyssa reveals a bright smile. The corners of her eyes curve up. Thank you. The reception room is brightly lit. Exquisite oil paintings hang on the walls. Josefina sits on the sofa, hands folded on her knees. Congratulations on winning the spring hunting competition. Alyssa stops her pace, turning her head to look at the other. I was just lucky. Josefina raises her head. A polite smile hangs on the corners of her mouth. Luck is also a kind of strength. Alyssa watches her face. Why does her expression look so gloomy? It seems something is weighing on her mind. But I can't ask directly. Perhaps I should test the waters. Alyssa walks to the sofa and sits down. I thought you would also participate in the spring hunting competition. I felt it was a pity, not seeing you there. Josefina looks down at her fingertips. I had planned to participate, but some temporary situations arose. Alyssa tightens her fist. This is it. The opportunity has come. She leans in toward Josefina on the sofa. Did something happen? Josefina turns her head. A hint of hesitation shows in her eyes. Lady Alyssa, have you ever heard the rumors regarding Baroness Quant? Alyssa straightens her body. Standing on the ornate red carpet, quietly watching the other, she suddenly holds her breath. Her pupils contract sharply. Baroness Quant is Gregory Baker's mistress? Is she not? Gregory, in the dim light, tightly grips a woman's wrist. His expression is furious. The woman shrinks against the wall in terror. Alyssa comes back to her senses. The corners of her mouth twitch slightly. Oh, that. Alyssa's pupils tremble slightly. Are you talking about the one, famous for collecting exotic porcelain? Baroness Quant. Josefina folds her hands in front of her. It seems you know her. Alyssa turns her head. Could something have happened to Baroness Quant? Did Gregory start having an affair so soon? Josefina lowers her eyes. No, nothing happened. I was just curious if you knew of her. She raises her hand, fingertips lightly touching her forehead, letting out a sigh. I should tell her. I can't just stand by and watch a woman suffer because of that kind of trash. Alyssa's face turns dark. A hint of chill flashes in her eyes. Baroness Quant is indeed very famous, isn't she? Josefina looks ahead. I've heard a bit as well. Alyssa leans close to Josefina's ear. But I've heard some rumors. Baroness Quant isn't just collecting porcelain. She is actually leading the porcelain trade. Josefina's pupils suddenly contract. Her back stiff. In those shops she frequently visits. Some say she even owns a shop. Alyssa watches the other's reaction. They are quite interesting rumors. They sound very convincing. Don't they? Josefina falls into silence. Fingertips lightly touch her lower lip. The place where Gregory was caught cheating before? Was the Baroness's private room in the workshop backyard? If she goes to investigate, she will soon discover that affair. Alyssa observes Josefina. Though I don't know what impact the truth will bring, it is still better than knowing nothing. Countess Estevna bows in salute. Ladies, thank you for waiting. Alyssa and Josefina sit side by side, watching the newcomer, Countess Estevna. The Countess calls out, Please wait here for a moment. Lady Alyssa, let's go. Alyssa wears a smile, hands folded in front of her. I will go on ahead. Josefina turns her head. See you later. Your dress today is very beautiful. The door makes a soft sound, slowly closing. She suddenly jumps up, clapping her hands. Her eyes are full of excitement. Fantastic. Alyssa walks quickly toward the door. I am glad to see you again. Me too. A maid walks past carrying a tray. White candles are placed on the tray. Alyssa stops her pace. Staring at that pair of candlesticks, that candlestick and candle, her pupils shrink slightly. Fingertips point toward the tray. Those are exactly the same as the gifts sent by Marquis Bellis. Alyssa stops her pace, turning her head to look at the Countess beside her. Countess, did the Marchioness not come today? The Countess shakes her head gently. Her long hair sways with the movement. No, she didn't come today. So the attendants are clearing those things away. Alyssa is lost in thought. I see. Her gaze sweeps over the exquisite desserts and tea sets on the table. Candlelight dances on the silver table. Alyssa has a smile on her lips. That scene is simply like a painting. What a wonderful sight. I didn't expect it could be so warm and comfortable in the palace. Is this what it feels like to have a good friend? I think I finally understand. Alyssa picks up her teacup. Fingertips lightly touch the rim. Her eyes are full of softness. So, there are 2 hours left before the performance begins. No matter what, I must stop the accident from happening today. Leichhardt stands by her side. He is in a break from official duties. Alyssa suddenly turns her head to watch him. Please believe my words unconditionally and follow them strictly. Leichhardt is slightly taken aback. First, please send someone to secretly protect Lady Josephina. He leans close to Alyssa's face. What do you think I will say? Alyssa holds her breath. Her pupils dilate with surprise. Ah. Leichhardt lowers his head. The tip of his nose almost touches her cheek. Warm breath scatters across her skin. Alyssa's hands freeze at her sides, fingertips tightly clutching her skirt. I really am a simple-minded person. Leichhardt straightens his body, fingertips pressed against her lower lip. Lost in thought, Alyssa stood frozen in place. A man who, from head to toe, was dressed in top-tier luxury items, actually claimed to be a silk shirt paired with a high-quality metal, pure gold buttons shimmering under a red cloak. Leichhardt turned around. Then, I shall take my leave now. Alyssa stared blankly at his departing back. Ah, all right. She raised her hand to cover her burning cheeks, her pupils trembling with shyness. Is this man kissing me too frequently? The theater was packed. Noblewomen waved feather fans, talking in low voices. The emperor sat in the high imperial box, overlooking the stage below. Alyssa raised her golden binoculars. The lens aimed at the distant box. Her purple eyes scrutinized every detail. Leichhardt appeared in the box. You are here. Alyssa lowered the binoculars in her hand. Yes. Leichhardt leaned in close to her. First, nothing happened on Josefina's side. She is busy chatting and playing with her friends. Alyssa turned her head. Her purple pupils contracted slightly. Nothing happened. Leichhardt continued to state the investigation results. Secondly, the 2 ropes on the stage steps were indeed problematic. They have all been replaced now. The responsible parties will be held accountable later. A worker inspected the chandelier from a high position. The metal chains made a faint rattling sound. PR Gake has also returned home safely. Alyssa lowered her eyes, fingertips unconsciously rubbing the binoculars. Ah, okay. The development of events is completely different from the past. Is it because I intervened in advance? Will an accident really not happen this time? Leichhardt looked around the second-floor box. Finally, the royal box on the second floor, no abnormalities were found. Alyssa watched the crowd moving below. Just in case, I still requested His Majesty to deploy more guards around the royal box. Leichhardt reached out and lightly touched her shoulder. Alyssa flinched violently. Her fingertips tightly gripped the lace collar. But why do I still feel uneasy? Why am I so anxious? The red curtain was suddenly pulled open. A bright light pierced the darkness. Projecting onto the center of the stage, a woman stood with her back to the audience. Wearing a yellow off-the-shoulder dress, stepping forward, the actress crossed her hands over her chest. Letting out an exclamation, the actor knelt on one knee, taking her hand, fingertips touching lightly. The audience chuckled behind their hands. The actress turned around abruptly. She stumbled and held onto the long table, fingertips forcefully gripping the edge. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Her breathing became rapid. The audience looked solemn. Their eyes were fixed on the front. The actress lifted her skirt and ran, her hair flying behind her ears. She spread her arms to balance herself. The audience let out a gasp. Leichhardt turned his head to look beside him. The wit is indeed outstanding. I hope you can enjoy it too. Alyssa lowered her eyelids, fingertips against her chin, lost in thought. To strike in such a heavily guarded place, rather than assassins. They are more likely to disguise it as an accident, like the prop that just fell off the stage. Alyssa stood up abruptly, hands propped on the red armrests. Leaning forward, eyes locked on the distant stands. The only prominent box is the royal box. Lycard looked confused. Alyssa, what do you think? Is the probability of the royal box's railing falling? Lycard's pupils trembled slightly. His expression froze. Looking at Alyssa beside him, Lycard propped his hands on the red railing. Leaning forward, that's impossible. Alyssa looked puzzled. Your Grace. Lycard raised his hand to signal. Wait outside. Alyssa was left alone in the box, hands holding the railing, looking into the distance. Lycard walked quickly toward the royal box. Leaning in close to the Emperor sat on a blue-cushioned chair. With a solemn expression, they are leaving. Lycard turned his back. Walking toward the exit, Alyssa walked quickly through the corridor, her skirt swaying rapidly. Have they already blocked the passage? Not even 3 minutes have passed. Alyssa stopped walking, looking toward the end of the empty corridor. Golden pillars were arranged neatly. Silence all around. An attendant waved their arms to guide the crowd. Please proceed to the first floor slowly and orderly. Alyssa stood in the crowd, looking back at the empty space behind. Their reaction is so fast. Alyssa was pushed forward, fingertips tightly clutching her skirt. Did something really go wrong with the royal box? The red curtain fell heavily, obscuring the stage. Thank you, everyone. That concludes today's performance. Alyssa stood alone in the center of the theater. No one was around, only fine dust was dancing in the light and shadow. This feeling is strange. I'm the only one left in this vast opera house. Alyssa turned around abruptly. Your Grace. Lycard stood on the second-floor balcony, raising his arm and waving. Up here, Alyssa looked up at the high place. Your Grace. That spot, the floor under Lycard's feet cracked. The sole of his boot suddenly stepped into thin air. His body lost its balance. Alyssa's eyes widened. Your Grace. Lycard fell backward. His red cloak tumbled in the air. He plunged into the collapsing ruins. Smoke and dust rose instantly. Rubble splashed everywhere. Alyssa stood in the center of the empty hall, her back frozen stiff. She lifted her skirt and ran toward the collapse. Your Grace. Lycard propped himself up from the rubble. Gravel slid down from his hair. Don't come over. Lycard grabbed the red curtain with one hand, his body suspended in midair. I'm coming down now. Please stay there. Don't move. It's dangerous here. Alyssa looked up and watched. As for danger, Lycard suddenly let go. His body flipped in the air. The red cloak danced wildly in the wind. He landed steadily on the red carpet, kneeling on one knee, supporting himself with his left hand on the ground, fingertips sinking into the thick carpet. Lycard stood up, charging forward with long strides. What are you doing? Lycard climbed a stone pillar with one hand, sliding down the smooth pillar. Both feet landed steadily. He walked quickly toward Alyssa. Alyssa turned around abruptly. What kind of reckless behavior is this? Lycard stopped in front of her, looking down at her. Sorry, did I startle you? Alyssa looked up. Of course you did. I'm fine. Are you all right too? Alyssa turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Why would anything happen to me? Lycard lowered his eyelids, looking slightly lonely. Sorry for scaring you. Alyssa crossed her hands in front of her. Don't do that again? Lycard responded softly. I won't. Rubble was scattered on the edge of the carpet. Cracks spread across the white stone tiles. Lycard turned around, looking deep into the theater. I should go see His Majesty before leaving. Alyssa watched his back. Yes, I should go. Then I think the Gallery Viscounty would be quite good. Lycard looked confused. Gallery So he wants that place as compensation. Is this enough? Alyssa held up her index finger. Yes, it's more than enough. I heard the peaches there are delicious. Lycard blinked. I recall Chupai is the place famous for peaches. Since Alyssa says so, from today onwards, Gallery is a peach-producing region. Lycard nodded slightly. Understood. I will escort you to the carriage. Alyssa lifted her skirt and curtsied. Thank you, Your Grace. Lycard took her hand. The two walked down the steps side by side. Through the sun-drenched corridor, guards stood on both sides of the iron gate, watching the carriage drive away, disappearing at the end of the street. A knight arrived from the Marquess, waiting for orders outside the door. The guard looked panicked, tightly clutching the spear. My lady. Alyssa stopped what she was doing, looking at the closed door. Who would it be so early in the morning? Daisy stood behind her, holding Alyssa's shoulder. I'll go check. She walked toward the door. Her palm touched the cold metal handle. Alyssa stood before the mirror, pulling at the constraints around her waist. So uncomfortable. In that hell, one didn't need to wear a corset. Daisy pushed open the door a crack. Her figure disappeared behind the door, then fell into silence. Alyssa turned around. Daisy. Daisy reappeared at the doorway. Her expression was grave. A knight from the Marquessate is here. I have prepared everything. Please move to the next room. What happened? What kind of news exactly made Daisy's face so pale? The door opened. A knight stood outside, hands folded over his abdomen. With a solemn expression, Lady Alyssa. Alyssa stepped forward quickly. Did something happen to Mother? The knight lowered his head. Avoiding her gaze, well, the Marquise and Marchioness fell from their horses. Alyssa froze on the spot. Her pupils suddenly contracted. Her breath stalled in her throat. The Marquise was seriously injured when he fell. Time is running out. The doctor says his days are numbered. Alyssa turned around abruptly, rushing toward the end of the corridor, her skirts swaying violently in the air. Lady Alyssa. My lady, urgent shouts came from behind. She was deaf to them, fingers tightly clutching the fabric at her chest. Mother fell from a horse. This never happened before. The regression? Why is everything deviating from the track? Hooves trampled the mud. Alyssa leaned over the horse's back, long hair flying wildly in the wind. Faster. Just a little bit faster. She gripped the reins tightly, eyes fixed on the forest path ahead. Sweat slid down her pale cheeks. Her heart was beating violently, as if it would burst through her chest. Juan followed closely on horseback, watching the figure galloping ahead, shouting, "My lady." Juan gave chase. "Lady Alyssa, please wait," he shouted loudly, trying to get the galloping figure ahead to stop. The sound of hooves echoed in the woods. "My lady." The horse gradually slowed down, heavy breathing, hooves dragging on the muddy ground, finally coming to a complete stop. Alyssa let go of the reins, her body swaying slightly from exhaustion. "Sorry," she whispered. Dismounting from the horse, her feet landing heavily on the ground, Alyssa knelt beside the fallen horse, her palm pressed against the rough horse-skin. "What should I do? I must find another horse nearby." Juan arrived on horseback. Dismounting, "Lady Alyssa?" Alyssa looked up at the newcomer. "Sir Juan, please take good care of this horse. We must hurry." Juan strode closer. "How could you run out like this alone, without even wearing traveling clothes?" Alyssa lowered her eyelids, hands tightly clenched in front of her chest, fingertips against her lapel, remaining silent. Juan untied the cloak on his back, draping it over her shoulders. "Wear this first." Juan stood with hands on his hips, looking down at the young girl before him. "I understand your urgency, but do you really think you can survive on your own, without any preparation? I kept calling you from behind. You didn't even look back." Alyssa looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with anxiety. "Mother might be in danger. There's no more time to—" Her words were interrupted by a grunt. Juan reached out and pressed her shoulder. With undeniable force, "You need to rest now." The horse behind let out a neigh. Its front hooves knelt. Collapsing completely into the mud, Juan took the horse's reins. "We have been traveling non-stop. If we set off at dawn, well, reach the territory tomorrow." He led the horse deep into the woods, his back gradually receding in the twilight. Alyssa stood alone on the spot, lowering her eyes, silently staring at the mud beneath her feet. Alyssa wrapped the cloak tightly. Walking alone in the forest clearing, the horses need rest. We set off when the sun rises. A towering spire building stood tall. The stone walls felt cold. The window frames were tightly closed. Felix rushed down the steps, leather shoes stepping on the red carpet, making a dull thud. "Alyssa," he called out urgently, opening his arms to welcome his returning sister. Alyssa turned around abruptly. "Where is Mother? How is she?" Felix looked troubled. "She is recovering. The impact of the fall, she needs to rest for a while." Alyssa raised her hand to cover her lips. Her pupils contracted with fear. Felix reached out to support her shoulder, comforting her softly. "The doctor said there's no life-threatening danger, and there won't be any lasting disability. So don't worry too much." Alyssa pushed his hand away, rushing straight into the corridor. "I want to see her now." "She's in the bedroom." "Right." Felix followed closely behind, trying to block her path. "Wait." Felix lowered his eyelids. "Mother survived, but Father has passed away." A black coffin lay on the grass. A bunch of blue and white flowers rested on top. The petals trembled in the breeze. Felix was dressed in black mourning clothes, standing at the edge of the grave, looking down into the abyss. "He has left." Felix bent down, fingertips touching the cold wooden edge, whispering, "Father." Tears slid down his cheeks. Harry leaned over and laid down white flowers, fingertips brushing across the pitch-black coffin. "Rest well." He straightened up, looking down at the grave, his eyes filled with sorrow. Alyssa was dressed in black mourning clothes. Wearing a black veil, she reached out a pale hand, placing a bunch of white flowers on the coffin lid. Her movements were gentle. Alyssa looked into the void through the veil. Her expression was cold and hollow. "I want to become a member of the imperial family. To shut those arrogant mouths." Valdemar turned around abruptly. His expression was shocked. Alyssa lifted her black skirt, leather shoes stepping on the stone tiles, making a dull sound. "It's futile." He pushed open the heavy wooden door. Walking into the dim room alone, his back looked determined. Alyssa leaned over and propped herself against the table, her fingertips turning white from the force. Most importantly, they actually dared to touch my mother. Alyssa knelt by the bed, hands tightly clutching the bedding. Mother Im here. Alyssa watched through the black veil, her eyes filled with chill. Whoever that person is, how dare they touch my mother? The Marchioness of Lions kept her eyes closed. Her face was pale, her breathing was faint and heavy. She suddenly clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white from the force. I will never forgive them. Alyssa looked up. Tears welled in her eyes, yet they couldn't hide the satisfying murderous intent. Sunlight pierced through the high window, spilling onto the red velvet curtains. Dust rose and fell in the beam of light. Harry sat on one side of the sofa, turning his head to observe Alyssa beside him. Are you okay? Alyssa placed her hands together on her lap, staring into the void. I have one thing I'd like to ask of you. Please go to the Gallery Vi. Harry's brow furrowed slightly, his expression showing confusion. Gallery Vi. Alyssa turned her face. I will appoint Harry Morlston Lyons as the representative of the Gallery Vi. Once you arrive at Gallery, I will send over the land deed and the seal. Harry's eyes were full of astonishment. Me, the representative. Even the land deed is being handed to me. He stared at Alyssa's profile. When did she get ownership of Gallery? What on earth is she planning? Harry lowered his head, pressing his hands on his knees. All right, but I'll set off in a month. Before the family situation stabilizes, I need to stay and help Felix first. He looked up at Alyssa, suddenly succeeding as the head of the house. He must be overwhelmed with work. Is that okay? The voice you selected does not support this language. Please click the upper right corner to switch to another voice. Yes, that's fine. She put down the teacup. Her gaze fell on the rising steam. In the meantime, I will find out who the true enemy of the Lyons family is. Harry turned his head abruptly, a look of shock. What did you say? This accident was by no means a coincidence. He stood alone in the stables, reaching out to stroke the brown horse's forehead. Falling from a horse had never happened before. Someone is displeased with the changes brought about by my return. That person is hiding in the shadows. A massive shadow loomed over the memory. Thorns entwined the fragmented scenes. They attacked my family. Valdemar lay in a pool of blood. His dark blue short hair was soaked in blood, his arm lying limp on the ground. Since they dared to attack, we must give them an eye for an eye. Alyssa suddenly clenched her right hand. The white teacup shattered in her palm, shards piercing her skin. Blood dripped through the gaps of her fingers. I will make them regret it. Regret daring to touch the Lyons family. She will make those people pay the price.